$125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. $125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at instory@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/Story. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Story and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Bar merch.
Hi, John. I'm so happy to be back here. Always love hanging out with you, and also love your audience, your program, everything. So, thank you for having me.
Likewise. We've had John Hamer in the past. The very first episode was episode 116, released January 24th, 2010. So he's an OG. The title of that was the LDS Succession Crisis. We've had John talking about joining the community of Christ as sort of a progressive or a post-Mormon. He's talked about, he responded about...
I'm dead.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sorry says, $125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at instory@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull
You
that off.
can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee, a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village. Facebook.com/VinandSory. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sory and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch, indeed. A child shall lead them.
To buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener.
We have made some changes. The camera's a little closer. How do you guys feel about it? Do you feel like we've intruded your living room? Or do you guys kind of like this setup? Just let us know, because this is easy to move. DJ Franco is up. Did you want to say something, babe? Kind of just like...
No, it's good. Take over. It's Cinco de Mayo.
Cinco de Mayo.
That's it's an Independence
Day of the Dead
Day.
or something, right?
No, it's like it's Independence Day for
Oh, really?
I think it's Mexico. Pretty sure it's
Okay,
Mexico.
all right. We like freedom.
Yes, sirree, Bob. Yes,
All
sirree,
right,
Bob.
you guys, this is... When we say we're going to be here for a while, we mean we're going to be here for a while. We have got a giant stream tonight. This involves DJ Franco.
DJ Mike and this bitch.
Yep, who is getting a bunch of songs. And then after his songs finish, it is time for our alliances. Alliances are our people that hang out on Patreon, who are part of the channel in that capacity. And they work together to create a list for us to react to. And so that's going to be happening later. So anyway,
that's supposed to happen around 10 p.m. EST, I think. Somehow, some way.
All right. So, come through. Okay. Yeah. So we actually are trying something new, also channel wise. So check out Vin and Sory live. We are gonna. Did you post the link for them?
Yep. I will continue to post a link for them.
Okay. Vin is gonna give you the link, but yeah, Vin's gonna give you the link for you to be able to go to the Vin and Sory Live. The Vin and Sory Live is going to be, at least temporarily, we are going to be doing all of our live streams over there. And then this channel is going to be, well, this channel as in the Vin and Sory channel is going to be used just primarily for us releasing shorts and chopped up videos for all you people. But yeah, so check out the Vin and Sory Live, go over there, subscribe to that, so you know when we are live. But yeah, we actually have 11 songs tonight, okay? 11. 6 of them
songs
from DJ Franco, and 5 of them from the alliances. So, I'm ready to go when you're ready to go, Vin.
Yes, we need all you beautiful people to switch over to Vin and Sory Live.
Yes.
If you do not switch over to Vin and Sory Live, you will not be able to see the entire show.
Is this fine?
Yeah, you will not be able to see the entire show if you don't switch over to Vin and Sory Live. So we're going to give a grace period where people can migrate over there, but that's where the entirety of the show is going to be. We've got some bands you're probably interested in. Muse, Avenged Sevenfold, Sylosis, The Warning.
The Warning.
So yeah, you definitely want to go over to Vin and Sory Live to catch that. Okay, go ahead. What were you saying? Directo Franco in this bitch.
Yes.
CISO in this bitch.
I had to translate a number of these songs. I did. I did. It's like, it always reminds me of like when somebody is like speaking English, but it's their secondary language, and then they apologize for not speaking clearly. It's so uncomfortable to me. I'm like, listen, I only speak one language. Please don't make me feel uncomfortable by you apologizing to me when you're the one that's speaking 2 languages. The last person I said that to, she was like, actually, I speak 4 languages. I was like,
Neil in the house, Kai in the house. This is excellent.
Yes,
Continue to come over. Come through. You definitely will not be able to see the 10 o'clock show if you don't show up on the Vin and Story Live page as well. So keep doing that. Okay, guys, without further ado, let's get into it.
Wait.
What?
See, so I didn't know we're supposed to be calling you.
Oh.
I was uninformed.
Yeah, I was like, I want to go. No, this is horrible. This is horrible.
Well, there's been a lot going on.
Shout out to all the Twitterati gang.
There was a miscommunication because I'm sort of the secretary, so there was a crack in our game.
Yeah. There's a hole in the game. That's
Yeah.
right. The audio is cutting in and out for me. Is it cutting in and out to anybody else?
Thank you for telling us too, because we don't want to make some crap stream.
Yes, this is good. Good. I'm seeing more concurrent viewers on the Vin and Story Live channel. Okay. Did you put the link to Vin and Story Live on the Twitter channel? Twitter post? The Twitter pin? Did we pin Twitter?
Nope. It's going to happen right now, though.
No worries. Okay. All right. Let's get right into it. Song numero uno. Do we have any introductions for...
Well, let me just pin this, and you talk to the people.
Let us know, by the way, how you guys feel about the backgrounds as well. Let us know. Audio sounds good to me. Perfect. Okay. Let us know how you guys feel about the background. How's that going? Etc. 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 Okay, you restarted. You're feeling good. Excellent. Excellent.
We can breathe.
Yes, we can breathe. If you are still on the regular Vin and Story channel, it is going away in about 10 seconds. So please, dear listener, please, if you would like to enjoy the show, you're going to have to go this way. You're going to have to go this way. Let's put a YouTube... okay, I'll take care of that part of it.
I just did 10-second countdown. We're now
is
at
it
0.
over? Is it
Shut
over?
it down.
We're at 0? Okay, I'm going to
Yep.
shut it down. I'm going to shut it down.
Good
Shut
day.
it down. Shut it down. Shut it down. Shut it down.
Did you need me to do something? What did you need me to do?
End stream.
End
Goodbye.
stream. Good day to you.
Good day to you.
All right, you guys.
All right, guys, here we go. Let's do it.
We're going to have fun.
We're going to have a lot of fun. I've got my creatine.
Oh, I don't have my creatine.
You don't have your
I could
creatine?
add it into this.
You should
Where's
get-
the creatine?
you should-
Wait, hold on. I need my creatine.
She needs a creatine, dear listener. We swear by it. We swear by it. All right, guys. This is going to be good. It is Cinco de Mayo. It is also Remembrance Day for our Native American sisters. A lot of them go missing, and I believe that this is a day that that gets commemorated.
Oh, really?
Very, very important stuff.
Very important. Very important. All right. Let's do this, you guys. I'm going to start out with song number 1. Remember, this is DJ Mike Franco who's up first. We know this wasn't really on the schedule, but for a few short hours. But some people just get that special treatment, and Franco is one of those people.
Yeah, I mean, really, it just kind of...
He asked me, and he was like,
nowhere.
oh, but then he saw there was an Alliance stream, and I was like, well, Vin might still, So
Send
anyway,
me that. I think he wants
this
that
is
to
the
be the
stream
stream
photo.
key.
Yeah, very cool. Actually,
Okay.
I like it.
Okay.
All right, so I'm going to send that to Vincent, and then we shall begin. That is really cool looking.
That is pretty badass.
Mm-hmm.
That's really cool.
There
Okay,
you go.
did you send that to me?
Yep, you have it.
Okay.
Stream photo. Vin is going to put that up for you people.
For you beautiful people.
And let's see. Comments. Welcome to the Franco stream, says DJ Franco. Open a beer or take a shot of tequila to enjoy these top picks. Happy Cinco de Mayo.
Yup, happy Cinco de Mayo indeed.
Yes.
We're going to have to shorten that if we're going to use it.
Yeah. Oh shoot.
All right, guys. We'll do a commercial or something.
So,
And then you can fix it. You think you can fix it in time for the commercial?
oh, you're doing a commercial right now?
No, I'm saying after.
Yeah, on the next one. Okay.
All right.
So up first is Sylosis, Pillars Erode. Our DJ says this is a unique song with a very disturbing ending. I wonder what was Josh thinking while making this song.
Okay. This should be interesting. The name of this band is Sylosis. The name of the song,
Pillars Erode.
Pillars
Whoops,
Erode.
headphones.
My God. What?
I didn't have my headphones. I'm gonna need those.
All right, guys, here we go. Pillars Erode, Sylosis, Venezuela. Let's go. Where's the lyrics from Pillars?
Forget the broken as the fires around our feet. Solitary parts of broken string. They've hung on the ropes and tied every knot and whisper in your ear. Halos and nooses drag behind every soul. The cracks underfoot become coffin holes. They will be forever scorned. The skies will turn black on the day I was born.
Yikes.
That was Sylosis.
Pillars Erode.
Pillars Erode. Holy smogolis.
Yeah, okay. He says very disturbing ending. Because it says they were not wolves but sheep?
Well, it
Or the sound.
The sound itself
Yeah.
is kind of Marilyn Manson-y.
Yeah. The sound itself had a sort of like unnerving, like,
Yeah,
feel
I'm
to
pretty
it.
sure
It's like,
that's what the homie meant. Holy smokes.
Okay. You know, like, I'm not going to say what show because you people will give spoilers. But that show we were watching, and I was like, that sound is like, as they were walking, and that sound that was like singular. But it was.
Is it the show that we just started watching, or the show we were watching last night?
It's the one that whenever I get it, I also get a neck massage.
Okay, that show. Yeah. Oh, yeah. They would have definitely given a. Yeah. Yeah. It was terrifying. That show's pretty crazy. But yeah, that could have been the background for some horrible.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? The back, especially toward the end. The dun, dun. It's Sylosis is usually like a drag your knuckles kind of
band.
Uh-huh. You know, so it's usually the shit that I. So I was taken aback. I was taken aback, dear listener, by
the way that it was sort of like slow and
yeah, and the way he was whispering. It was Neil was saying it's a moody song so far. I'm like, completely agree. So yeah, I thought that definitely a departure for this band, which, you know, is usually it's a good thing. It's a good thing sometimes when they go somewhere else.
Yeah. So lyrically, forget I mean, if you know what the song's about, like, just jump in there, because I'm just going to start reading it and see if I can't figure it out. He says, forget the broken as the flies surround the field. So it makes you think flies going to a dead body.
Right.
And whoever or whatever is broken in that field, they're saying, like, just forget about them. Solitary puppets on broken string. They've hung all the ropes and tied every knot and whisper in your ear. So that's kind of interesting because it kind of sounds like, it almost sounded like that the puppets, obviously you think of like the marionettes, that the puppets somehow broke the string to get away. They've hung all the ropes and tied every knot. So, but then it says, and whisper in your ear. So then it sort of makes it sound like the ones that were controlling the marionettes actually ended up destroying the ones that are in the field that the flies are now going after. He says, just one more step. And is that the whisper that's in the ear? Just one more step?
Yeah.
Halos and nooses drag behind every soul. That was a crazy line. It was
so that's why when I saw broken string and knots, I was assuming that it was a hanging implement.
Yeah, I got that too.
So the dead bodies were people who got executed, it looks like to me.
Yeah, okay. The cracks underfoot become coffin holes. Oh.
They will be forever scorned.
Well, if you know, like I don't know if I'm digging too deep into this, but you know how they have the platform when they hang somebody.
Yeah.
And those cracks open. There's a crack that makes a hole, and then the hole opens up, and then that becomes
you just
a coffin
drop right
hole.
through it. Yeah. So it's somebody who's on some sort of gallows instrument, and they're being hung and executed.
They will be forever scorned.
Yeah.
The skies will turn black, and come the day I was born, a vow. That's interesting because when it's talking about the sky turning black, well, historically, that's what happened with Jesus. Historically, well, biblically, is that like recorded by like Josephus or something?
Pliny the Younger, I believe,
also recorded the darkening of the skies.
a eclipse around the time of Jesus' crucifixion in the year 33, I'm pretty sure. Or 34, somewhere around there.
Oh, an eclipse.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. I thought it was like a supernatural event.
Well, as I always say, what's the difference between...
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but if it was like, it was happening at that time, like... But remember, the star is what led them to Bethlehem.
Yeah,
so there was the fullness of time and what that means. And so do you think of that when you see an eclipse?
No.
I will.
You're like that.
I will now.
Yeah, I'm not like that. I'm not that kind of individual.
Okay. So when he says the skies will turn black and come the day I was born.
Yeah, because I'm assuming that he is
dust to dust sort of situation.
I'm assuming that he's I think execution here is probably a metaphor for something else. And he's saying that the day he was born was a black day. These people will go down in scorn, that type of thing. So he's feeling the guilt or the judgment. Because it says, forget the broken, the flies surround the field. And usually the only broken people you're allowed to really forget is people that get condemned to die or whatever
they said
crime.
they would be forever scorned.
Yeah, whatever crime they committed, they're like, for eternity, society-wise, they're going to go down in scorn.
Don't you think that there's a sort of that sort of stigma or whatever is also on like addicts? I was just listening to this thing, and the person responded with, because it was like I don't remember what the situation was, but the response was, well, they were an addict. And I thought, what does that change anything? Like, how does that doesn't change who they were as a person. Like, so they were an addict. And if
Right.
we pull out of that situation, then we would say, okay, yeah, what got them to that point? Like, what tragedy or what story do they have that if we saw the intricacies of their life would make us say, oh, and like our heart would still, why do people close off their heart to somebody because they were an addict?
Well, I think it depends on your proximity to the addict. You know what I'm saying?
No, this was people that were not involved. It would be like a comment section.
But it's very hard to read what a person means from a comment section, though.
Yeah.
I don't really know what they mean by that. I don't know the context, so I couldn't tell you.
Yeah.
But for me,
I think it
I
seems
think
like
I
they're
think I think if
dehumanizing.
an addict overdoses or something like that, people are like, well, you chose to actively waste your life, so we're not going to mourn you like a person who died in a car accident or something like that, because you made the active decision to go do that knowing it was going to destroy you. And then other times people say that about addicts because they're very resentful of addicts because of all the bullshit that they put their family through. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
And so that's also a thing where you're trying to have an intervention, maybe, and the person doesn't follow through on the intervention, and then the family basically has to deal with the fallout of that. So there's a lot of reasons, but there's
no, that's true.
I think the song is basically about people who get condemned by society in a sort of hypocritical way, because it says halos and nooses drag behind every soul.
Yeah.
So that's, again, we always talk about this balance between image of God and original sin. Right? So it's like, that would be, image of God would be the halos, and then the nooses dragging behind is very interesting, because the guy is basically saying, all of you deserve to die, because all of you have done something that's death-worthy, but you're only killing these group of people. And then if you look, before they sharpened their teeth on razors and knives, they were not wolves but sheep.
Yeah.
And so the person is saying, like, you killed somebody who was at the core a good person. So you talk about wolves in sheep's clothing.
That's interesting. You would say good person. Okay.
Right? You talk about wolves in sheep's clothing. It's kind of flipped. It was like these guys were perceived to be wolves, but in reality they were sheep.
Yeah,
I think
but
is the argument.
we were talking before about the puppets, the marionettes, the strings.
Yeah.
So when you think, like, yes, there's a sheep's thing that it's like, okay, they're docile, they're whatever, but there's also, they follow and they're led around. And so when like, they were led into this, like, this is the marionette thing, this is the sheep, like, yes, they did X and Y thing, but that's because there was another wolf, there was another.
Well, and it's almost a way of letting them off the hook. I was a victim to circumstances that were beyond my control. I'm being marionetted by these. So it's, I think the argument of the song is, yeah, I did this bad thing, but it was something I couldn't help. I was being marionetted past my control. The second argument is, who are you to execute me and have me go down in all this shame? You also have some noose that you're carrying behind you. It's just that nobody knows, or society accepts it. And then the third verse is, the steeples collapse and the pillars erode, which is, the steeple is usually references to religion. And then, religious people have the reputation for being judgmental. The steeples collapse, the pillars erode, the kingdom tumbles like stone dominoes.
Yeah.
Before they sharpened their teeth and razors and knives, they were not wolves but sheep. So it looks like he's saying that you know, eventually, if you keep running a society like this, it's going to collapse, that type of thing. Which is very interesting because most of the time, the justification for executing somebody is the deterrence argument. It's not so much we're doing it to avenge the dead person, but rather to deter the crazy person from killing again. Right?
Yeah.
And so the response to that is to say, no, actually, we're keeping society around because people like you need to be gone. That's kind of the argument. So it's a very interesting view into the mindset of you know, this person, because it's like there's a lot of ways to deal. There's things I agree and disagree with in this song, like the marionette puppet string thing. I don't care. I don't care what happened to you. I don't care. You know, like there's certain things where I'm like, I just don't care. You hurt kids. I don't care what the excuse is. I don't give a fuck. But like, understanding that there are factors that lead to certain things is undeniable. But go ahead. What were you saying?
No, I'm listening. I'm listening to you.
But like, this is something that, you know, you taught me relative, because, you know, I have certain things where I'm like, no, I'm just going to cut your throat. That's it. But, you know, working with you and you're working with people and it's like, hey, we got to show grace to this person, yada, yada, yada. And that's where the scripture, it's really, you know, a lot of people like, oh, Christianity is big on guilt because it says all of us are sinners or original sin. But this is where original sin comes to help. Because the premise of original sin is, verse 3 is right. Halos and nooses drag behind every soul. That is true. Everybody likes the image of God thing, that we're all halos. That's good. We like that. And it says the wages of sin is death. And so not only does the Bible say that you sinned, but it also said you've committed death-worthy sins.
Yeah.
So then, how, if a society embraces that message, okay, then how do you relate to executing somebody? Either literally or metaphorically in society, right? Because there are certain people that it's still okay for society, for where society says we could destroy this person, we can ignore them, we can ignore their brokenness, that type of thing. But the challenge is, well, you've also committed death-worthy acts, so how could you ultimately and completely judge this person?
Yeah.
And so that's where I think it becomes really, really helpful, actually. Because if you don't have a doctrine of original sin and you don't have a doctrine of the wrath of God on your own personal sin, then it becomes very easy to say, let's kill them all. It becomes very easy to say, you know, XYZ thing. You know what I'm saying? So it's a really, really big challenge as a Christian. And I think it's also an even worse challenge for society, which is why society does not adopt that ideology. Society says, most of us are good people. Most of us are not sinners. Most of us are decent people who make mistakes from time to time. And then you have this other set of people who are horrible, terrible, don't deserve to live, yada, 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 yada. And those people, we could say whatever we want about them. We could do whatever we want. We could do anything. It doesn't matter. So that's kind of the message of the song to me.
I think it's easy to look at. I think people prefer to believe that people are predominantly good and that there is a group of people that are worse than the rest of us, because there is a certain level of like uncertainty when you realize, wait a minute, your neighbor, your whatever, you know what I mean? Like, everybody wants to believe that they're whatever school they're a part of, whatever church they're a part of, whatever group they're a part of is the safest group of people. They're not the crazy ones. Like, those people are over there. Like, because I think it's just part of our, you know, it's a fear response that we want to like think everything is okay instead of realizing that, look, there are broken, sinful people everywhere, and all of us have something to deal with. And when we can recognize that, then we have a greater hope of being able to get out of it, because you know, there are certain that's one of the things where it talks about, like, confess your sins one to another and be healed. Like, there's a certain healing that takes place when you get something out in the open. But if we condemn certain stuff and we close those boxes, then people hide behind walls of perfection so that way they don't have to be seen by the rest of the people. But if we look at it like, look, you all have something, we all have something, then it's like, okay, put your cards on the table because we all have something. And then it's easier for us to grow and change and get the help, get people the help that they need.
That's Cap. We were born in sin. Since the dawn of man, the majority of mankind has been evil. The minority is good. The change now is that most people hide it. Yeah, and that's kind of the message of the song. And it's challenging.
I was talking to a mom today.
Challenging fucking song.
We were saying, like, you know, you have every single person is made in the image and likeness of God, and then you have your kids, and you're raising your kids. And I think part of the goal of mothering and fathering is that you're supposed to create an environment that draws the image of God out of your kids, which is why it tells fathers, don't exasperate your kids. Like, don't create an environment that draws the evil out of them or the anger out of them. Like, create an environment that fosters God's image in your kids, and then your kids go out into the world and they do the same thing. Whether they father or mother their own born children, or they take other children, or they do it with the people around them, like, that's the goal of what we're doing. We're supposed to help each other show more the image of God and push away the darkness that's in us. But anyway.
Well, yeah, and you know, it's really, well, your main job as a parent is to help your kid manage his own evil. And that's one of the reasons why we have quote-unquote spoiled kid. What's a spoiled child? That's a spoiled child is a child whose parent will not believe in original sin.
Right, yeah.
So everybody else hates little Johnny because he's trash. He's a trash person. Even though he's 6 years old, he's still a trash person. But the mom will not accept that little Johnny is a trash person. See what I'm saying?
And she loves that she sees her image in him.
Yeah. And so she only wants to see the halo. Everybody else is seeing the noose.
Yeah.
The problem is when little Johnny goes out into the world, it's over for him. Because, you know, he's going to get the noose, period, end of story.
Yeah, and it's not just like, I used to think that the worst of it is, like, the noose, as in, like, you get caught by the cops and you end up in jail. That's not the worst of it now. And the way that I see it now is the worst of it is that you get ostracized from society, and you can't create a community. You can't be a part of a family because the way that you live just pushes everybody away, and ultimately your child ends up isolated and alone. Like, that to me is worse than spending some time in jail, is that you can't integrate, you can't get people around you, because that to me is like, that's very, very tragic. Somebody that is alone and has accepted the idea that they are alone and does not feel that they can get out of that, and that it's just an acceptable thing for them. That's horribly sad to me.
Yeah.
I would much rather my kid, I know you probably, I don't know if you have a different standpoint. I would rather see my kid go to jail for a little bit of time than for them to spend a chunk of time isolated and alone.
Yeah, I mean, it's really a simple formula. You know, teach your kid that all his friends are in the image of God, and then teach your kid that he's got a sinful bent inside of himself, so he shouldn't be surprised when he acts it out. And then teach your kid that Jesus died for him to address that.
Yep.
And to help him become a better person.
Yeah.
And as long as, you know, that's real easy parenting. 1, 2, 3. And it's real. So there you go. This one is going to get a solid 8.5 for me.
9.2 for me. I liked the sort of sludginess of it that kind of like made you feel like there was a problem. There was a problem.
The sludginess.
Yeah.
Altar of Plagues is on the list for today, dear listener. Altar of Plagues is on the list.
All right, you guys.
So
that was
never
song
you fail.
number 1.
Never you fail.
Song number 1, you guys. Now we're going to go on to song number 2.
We got the timestamp. Let's go with timestamp. Let's go with 41:45. What's song number 2 for us?
41:45. Okay, we have Avenged Sevenfold. You guys know that is a band that sort of jump-started our channel.
Yeah, they did. They really
Yep,
did.
the Avenged Sevenfold crew. I don't actually know what they call themselves. I know you don't call yourselves maggots.
Vengeance is mine, says the Avenged Sevenfold.
Sevenfold people, they came out in droves. So perhaps they will come again to see this reaction. Can you read this, babe?
Malagueña Salerosa. This is in context. It is Cinco de Mayo, dear listener. So we're coming with I came with the Espanol.
Yes, he did. So DJ Franco says M Shadows can sing in Spanish. So we've got the English translation here for you.
Is he really?
Yep. And so we'll be able to see
Spanish?
Yeah, we'll be able to see what he's actually saying, but we'll be able to enjoy the Spanish.
Enjoy the Spanish, indeed. Okay, here we go.
All right, let's check it out, you guys.
Did you? So you sent me the translated version. Is that what you're saying?
I did.
Okay. All right. Good.
While you're pulling that up, Mike, I accidentally sent the lyrics to the first song to one of our kids instead of sending it to Vin. They said,
I mean,
this is alarming. Actually, they were
that's
like,
what I'm saying.
"Holy shit, what is this?" I said, "LOL, sorry, lyrics for the first song in the stream." They said, "Wow, that's crazy lyrics. Jealous of the writing, seems apocalyptic. The cracks underfoot become coffin holes. Is easily my favorite line."
Okay, so that was Z.
Yeah, well, that was Z.
It was definitely Zoe, for
Yep.
sure. Well,
so there you have it.
we also have to buy pizza. Did you see that? It's like, what type of world am I in?
I know.
All right.
I know.
Okay.
I know. So you want me to pull the trigger on that?
Not right now. It's just hilarious. All right, guys, here we go. Song numero dos. What was it again? Something Salerosa? Is that what it is?
Well, I'm going to let you read it.
Malagueña. Something
Salerosa.
bad. Right? So Malagueña. Mal.
Yeah.
Mal is bad. So something bad happened in this song. We shall see.
All right, let's check it out.
All right, guys.
English lyrics.
Here we go. Bang! Hopefully it's not. Hey! Let me find out.
Qué bonitos ojos tienes, debajo de esas dos cejas, qué bonitos ojos tienes. Ellos me quieren mirar, pero si tú no los dejas, ni siquiera parpadear. Malagueña, Salerosa. Beso tus labios quisiera, Malagueña, Salerosa, y decirte, niña hermosa.
You didn't know I could hit that note, bitch. Yo te concedo razón, si vos pobre Wepa! You didn't know about the wepa, do you? Scratch my back. Scratch my back.
Scratch your back?
Yeah, lower.
What?
Lower, scratch my back. Yeah, right there. That's good. Alrighty then, that was Avenged Sevenfold, Malagueña, Salerosa.
I forgot it was Avenged Sevenfold.
What did you think? You thought it was just some Hispanic band?
Yes,
What's
I
wrong
forgot.
with you?
I forgot.
Racist. Where's Dwayne when you need him? Dwayne, I told you this shit was at 6 o'clock, boy. It is what it is. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I completely forgot. Okay. It was,
This reminds me of being in the Bronx.
I knew it. Literally, I thought of this. I knew you were going to say it. Say it. Say it.
It just reminds me of being in the Bronx. You know, Dyer Avenue. You know, that's all you heard all the time, especially during the summer, man. They had that shit on like 500, literally. And like a lot of dancing, a lot of bachata, a lot of that going on. So
what's bachata? The type of dance?
Yeah, it was the type of dancing. You know, it's a lot of hip stuff. Look, she's always angry at me about this shit. You cannot penalize me. Okay, you weren't even around at the time. You were sitting there living in Maine.
I can see you going back in your mind's eye. The la bachata. Your hands and all that.
Are you serious?
I thought you were bringing me into some Spanish something or other when you were like pointed to your back.
No.
I didn't know you were making me work.
Nueva 96.1.
What's that mean?
96. I think it's 96.1. Punto.
Oh, was it the channel?
101. Yeah.
Was the channel?
That was the Espanol. That was the channel. What? Why are you looking at me like that? That was the channel. It was in Espanol. What? What's the problem?
I was just replaying something in my mind.
What?
Nothing. I'll tell you later. I'll tell you later.
No, tell me now.
No! I'll tell you later. It's easier to explain when I'm not whispering into your headphones.
Okay.
All right. Good. All right. So, I mean, lyrically, I literally forgot that it was Avenged Sevenfold, and then I remembered at the end of the song. Where's the lyrics?
No, I'm looking for them right now.
Okay. So the lyrics, it's a love song. I always wonder if the person, when they wrote the song, if there was somebody that they were thinking about, or if they wrote it because they were like, oh, maybe a lot of women would want to hear something like this, so I'm going to write it so the song would get big for that reason. You see what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
Where did it come from? That's question number one. The thing number two that stuck out to me was, for some reason, beneath those two eyebrows was so funny because I've never heard eyebrows being brought attention to.
It's a translation, so I don't know.
So
if
it might be eyelashes. I mean, like usually
eyelashes.
It's eyelashes usually.
But beneath,
So-
I mean, nobody says beneath your eyelashes.
Right. So
There's no
those
real
eyebrows.
beneath in the eyelashes.
Yeah. He says, what beautiful eyes you have. They want to look at me. That's so cute.
It sounds like the
But if you don't let
wolf,
them,
though.
But if you don't let them, they won't even blink.
Oh, it's a classical. Okay, so this is actually a cover. I was about to say.
That makes more sense.
Malagueña.
Franco, how close did they get to the original? Do you think that this is better than the original, or do you think that the original had its own flair to it?
There's no way that he's gonna say that these white boys went off and did this Spanish song better than the actual people who did it on Cinco de Mayo.
I don't know. He might.
On Cinco de Mayo, even if.
Why wouldn't he have showed us the original? Why would he give us Avenged Sevenfold?
Because we're a metal band. We're not a mariachi band.
We listen to all kinds of music. Stop it. Stop it right now.
What? You don't like a pretty cheekbone? Yeah, I mean, I like a pretty cheekbone. I mean, Soraya's she's got a pretty cheekbone.
It's all right.
Malagueña, Malagueña, Malagueña. That's an Enye.
Franco said they were spot on.
I wish to kiss your lips. Malagueña, graceful one, and say to you, beautiful girl, you are lovely and enchanting, like the innocence of a rose. You know, it's really, really interesting, that line, like the innocence of a rose. 'Cause I got you, there's, you know, we live basically in a menagerie.
Yeah.
We live in a garden where we live. And so there's all this beautiful flowers and things of that nature. So people don't know. One of these days I'm going to take a picture by the things that I have designed, because I believe
so true. I should post
I believe
that for
the people will be surprised.
Yes,
That'll be on Patreon.
You guys want to see? Yeah.
But I had a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful collection, dear listener, of these petals of these giant. What are those? Lotus?
I would have said it's a magnolia plant.
Yeah, they're either magnolia or lotus flowers, but they have huge petals, and so I organized them in an aesthetically pleasing fashion that you wouldn't believe. And they're beautiful white petals, and now they're like brown after like 2 days, like 48 hours. They're like,
but it's
they're
so
now
cute.
orange.
It's so
they're,
cute
they're
because
sepia.
Like I'll go in. This is a lotus. It's definitely not a lotus. It's magnolia.
Yeah.
It's so cute because he situates them in like a vase in the bathroom, and it keeps changing, and I'll go in there and I'll like see it in there. I'll be like, it's so cute. I would have never in a million years thought that you would be the type of person to do such a thing.
The type of person. Listen to this racist.
No.
Continue.
It's how masculine you are. I didn't think you'd even be interested in flowers. I thought the only thing that a man like you would do would crush them.
Well, the point of me bringing it up,
cute.
Me bringing it up was that, I mean, I essentially that's what I did. I did crush them because they're now brown. So when he talks about the innocence of a rose, I always think to myself, there's a lot of ways you could look at that. Like the minute you pick up, the minute you pick the rose, it's dying, all that wonderful jazz.
Yeah.
But the other thing I thought of, like the minute that you like decide this person that you're admiring from afar, when you get close to them and you pick them, then you begin to see that they're not actually the rose that. And so, like, it's a different way of understanding that principle, because usually it's like you destroyed this thing by picking it, right? Whereas it's like there's an argument could be, like with me, for example, an argument could be made that it would be better to admire me from afar than get close to me and get it and pick me in a relationship. See what I said there? Pick. Pick me.
I see what you did there.
Right, like it would be almost better to admire the person, because then you can imagine all these wonderful things about them and never really have to deal with the fact that no, they're not what you think they are. You know what I'm saying?
I actually used to think like more like that. If anything wasn't perfect, I saw that as a problem. Like, oh, it shouldn't be this way. Oh, it shouldn't be that way. This shouldn't be like that. And it's an extremely miserable way to live, especially when you understand that people are not perfect. Like, there's things that I do and things that you do that is, both of us have sin issues, but then we also have like annoying things that we both do. Right? Like,
yeah.
Like, there are just certain things, like there's like you can't stand it if I brush my hair in the shower and don't take the hair out of the drain. See, that's like a thing, right? And I know that, but sometimes I forget to get it out. I'm focused on the next thing, blah, 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 whatever. Look at his face. You remember that cartoon picture with the man, like, pulling the hair out of the drain? Yeah.
Everybody thought that was so precious.
But at the same time, like, that's, I guess, there's a flip side to it. You can look at it like, actually, the fact I'm not going to tell you the things that Vin does that annoys me. But there are some things that he does that I'm like, he would never do that if we were dating. He just would not. Like, I wouldn't leave the hair in the drain if I visited you at your apartment and we weren't together.
I agree with that.
So anyway, but then like I started looking at those things instead, like, actually, this means like we're actually really close, because there are things about me, intricacies about me and intricacies about you that we didn't know about each other before getting together, because those were like almost like it's almost like the hidden secrets of who you are as a person, because everybody has those annoying little things, and now we know what those things are for each other. So it's kind of cute in a way. And a lot of times it's those annoying little things that people miss, you know, when, you know, you're no longer with each other. So we have each other now, and so, you know, I'll appreciate the that you do. Do you know what I'm doing?
No, I don't. Another conference. Oh. Yeah, I thought of that. The jury's still out.
On what?
On whether or not I would do that, whether or not we were dating.
You stop it. You would not do that and put no. Well,
but I mean, I don't know. The more you get into a relationship, the more you realize that, you know, I think a lot of people's, quote, disappointment in relationships goes because they have a presupposition of what a relationship is supposed to be that is wrong. Mm-hmm. I mean, ultimately, the point of a relationship is to find one person that you can genuinely love unconditionally for your life. Yeah. Because a lot of life is just about learning how to love. Because that's what it means to walk into the image of God. Because God is love. And so, it's like, here's the person that you have to learn how to love unconditionally. Mm-hmm. You know, people say they love their kids unconditionally, which is, I think, true for the most part, but your kids are half of you. So, loving your child is basically a form of self-love to a degree. Mm-hmm. So, it almost doesn't really count, because it's an act of self-love to love your child. But to love a person who has no genetic connection to you, and to love them because you love them, when you can easily just... That's the other thing is I can never bail out of the relationship with my kid. Like, even if I legally say, I'm still a biological dad. There's no such thing as a biological husband.
Right.
Right? And so it's a more precarious kind of relationship. And so the love of that kind of relationship, to me, counts a lot more than with your child. Mm-hmm. Because there's an involuntary nature to motherhood and fatherhood. Mm-hmm. Which obviously has implications that I'm not going to deal with right now. What do you think? What do you think of the song?
I mean, it definitely, like I said, I didn't know it was Avenged Sevenfold until... I mean, I knew when the song started, but I quickly forgot. So I think they did really good doing what it is they were trying to do. I don't know if they have any roots in, you know, like, is that...
Roots in what?
As in, are they
bloody roots. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Do any of them speak Spanish? You know, is
their
they family... Said,
what? They said...
they said what?
That he speaks fluent Spanish.
Oh, I didn't see that.
That's what Franco said.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I mean, shout out to them. This, I'm gonna go with it. Wait, are we ready to rate?
Yeah, rate it.
I'm gonna go with an 8.2.
I'm gonna give this one a solid 7.8. Solid 7.8.
7.8.
Yeah,
for Vincent.
I couldn't rank it higher because I made the mistake about talking about the bachata and all the rest of it. So I'm not gonna give it a high score. So that I'm not gonna allow this review to show up in a fight or something. So there's that.
Well, the next time you say it, don't, like do this so much while you do your eyes like this.
Oh boy, here we go. Here we are.
All right, you guys, Sylosis is up next. The fate of the Vultures. We already did
Sylosis.
Yeah, we're doing it again.
Here's another one. The fate of the Vultures.
Yeah, okay.
Salah.
Let me get that timestamp.
Timestamp is 102.20.
All right.
102.20 for the timestamp.
Sylosis, the fate of Vultures. Our DJ says, for the best experience, jam with max volume. So, I am going to turn the volume up.
You're going to maximize the volume.
Well, I'm not going to max it because my eardrums, I care about those.
Okay.
But I will turn it up.
Apparently, Mike doesn't care about your eardrums.
I know. Mike, wow, rude.
Okay, I'm reloaded. All right, let's go.
Let's go. Sylosis, the fate of Vultures.
Did he have a little thingamajiggy?
I already read it.
Oh. Okay.
Jam with max volume.
Oh,
turn it up.
Okay, The Fate of Vultures by the band Sylosis.
Okay, and let's see if they go with that same. I doubt it. Now this because he's saying turn it up. Turn it up. All right, let's go.
Yes, Pee-Pee. Says movie.
I'm liking it for sure.
What occurred? Did he go back? I cannot tell you how much I love this song, damn it! All right, had a bit of an issue there. I don't know what happened, but
it gave us extra song time.
Gave us extra song time. I love that song. I love that song a bunch.
I bet.
The guitar. I'm a guitar forward guy, man.
Yeah. It was real.
The primacy of the guitar. The primacy of the guitar is essential in heavy metal. That's the doctrine. That is the doctrine, dear listener.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, no, it was definitely heavy. It kept it going. I liked the guitar. Speaking of guitar work, patrons, check out the post that we put up over there.
That's right.
There's a real legend in there playing some guitar.
Legend in there on guitar. Doing the axe work, dear listener. For you beautiful people.
Yep.
Doing the axe work. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, well, the song itself was... Yikes.
Would you say yikes? You didn't like it? You didn't yike it?
No, I liked it. I liked the song, but lyrically it was pretty crazy. From what I understood that he's talking about, it's probably a relationship song. That's my guess. As in romantic relationship, but I don't know. He says you lie with every inch of your skin and stumble on a road that you've been treading for so long. I pity your perfection, but still, was it ever going anyway but hideously wrong? So I think what he's talking about is a person that there's some reasons that, people lie because they're doing something wrong and they don't want somebody else to know that they are. People lie because I'm connecting the lying to the I pity your perfection, because I think that the person wants to be seen as perfect, and so because of that, they lie with every inch of their skin to cover things up. Your perception of what matters is just so distorted. So again, it comes back to the person's perception, and he's saying it's so distorted the way that you look at things. But again, he says years of lying to yourself has left you easy prey. So I think, again, the person wants to see themselves as perfect, and because of that perfection, they lie to themselves, and in turn, it distorts their perception of everything. So even in just regular conversation, they're actually lying, and they're, maybe not even realizing how much they're doing it because they've so distorted their perceptions. And then he goes on to say, I don't have a care for a person that will take and never give. You'll pay the price for all you've done. So shall we all alight our God. That part I wasn't sure about.
Well, God is perfect. So I think he's saying we're going to set you on fire. Set him alight. See what I'm saying?
Oh.
because you're acting perfect and only God is perfect. So we're going to set you on fire. So we will all alight our God, basically.
He says, imprisoned by the lies that you brought yourself upon. I pity your perfection, but still. Was it ever more than anything but vanity within? So again, he's calling, which is interesting because vanity is usually like your outward appearance. But he talks about vanity within. So it's this desire for perfection internally that the person has. And because they have that, it's causing them to lie, to justify, to look at things differently because they cannot see themselves in the light that they really are. They want to see a certain version of themselves. But because they're doing that and their entire world is being consumed by themselves. And so they're only taking and never giving. It's all about them. It's all about maintaining this certain perception to themselves and that they want the other person to perceive them as. But you can't, you can't successfully distort somebody else's perception of you when they can see who you really are. And then he says, your obsession over shit that matters most to you left you withering and old, alone you'll stay. So in the end, the person is alone because nobody can live with that. Like everybody has breaking points, and he's saying, look, he couldn't stay in this situation with this person that's obsessing over all that stuff.
It looks like that he's speaking for a group of people. Which is why it says, so shall we alight our God. Now realize you're on your own, so you have to stay alone. So it looks like the person alienated themselves from a group of people. It's not just
by this way.
Yeah, by living that way. I mean, it's the whole narcissism thing, and I don't know, because everybody's diagnosing everybody as a narcissist now. You see what I'm saying? So I'm like, I think
everybody's autistic. Everybody's a narcissist.
Yeah, I think we have to be careful about that to a degree. I also think that years of lying to yourself has let you eat your afflictions upon those who matter most to you. Yeah, I mean, you can really, really become trapped in the narratives that you tell yourself. And I don't want to get too quantum about this, but like a lot of it is. So I'm listening to this guy named Michael Levin, and Michael Levin says that our memories are agential, meaning that our memories, what we call our memories, is some sort of conscious mechanism that is giving these pictures to us in our mind at the mental field so that we have some sort of continuity and understanding and being of what we are. So like you have your ego, which is the me, right?
Yeah.
But if you don't have a memory of anything, then your ego you end up being a goldfish. You know, the goldfish, they can't, you see what I'm saying? They have like a 30-second memory span or something like that. And so Levin is theorizing that your memories are agential because there's some conspiracy in your being that wants you around and wants you to think, act, and be a certain way, and those are almost exclusively contingent on how much you can remember about yourself and environments around you. Because, as I said, if you didn't remember them, you didn't experience them to a degree. It's like me always saying, like, oh, I don't have dreams. You know what I'm saying? Whereas I think the theory is you do have dreams. It's just a matter of whether or not you remember them. So my point is, there seems to be another mechanism where we can transform our memories to fit a certain kind of story because there's some sort of an agenda for us and the people around us to be a certain kind of person, whatever that may be. And I think everybody does that to a degree. So I'm always thinking to myself, like, how do we find a way to actually look at reality for what actually happened? And the only conclusion I can come to is that has to be a group project. Because if you only rely on yourself for your memories, and that's what I think is really interesting about dreams. Because it's like, I wonder, and there's no way to empirically verify this, but it makes you wonder, like, okay, if how much of what a person describes from the dream that they had versus what actually happened in the dream is real. And then it becomes, it's not so much the dream itself, but it is what you remember from the dream, which is what your mind is actually trying to accomplish. So it's not the dream itself, but what you take from the dream is what your mind is actually trying to accomplish. And then we go and try to interpret the dream and things like that. And I think that on a liminal level is important, but I think on a subliminal level that whatever agent is generating the dream, this is so crazy to me, like, that people are physicalists.
Yeah.
Like, it's so crazy to me. But, like, whatever agent that is generating the dream, like, yeah, subliminally there's metaphor and there's you know, this means this and that means that, and sure, symbolism, sure. But I think on a liminal level, there's some sort of agency where the dream itself and what you remember from the dream is the agenda. Of course, that then becomes like your reality, and so like all of us are really just the compositions. What you call yourself and your identity is a composition of your dreams and your memories. And so it's like okay, so then this person is a narcissist, this person is whatever, this person, but it's like, well, what if the narcissist, all their memories and dreams created that kind of, do they have any real responsibility for that? See what I'm saying? It's a really, so like we get angry at narcissistic people. This is extremely complex. I know what I'm saying is complex, but we get angry at narcissistic people. I'm not sure that there's a lot of agency happening by the narcissistic person, because it looks to me like they're having they're not enjoying themselves, because it seems to me that almost inevitably, especially in the modern day, narcissists end up isolated to some degree or another.
And that's what he says at the end of the song.
Yeah.
But that, and like I said before, like to me, that's ultimately the worst case scenario, because, and obviously, I mean, I've never been to jail, so I don't know, but I always think jail is the worst. But then if you're in jail but you find yourself a community of people in there, is that really the worst?
Yeah, you almost certainly will find a community of people in jail.
Yeah, but if you live a lifestyle that so isolates you from everybody else that you're ultimately just alone in an apartment by yourself, like, to me that's so sad. I hate that. I hate that for everybody that's in that situation, that is alone and actually feels like trapped by it. Like they don't, like they, not that they feel trapped by it, that they've accepted that is their life. So yeah, thank you, honey. Wait, did you leave some for him for supper? Okay, good. Thanks.
I mean, I'd like one.
Yeah, you can
Or
put
two.
buns. Would be great.
Okay.
Thanks. Yeah, so it is complicated though, because people still have to live around you, and obviously, like the way that he's describing it, it sounds like this is a pretty terrible. The Fate of Vultures is the name of the song.
But then again, if I'm playing the devil's advocate, he says, your perception of what matters most is just so distorted. So here's my, and then later on it says, your perception of what matters most is just so distorted, right? So now here's a question. Who determines what an accurate picture of what matters the most is? In other words, who is he to say that the other person's picture of what matters most is distorted? That implies that he knows what the correct vision of what matters the most is. How does he know that?
Well, I think it's because he's saying, he talks about her or this person's perfection and their internal vanity. And so I think when he's talking about what they believe is important or whatever is actually the maintenance of their own perfect ego.
Well, I mean, I get that to a degree. Although in the second stanza when he said it, he says, "Your perception of what matters most is just distorted. Years of always wanting more when you had everything." So what I'm saying is, we cannot exist in the world without our perceptions, which is what I was talking about earlier. So what I'm saying is, why is he so confident that he has a clear picture of what actually matters?
Yeah.
Like, that's the other thing that happens. Like, when it comes to these quote unquote narcissistic people, it's like, yeah. But how do we know that our set of values and what we think is important is the thing? Now, obviously, for me, it's like, well, we have a biblical worldview. So I've got a map to say that's important, that's not important.
Yeah.
And I think, biblically speaking, the things that are primarily important are explicitly stated. Right? And Jesus talked about the weightier matters of the law. Where, like, and it's clear. It's like how you treat people. That's clear. Like, love justice, walk humbly before your God. It's how you treat people. It's not very complex in the Bible as to what the most important things are, and how to ascertain what the most important things are. But I'm not particularly certain that you can get there without some sort of objective standard. Everybody always talks about like objective standards of morality, and that's not what I'm talking about. I'm also talking about objective standards of priority, because we're finite creatures, you then have to play a game of prioritization. What am I going to prioritize? You almost have to triage what your value system is. Yeah. So who determines how you stack that? You see what I'm saying?
I do.
So like
yeah.
that's pretty crazy.
And the prioritization, like a lot of times, because we live in a physical world, we prioritize certain physical symbols. And there are things that we prioritize. Like, for instance, somebody might prioritize, you might look at one person and say, that person's a hoarder. But then what that hoarding actually means to them is safety and security. So what they really want is safety and security, and they don't feel that they can find that in more solid or important ways. And so the keeping of stuff satiates that fear, in a sense. So again, like I agree with what you're saying with, we don't know necessarily what's going on with somebody else. And for somebody to say, yeah, you're prioritizing the wrong thing. Well, we don't necessarily even know what's going on with that person.
Right. They're like, what are you talking about? I'm prioritizing safety. How is safety not a good thing to prioritize? See what I'm saying? So I love the song, love the metal. I rewound it. Y'all know what it is. It's a 9.6 for me. 9.6 for me.
9.6.
Was it 9.6? 9.6? Okay. Shout out to Amy Lee Forever. We in this bitch.
This was a 9.8 for me.
It was a 9.8 for you. What was the 9.8 about? Is it the metal? Was it the metal?
The metal was really good. The lyrics were interesting, where he went with it and stuff. So, yeah. Can you put a commercial?
Yes, I will put on a commercial. Dear listener, we shall return. Hold on, I haven't done it yet. Vin out.
Sorry out.
Gone. We're coming right back. Stay where you are. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sorry says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at itstory@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft. Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VinandSory. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sory and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed. It's also lead them.
To buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. We are on song number 3 on this wonderful, beautiful Cinco de Mayo.
Yes. Oh, song number 3. Wait, is it? Really? I thought it was song 4, actually. Are you wrong? 1, 2, 3. We are on song 4.
Song 4!
I'm actually going to have you read this one too, babe.
El Haragan. A ese gran velocidad. Something about grand violence, I think.
Okay.
Or velocidad.
So our DJ Franco says, one of my favorite Mexican ballads in the 80s.
Okay.
So let's check it out. I've already sent you the lyrics.
Sent me the lyrics? Did you get them from Trello? Because that's where Mike said they were from.
Yes, I did get them from Trello.
Okay, here we go.
I believe I did. I don't think actually I did. I think I looked them up myself. I don't remember.
Were they translated?
Yeah, it's in English.
Okay. English.
Yes.
The
let's
language
go.
the language of God, dear listener.
Oh boy.
Hold on to your dreams. Velocidad.
We're having a very healthy supper. Of,
What? Hot dogs aren't healthy?
Beef hot dogs. And macaroni and cheese.
Are they beef hot dogs for real?
I only buy beef.
Macaroni and cheese.
Yeah.
That's good.
It's
That's
cold
good.
too.
Thank you for telling me that.
But
That's
you know,
good. That's
you
good.
can't ask the people to do too much for you. They'll start. I don't know.
What will they start doing?
Who knows? They're teenagers.
What's the name of this
They'll
band
get
again?
their
Hold
get
on.
back.
Hold
You know
on.
what? There was a woman that I know, and she was a stepmother, and she was very, very OCD, like keep everything perfect. And so the boys took one of them, took the other one, put them on their shoulders, and they stuffed their feet into mud and walked across the ceiling. People get their get back.
They get their get back for sure.
Yep.
All right, guys, here we go. El Haragan.
Let's do it.
A esa gran velocidad, I think. Go! See? You hear it?
Oh, there it is.
Voy a intentar una tonada que se parezca a Pink Floyd, una dulce carcajada ahogada en humo y alcohol. Lo que pasa es que solo
cantare l'ultimo rock. Lo que pasa es que es solo un mal rock and rollero. Él es solo un mal rock and rollero. Con las palabras amontonadas, ebrias, locas. A esa gran velocidad, un impacto sería fatal. A esa gran velocidad, un impacto sería fatal. A esa gran velocidad, un impacto sería fatal.
Wow.
That one was deep.
Yeah.
That
Yeah, it
one
was.
is deep. Okay, what did you take from that one? This one like made me, for what I don't know what reason, but it made me remember when I was a kid, when we first moved to Florida. Probably about we're still within year 1.
You would have been how old?
10? Not sure. But I remember riding my bike through the woods, and I remember being by myself. And there was a show on Nickelodeon, and it was these kids in a summer camp, and they were, you know, the kids were pairing up or whatever.
Yeah.
And I was not interested in girls, but I remember thinking to myself, how in the world will I ever convince a girl to want to like me?
I like you. You don't have to convince me.
You see what I'm saying? I remember, I remember very distinctly being like, yeah, man, I don't think that's going to happen for me. You know what I'm saying? Because I thought to myself, like, this has got to be a very, very complicated operation to get a girl to like you like that. So I remember riding my bike and being like, well, I wonder if that's why I truly did not have interest in girls when I was much younger. Yeah, I'm not particularly certain, but
You thought it wasn't going to happen for you?
yeah, I thought that was an extremely difficult operation.
Really?
Yeah, especially if you're not a very especially as a dude, if you're not an attractive person as a dude,
Yeah.
So I'm like riding my bike, I'm like, man, that's never gonna happen. I thought to myself, like, if I went to a summer camp, none of them girls would like me like that. So I was driving my bike through the why are you looking at me like that?
Oh, because it's so cute. I picture like a 10-year-old you
I was
riding around.
I was riding my
thinking
bike.
that. It's so cute.
I was riding my bike through the woods, and I remember thinking about that. And it was weird because it was like I didn't stay in that very long. Like I'm pretty good at like moving to the next thing. Once I think like something is over, I'm pretty good at moving to the next. Well, I don't know if that's good or not, but the ability to close those things is probably
Yeah, but you
not.
You didn't have trouble getting girls to like you, though. There was girls that liked you before you even realized that they liked you. You probably had them liking you at that point.
Yeah, I wouldn't have known. You know what I'm saying? Like I wouldn't have. I really wouldn't have known, regardless. But yeah, I see what you're saying. I mean, I don't know. I was by myself for a lot of that time period. Like that specific time period in our timeline as a family, I spent a lot of time alone. But it wasn't bad though, because like I was exploring, because like you can't go outside in Maine. Mm-hmm. See what I'm saying? That's not a good idea. None of those are good ideas. None of those are good ideas. Yeah, you can't really go outside in Maine. So when I went to Florida, I just went crazy. Just riding my bike, going through all these woods and shit.
Yep.
And so I remember in year one being very alone, but not feeling lonely, but, you know, just exploring and figuring out what Florida was about, that type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But then that show came on, it was about summer camp, all the rest of it. You know, go ahead.
Were they falling in love in the summer camp, or was it friends? Or
No, it was just, you know, pairing up, you know, like young preteens, you know, I like you, you like me, you know.
Yeah.
Holding hands, that type of shit. You know, it wasn't anything like in love, nothing heavy.
Well, no, but that's what I meant.
It
like
just
that,
reminded me of that period.
Mm-hmm.
And like the awkwardness of this guy, because he says, I'm going to try a melody that sounds a bit like Pink Floyd, a sweet laugh drowned in smoke and alcohol. What's happening is that he's just a bad rock and roller. He's just a bad rock and roller with words piled up, drunken and wild. He doesn't breathe, he smokes, he doesn't eat, he drinks, he doesn't live, he dies. Like, it's crazy. That's a very good description of a rock star. Go ahead.
The way that you, like, what you got from the song is not at all what I did. I was just like, I felt like I was like feeling with the artist, and like at that great speed, I'm gonna try a tune that resembles Pink Floyd. But as he's talking about that great speed, it's not really clear if it's a vehicle going too fast, if it's his life going too fast, or if there's a combination of both. But he talks about with words piled up, drunk, crazy, he doesn't breathe, he smokes. So it's like, okay, he doesn't even breathe. Like every time he breathes in, he's not even freaking breathing, he's taking in smoke. Like that's how much he's smoking. He doesn't eat, he drinks. And I remember the first time that I realized that people do that. Like I know I had seen people doing that before, but it didn't like calculate because I was too much of a child, I think, to realize. But when I did realize, and I was just looking at the man, he was so skinny and just looked so unhappy, and it was just like he just would just drink a lot. And even like he was drinking when we were there, and he was starting to get loud, and you could just see the looks of the people around, where people were like, this guy again, this is, it's this guy. And it was an odd situation because he was so tipsy, he didn't realize, like, he wasn't even necessarily like tipsy, he was just loud. And he was like, making jokes that weren't really that funny, but he thought that they were funny, and everybody else is kind of, and his wife wasn't a drinker. And so just like watching the engagement between the two of them, and just like for the first time in my life really realizing like this guy, and she was a great cook, but he wouldn't even eat her meals because he was just too busy drinking and just filling his belly with that. And then it says he doesn't live, he dies. And it's this like, the lifestyle of the person that they're not like, it's just going, every decision that they're making, it's more smoke, it's more drinking, it's not eating. Anything that would bring you life and would bring you better, like they're not doing it. And at that great speed, an impact would be fatal. And so it's like, yep, there's the kind of car analogy, life's going too fast. But then there's also like, it might even have like a spiritual edge to it, because at that great speed, like this is who you are, this is what you're doing. And if there's an accident, like it's fatal. Like, where are you going? What's happening beyond that? I don't know if they're going that far with it. And it says dying like that would be unusual in a young person. It's not normal. My life is in my hands. A mistake would be fatal. So I see a path in my life. I don't know where it's going. I don't know where it's going. But it's interesting because it's like, well, you do know where it's going. That's why you're saying an impact would be fatal. But it's like this, I don't want to look at it. I don't want to see where this is taking me. Like, it's just going so fast. But there are times where there's the, like, I don't know. I don't believe that people never have a moment where that question is like kind of like there. Like, I think that there's those God moments where it's like, okay, you can't, the distractions or the other things, like there's a moment where that's not there, and it's like there's a clarity. And so what the person does in that moment, I think sometimes you only get that moment once. But yeah, it was a sad song to me, which I thought was interesting because you kind of went with even the theme that you were describing was a little sad to me, with like the, will I ever find somebody that will love me or that will want to be with me? And then there's the, riding your bike by yourself, but and that time period for you and how chaotic everything was from moving, like those moments. But so it was like you picked up on a sad vibe of it and thought of those things, and I was just picturing this person.
Yeah,
and
it's seeing a path for his life.
Mm-hmm.
It's what he said. He said, I see a path in my life and I don't know where it goes. And that's why he's talking about, like, at this great speed. Because to me, like, it's just a metaphor of taking unnecessary risks that that if you end up in a crash, like, one slip could be fatal.
Yeah.
And then it's like, see, I've had people in my life that they're no longer on this planet. You see what I'm saying? And so, like, they put themselves in a situation where one slip was fatal. And that's the crazy thing. Like, I don't think that, it's crazy to me about my brother. 6'3" Marine, that they just drink. Like, I've never heard of one of them dudes, like, dying from alcohol poisoning. And it just so happened that it's my brother, and it's like, but yeah, I mean, you were there. We had those conversations about, like, like, you got kids, blah, blah, blah. But it wasn't one of those things where, like, he deliberately went and did, like, I've had people that deliberately went and did shit, and they're not here anymore either. But, like, he was always on the edge, though. Like, he was always on the edge. And his boy had died 6 months previous.
Not his son, his friend.
Nah, his friend, his best friend. And I just remember them two, like, in high school. And, like, they were kids, and how innocent they were. And, like, and he had an older brother, too. And we were up in Maine when he died, And I was beef with my brother, so I didn't talk to him about it. It's probably one of the reasons he's not here anymore either. Dealing with the death of his best friend. Because when he came back, when he got up here from his time in the Marine Corps, his friend got in some beef with some pretty bad people over there. And my brother, got in the mix, and it got, it was pretty dangerous, and he got in the mix, and he just got off Lejeune. So the kid put two and two together and decided, to leave my brother and his friend alone. But, like, he really loved that kid, But we saw that a lot up there with them people, man. Like, they were always on the edge of something, and never really, really there, but always at the edge. And so it's like, you fall off. Like, people that are just hang out on the ledge the entire time, like, they want to fall off to a degree, but I think they got too much guilt to just go out and do the deed themselves. You know what I'm saying? And so it's like, they just put themselves in a situation where they're always on the line, and they can always, fall off and be like, well, that sucks. Women are a risk to others, men are a risk to themselves. Wow, that's a deep line, boy. That is a deep, deep line.
Women are at risk to others?
Women are a risk to others, men are a risk to themselves.
Oh, are a risk to others, as in other people put themselves at risk for women. Is that what she's saying? Is that what you're saying? And men are a risk to themselves. If that's what you're saying, then...
I mean, I'm going to finish this tune. It's a song of a loser, This Sweet Laugh, and sing it rock and roll style. What's happening is that he's... what do you have in your translation?
Which part?
At the very, very end.
An impact would be fatal?
See, this one, it just ends right there.
Boop. At that great speed.
What's happening is that he's at that great speed.
Oh.
It kind of leaves the entire conversation kind of open. Like, what happened to the dude?
Uh-huh.
Did he figure it out?
Yeah.
That type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people don't figure shit out. Like, a lot of people We always have this conversation, like, sometimes the shit doesn't end happily ever after, you know?
Yeah.
But, yeah, I like the song, though. I like the
did
song.
too.
Sorry to be such a downer, but I like the song.
I did too.
It's a pretty deep song. R.I.P. to my brother.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, that's just... That one's never gonna go away. Alright, it's a silent count for me.
That was for me as well.
Okay. Good song. Good song. What's the next one?
Can you commercial it?
Alright, commercial break. Alright.
Yeah,
Alright, commercial break. We shall return, dear listener.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sorry says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at instory@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull
You
that off.
can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VinandSorry. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sorry and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed, and y'all shall lead them.
To buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. We are in Cinco de Mayo.
Yes, we are.
Hanging out with the big homie. DJ Mike Franco. What's the next joint?
Up next on our list is Muse, Starlight. DJ Franco says,
What's he say?
yeah, I'm getting the timestamp.
Timestamp is 1:53:30.
Okay. So this is Muse, Starlight. DJ Franco says the Warning's favorite Muse song. During an interview, the Warning said it was one of their car ride songs on repeat. All right, let's check it out. Muse.
Car ride songs on repeat, you
Starlight.
say. This band is very interesting to me. Muse.
Muse? Why?
I don't know. I don't know why.
The name? I like the concept of a muse.
Anyway, let's go. Sounds like something like
This ship has taken me far away.
relationship song.
You're right.
I think it was a relationship song. Okay, go ahead.
I loved this song. Are you surprised? I loved this song. First of all, I liked the way that he would like keep going up with his voice when he'd hit those high notes in there, and the way that he like, I don't know how to say it when he did this with his voice. It's like, and then just lyrically what the song is about. Like, you know, you guys know I like relationship songs. So, whoa, I actually didn't realize what the first verse said. Far away, this ship is taking me far away from the memories of the people who care if I live or die. Okay. Starlight, I'll be chasing a starlight until the end of my life. I don't know if it's worth it anymore. So I didn't hear those first two verses. I heard the rest. What do you get from those first two verses?
Well, I mean, he doesn't know if it's worth it anymore.
Oh no!
The ship is taking me far. Well, we talked about this in a couple songs ago about memories.
I know, yeah.
Away from the memories of the people who care if I live or die. I'll be chasing a starlight until the end of my life. I don't know if it's worth it anymore. Well, it depends on how you interpret the term starlight. I'm taking that to be some sort of guiding light.
Okay.
Because he's talking about this ship.
Okay.
So you know ships used to, starboard, the ships use stars to guide them.
Mm-hmm.
So he's chasing starlight, and it's some sort of guidance system for a ship, the ship of his life. It could also be the fact that he's a rock star, and so that lifestyle is always taking him away from the people that love him.
That care if I live or die.
And it's taking him away from the memory of those people, which is something, right? So
yeah.
It's you forget those people in the hustle and bustle of life. Yeah, so it's. But this is what I was talking about earlier. Like if you don't remember a dream, then you're gonna say you did not have the dream. So like you can have an experience in the past that gets deleted in the present, and the present self will say that he didn't have that experience. And so like if you forget, you start forgetting a person, the person in a sense doesn't exist to you anymore. And so those are the trade-offs that you have to have, whether, and it's crazy, like any of these kind of 1%er situations, like there's a giant price you pay. Like I was in a job that I thought was pretty glamorous, and I fought very, very literally. I gave everything I had to get into that job. And then it took me away from my family. And I remember thinking to myself, like, okay, this one's this much old, this one is that much old.
Yeah.
If I die over here, if I don't make it home, then I don't think they're gonna remember me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it was one of those things, and I was like, well, they got pictures. Oh, okay, they got pictures. Well, actually, a lot of those pictures are digital. I was like, well, no, they got pictures. But then I think to myself, yeah, but what if they forget what I sound like? Things like that, and it would kind of screw with me. And a lot of people are, yeah. So, until the end of my life, I don't know if it's worth it anymore. So I don't think he's saying, I don't know if the relationship's worth it anymore. I think he's saying the lifestyle that he's chasing, he doesn't know if it's worth it anymore, because eventually, and I was like, she's not, I was like, she is not going to be cool with that. We're taking a walk in the park, and then I get a text, and I got to get on a plane and get out of here.
And I don't know whether you're going to come back or not. No.
Well, I mean, how would you? Oh, well.
Mistakes were made.
Yeah, mistakes were made. Shout out to the Department of Homeland Security. What are you calling me from Egypt? That actually wasn't my fault. That whole situation. But like, I kind of knew. I mean, there were other things too, like with my kids and things like that, and then you, and then the combination of my kids and you. you know, and it was like, I gotta get out of the situation, because I can't say it's not worth it, in the sense of like, I believed in what we were doing, and I believed in the people that I was with, like 155,000%. I believed in them, like.
And that's what they do.
What do you mean?
That's what the system is set up to do. Even if you don't believe in what the thing is, you believe in your people. And so it gets people doing more because you're there for your people. Right?
Yeah, I don't really think the system is set up that way. I think they're just people who are wired that way that want that excuse. You see what I'm saying? To me, that's all. It's all it is. Because everybody's in my opinion, the same way over there. You know what I mean? Everybody was the same way. Everybody had the same attitude. Everybody was wired the same way. We all wanted to do it. I'm not going to blame the system, but it wasn't a matter of I don't think this is worth anymore, as much as I thought that, you know, going home and you guys were worth more than that is really what it came down to. And so it's like, but it's hard to let those things go when you put so much blood, sweat, and tears into getting there. And, you know, so.
Yeah.
But she then becomes his starlight, the guiding light, and all the rest of it. So I don't think he's actually saying that the relationship isn't worth it. He's saying that in comparison to the relationship, maybe the tour schedule needs to, you know, needs to calm down.
Yeah, when he said, "My life, you electrify my life. Let's conspire to ignite all the souls that would die just to feel alive." So it sounds like he's like, "Hey, you and I, let's do something together that'll actually bring other people more life."
Inspire other people to, you know. But
And
that
then-
was a crazy line, though.
Okay.
Let's all the souls that would die just to feel alive. See what I'm saying?
Wait, what? What
That's
do you
just a crazy line. Souls that would die to feel alive.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and that's a lot of
Why
times.
isn't that what people do? Like when you're talking about, you know, drugs or some crazy lifestyle, like a lot of times people are doing something that will inevitably bring them to the point of death. But they're doing it because they're trying to feel alive.
I don't know. I think a lot of times people are trying to numb themselves and not feel anything. Right? So, you know, it's not necessarily that.
Yeah.
It looks to me like I do think there's a lot of people. Like I was hanging out with a group recently. Shout out to all my people. And like a lot of them were kind of like in that kind of situation. And they were extremely alone. You know what I'm saying? They put themselves in like crazy circumstances because they were extremely alone, and that's a tough way to live. That's a tough way to live, man. I think that there's a lot of people who are, if you're in a relationship like me and, you know, like what me and you have, like there's times when God will say to me, like, because it's not always easy, and it's not always this, and it's not always that, and there's unique exigencies, and there's times when God say to me, like, man, you better be grateful, you bitch. I got a very unique relationship with God, but like that is kind of the energy, like, yeah, man, yeah, and I want to be careful. Like, there's people who are abusive and terrible and will beat you up and do all types of crazy shit. I'm not saying like, well, just be grateful you're not alone. But in my particular circumstance, it's like, bruh, you got something really cool and really special. Like, shut the fuck up. And you know, and I absorbed that, you know, in my better moments. I think that we take the stuff that we do have really very much for granted, and we don't realize that. And I want to be careful how I say it, but like we don't realize what we do have. Like if you're in a relationship, and you got somebody to stand by you, like shit gets very difficult, obviously, but it's not something everybody has. So if you have something that not everybody has, you know, you better be grateful. I'll never let you go if you promise not to fade away. Our hopes and expectations, black holes and revelations.
I liked that part because I'll never let you go if you promise not to fade away, never fade away. Because there's this sort of calculation that you can do, like if you're a fearful person, like how close do I want to let myself get to this person? What if they fade away? What if they leave? What if they die? What if this? What if that? And so there's this sort of calculation or this game that you could play where it's like, how close do I let myself get? How should I pull away? Should I, you know, but there's this sort of like abandon all. What is that sign that they pass? Like, you know,
abandon all hope?
No, like the one that like basically like, well, once you cross this point, like there's no going back. So like either go all in or turn back, but make your decision.
Yeah.
And when he says our hopes and expectations, black holes and revelations, I also thought that was a cool part too, because in relationships you have hopes and you have expectations, but then he compares that to black holes and revelations, and I think that there is something about having expectations, and there are some expectations that you should have, and those are usually the vows within your relationship. You know, like you're gonna stay true to each other. You're not going out with anybody. You're not going off with somebody else. So that's a vow that you make to each other, and you should have that expectation that the person is going to follow through on that. But then there are other things where it's like, this is your preference and this is the way you want to see life go, and you think that this is what makes for a happy whatever. And part of loving somebody else is communicating with each other to say, hey, like this is the direction I like to see life, and the other person says that, and then you work together to kind of create a life together that makes it so that way both of you are getting some of your expectations filled, and both of you are letting things go for the sake of the other person. And that's not always easy, especially if you're just looking out for yourself. But when it says black holes and revelations, I thought that was interesting, because a black hole is something that just like takes away and sucks away from you, and it's never ending, which can also be like ungratefulness. You know, we talked about that in one of the previous songs, like being a grateful person changes a lot of things, but then also the revelations, because in our hopes and expectations, whether those get fulfilled or don't, things are revealed to us about ourselves, about the other person. Like there's a lot that can be learned if you're trying to learn from the relationship. But if you're just trying to get, you know, you want another person to be exactly what you want and everything is about you, then you're not going to be able to get everything out of that relationship and the full experience of that relationship, or experience the other person fully and really love another person. Because essentially, if you can change someone else to be what it is that you want, and they're not themselves, then you're only loving another version of yourself. So when he says hold you in my arms, I want to hold you in my arms, I liked that too, because it was so simple. It's not like, you know, like I want to go to Paris, I want to do this, I want to, you know, whatever. It's just I want to hold you in my arms, and that is like some of my favorite moments with you, is just we're in each other's arms. Nothing crazy, just there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And there's like a real like grounding feeling in that, but also like Starlight, it shoots you out but it keeps you grounded. It's like this contradiction in the arms of someone, you know, when it's your person.
Yep.
So, anyway.
Yep. 8.8 for me.
9.8 for me.
Of course.
Of course.
Alright, guys, we got another song for you. Another song for you. The timestamp is 2/12/50.
Alright, 2/12/50. You know, it would not be a Franco stream.
It would not.
without us getting a dose of the warning.
The warning!
This song is called Z. Like, literally the letter Z.
Really?
Yep. And they're, in this picture here, they're dressed like the, Star Wars.
Do me a favor, click on the link for Z. I want to make sure I have it right. Click on it. Where's the link?
There's no link.
Oh,
It's
there's
in that
no link.
email.
Okay. All right, guys, here we go. Z is the name of the song. The Warning is the name of the band. You might possibly have heard of them. This is like the Warning channel. I ain't gonna lie to you. Let's do it.
Quiero todos con sus manos arriba brincando. It's chasing bitter over time. Loneliness, your friend of mine.
The entire time.
Oh my god. Look at them professionals. Shut the fuck.
It's tasting bitter over time. What do you think that is? What do you think the whole concept of the song was?
I think the concept is just the way that stuff is not what it's cracked up to be. Like I'm assuming this has to do with their careers and stuff, because we've heard them talk about how difficult it can be. And I think that there's an idea of what it is to be a rock star, and I'm sure that it has its like 10 moments, like maybe when you're up on the stage and you're really playing for the crowd and the crowd is like responding, like when she went over to the edge and like she was getting to like play and the lights and the people, like you could see the excitement, and like you practiced for this. It reminded me of the one that you showed me yesterday, your solo that's now up on Patreon.
Oh yeah,
just to like, for if you had an experience like that where you'd be like on the edge of the stage playing out like that, like it'd be really cool to see, like putting it out there, you know. But then at the same time, like when she talks about like it's basic, it sounded like it's just not all it's cracked up to be. Like things are not, they're not really as good as what was the true thing, like watch out because the truth they sell is rarely true. Like I did think that the talking about the star for good behavior, again, it's this, you know, here's your star for good behavior. What does the star actually give you? Nothing but feelings of like, oh yay, I did well. But it seems like it's a way for them to manipulate your behavior to get you to do a certain thing or be a certain thing.
Well, yeah, that's the entire point of the star, is manipulation. Mm-hmm. I don't think that all manipulation is bad. Like, parents manipulate their children all the time. Like, you manipulate small children because they cannot do the right things that they want to do.
Yeah.
That you need them to do of their own volition yet, because they don't see the value in it.
Yeah.
And so you have to give the kid a value structure that is different from the value structure of the world in order to get him to do what he needs to do in order to survive in the world.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like, it's almost like everything's got an expiration date, though.
Yeah.
And it's interesting because she talks about Kool-Aid kids.
Yeah.
Where'd that go? There it is. Wear the blindfold, drink the tide. Who will we destroy this time? Revolutionary Kool-Aid kids.
Drink
so it's
the Tide. You remember when people were doing those Tide Pods?
Yeah, I don't think she's talking about the Tide Pods. Yeah, I thought Z.
Well, it reminded me of the
think this is about
Kool-Aid
Generation
kids.
Z. I think this is about Gen Z.
Oh, huh.
But look, she's saying drink the Tide.
Yeah.
And then it talks about revolutionary Kool-Aid kids. So drinking, cool. You know, it's like you think that you're doing something massively revolutionary. You're drinking the Tide, but the Tide is Kool-Aid, which is just water and sugar. You're not really doing anything as significant as you think you are. Because, you know, Gen Z, they're all internet natives. So, like, all they've known in life is the internet. And they was having this conversation yesterday with one of them, because I've got a couple Gen Zers. They think that it's real. They think that the world and things like that are real, and that they're really doing something if they're you know, spearheading some cause on the internet. And for the most part, that's just not the case. You know, and that's one of the reasons why it's not really a criticism of Gen Z, because this is one of the things that Bernie Sanders ran into a lot, where like he would have all this support among young people, and then it was time to vote, they wouldn't vote, because it's like, it's easy to be like, put a Bernie banner online, do all this, and then you know what I'm saying?
But
like
you still have to leave your house to go vote.
You gotta leave your house to go vote, because that's what's happening in the real world.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
That means you have to stand in the lines. You have to drive over there.
Yeah, and that's what she's saying is, watch out, because the truth they sell is really true. And then she says it's disappointing how we're used to fall. You know, watch out, better wash your hands. The wash your hands thing, I think, goes up. But the first couple lines in the song were pretty alarming, because she's saying, pull the trigger. Loneliness, dear friend of mine, pull the trigger, love me happily, kitchen knife.
Yeah.
The meanly savior.
Yeah.
And then she talks about washing your hands. You know, like, it's almost like you know, the evidence, get rid of the evidence that you were just doing some work with the kitchen knife, it seems like. Here's your star for good behavior. Is it not all that you wished for once? Which goes to the whole, you know, wanting stardom or whatever. Which honestly, if you live on the internet, like, it's really interesting how celebrity works over time. When we were that age, the celebrities were really rare and inaccessible.
Yeah.
You know, and in that sense, they were like gods. They were inaccessible. And now it's like they truly believe everybody can be a celebrity, and which is a good thing. Like, they don't have the stars in their eyes the way that we did when we met somebody. But at the same time, like, it just creates a lot of. They're really open to being super manipulated by that at the macro level. And I think that's kind of some of what she's saying.
What do you mean, how
about.
so?
Well, because if back in the day, it was only New York and Hollywood where people would go to in order to become rich and be a rock star or be a star or whatever. And then you see all these kids and you take advantage of them because they're, you know. But every place now is a digital New York and LA. And so there's lots of ways that very bad actors can go on the internet and manipulate young people in order to further their own agenda. Whatever that agenda is, it is an agenda. And it says kill the raw. I think kill the raw is like the real, like what people actually are. And then you gotta spice this up, do this, take this off, snip that, and again, like, if you're projecting off the internet, that's the other thing you do, because nobody can be their raw self on the internet. You know what I'm saying?
This is happiness, the lowly traitor. I thought that was interesting. I mean, like, a traitor, it comes to you and then all of a sudden it's gone, or it could be you're sold to something and you think that it's going to be one way and then it's not. But, like, a lot of times people are looking for happiness. People want to be happy. I wonder why. You know, but, like, if the things that you're running after don't hold the significant value that you thought that they would, then you can feel a sense of betrayal in that.
And look what she says, kill the raw, one like.
Yeah.
This is what, like, leads me to believe that we're talking about how young people are interacting on the internet.
Yeah.
Because you're doing all these things for a like. You see what I'm saying? And, like...
Yeah, man, one of the kids was showing me this video that came across there. It just came, you know, like when you're suggested videos, and they were like, oh my gosh. And it was this person that took, I don't know, some Nutella or something and smeared it around a toilet seat. And then put the toilet seat over their, like, wore it like a necklace, basically. So their head is poking through a toilet. And it was like, I'm like, what is this person? This person did this for views. Like, you're just, why would you do this?
For views.
For views, for likes, for, you know
right?
what I mean? Like, it's like how...
Which, it's extreme, it's hypocritical for us to...
No, we don't degrade ourselves for views.
Well, I don't think they feel degraded either. Remember, they're a different time period. Like, they've got an agenda. Right, so like I don't think that
your face is coming through a toilet seat and it looks like you have poop all over it.
Yeah, I don't think that they feel degraded when they're doing that. So, you know, that's a subjective feeling. Like, I don't think that is anywhere near. I mean, look, man, there are people that say working at McDonald's is degrading.
Yeah,
the
but
way
if
that
you
you
fast forward
the way that you get talked to at McDonald's, people would say is degrading.
I agree with that, but if you fast forward that 20, 30 years from now, you'd look back at that and you'd say, yeah, that work was hard though, working at McDonald's. It was fast, it was this or that, and you would see the value in it. But 20 or 30 years from now, like, your kids are going to see there was dad with a toilet bowl around his face.
It depends if it results in dad getting a 100,000 subscriber channel and they're making a living off of it. I don't think they're gonna. I mean, and the other thing too is, like, you come from a different kind of background. You haven't had a McDonald's kind of job, so you're assuming that people are gonna look back and say they saw the value in it. That's not true for a lot of people. A lot of people, it's the worst time of their life.
So they would look back at a toilet seat around their neck and say that was valuable.
I know a lot of people who would much rather be able to control how they're going to present themselves than be treated the way they got treated at fast food, for sure. And like, that's why I'm saying, like, it's not that simple, because especially now, the environment we're in is so caustic, and there's so much tension in the air that people are just taking it out on, you know, low-level, entry-level workers, and they got to deal with a lot of shit.
You see a lot of people throwing sodas in their face.
Yeah, you got to deal with a lot of shit that's objectively bad and dehumanizing. And so, like, there's that angle of it too. It's like there's a lot of kids that are like, man, I don't want to live in this kind of. I don't want to operate in this kind of field. See what I'm saying? So, but I get what you're saying. I mean, to me, obviously, as a father of children, of girls especially, like, it's your worst nightmare that your daughters even consider OnlyFans. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And like, I'm about 90. I would be genuinely surprised if either one of our daughters. It would just never happen. But like, that kind of draw, and that kind of, I forgot what it was. Somebody said that like the average one, they make like $600 a month or some shit like that. And like, your shit is out there forever. Like, that type of, that's what I'm talking about. Like, there's a spectrum of like,
and the way they get treated.
If it's between, you know, Johan doing some prank about, you know, a toilet seat or whatever, versus that, like, it's not even close. And so like, that to me, and this is again where it's like, that is not the real world.
Yeah.
Like, the one or two people that are making X million dollars on OnlyFans is not the real world.
Yeah.
But you have people that are just living on the internet, and these are young, naive kids, and they're like, oh man, when I turn 18, and they truly believe, like, that's their ticket out. And like, it's
the
not
other
true.
thing about living on the internet like that too is that you don't realize the effect that what happens when you're in the real world off the internet. So like those girls with the OnlyFans, and then when you hear them talk about how after that they went to a regular party where they just wanted to be a regular person, and people were like, hey, why don't you show me this, that, and the other because you put it on over there, like,
right.
That's all you are now. Like, you're not a human being anymore to these people. You're not a friend to these people. You're an object for them to lust after. And so to be treated like that, like, you don't necessarily realize that's the treatment that you're going to get because you're like, oh, I'm in the privacy, not the privacy, but I'm like in my own space and I can choose what I'm going to put out there and blah, blah, blah. But you can't predict what anybody else is going to do when they find your stuff. And I think that there's so many ways to find people's stuff that even if you use a different name, like, people can search for you and stuff. And I think that because there's been so much of it, that there are people that just look, hey, was this person ever? Do they have anything out there? Which is, you know, it sounds kind of crazy to us, but at the same time, it's like, well, and then people find their stuff and then they don't treat them. Man, I hate that for anybody that's happening to.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you know, so I mean, every generation's had to deal with some stuff, but
yeah,
this crop of kids, it's like, if you don't have the guidance, if you really don't have the guidance of strong parenting and strong fathering too, like, that's a really, really big thing. They're in a lot of trouble. And like, it's one of the hardest things to do is to get your kids to understand the real world.
Yeah.
Like, this is not real.
Yeah.
This is not what's going to happen. Mm-hmm. This is the internet. Mm-hmm. So it's like, if you do this dumb shit in the real world, in the physical world, once you get off the fucking keyboard, like, dudes are gonna put you in the fucking ground, bro. Mm-hmm. So it's a very Did
you get any Pepsi?
It's one of those things where, you know, people, there's always that generation gap between young and old and things like that, but because of where we are technologically, it's a lot more than just, you know, one generation being hypocritical because they did the exact same thing. No, we did not. Mm-hmm. And it's not because we wouldn't have, it's because we didn't have the ability to do it. Mm-hmm. So the generation gap is even more stark. I think the only reason that we're good at it is because we work on the internet.
Yeah.
So like we've existed. I've worked in the real world. I've worked in the corporate world. I've worked, you know, in, I'll say, other countries. I've worked, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so like you get a sort of well-rounded way of engaging that type of thing. But if we didn't do this kind of internet work and understand how it works and things like that, like, hey, this controversial thing is there, this person is saying this thing so they can get your attention, so that you can have a 50 reply thread, you know, that type of thing. You wouldn't be able to guide your kids through a lot of this shit. And thankfully our kids come to us because they look at us as authorities on this stuff. Not authority in the sense of your parents have authority, but like, hey, they're successful with it. I want to be successful with it. And it gives us the opportunity to be able to put that guidance out there. But for parents who don't have that kind of guidance, good night. Good night. Really, really good song. I'm going to give this a... No, we're not real. We're absolutely not real. That's a very, very good observation, Benji. We're not real. I'm going to give this a 9.4.
8.9.
Yeah, look.
8.9.
Benji, let me give you an example, bro. Look. This is really what you're looking at. You see what I'm saying?
Surprise.
It's not real. It's not real at all.
We have this red pillow between us.
Yeah, I got
our arms on.
Wonderful red pillow. That's my footrest.
I have a soda that was previously opened and then dropped off.
This shit is not real. 9.5. What'd you give it?
I thought I gave it an 8.9.
What is the name of that song, Amy? From Evanescence. Type the name of that song, Amy, in the thingamajiggy. Commercial break. We will be right back. We have a bonus song for you people. We shall return. We shall return. I'm Ben.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sorry says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of Alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at instory@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VinandSorry. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sorry and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch, indeed, a child shall lead them.
To buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener, yes, dear listener, yes, dear listener. We are doing a bonus song, maybe. Or we might get blocked. Let's see.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Why did they deliver warm sodas, babe? Tell me why this is happening to me. It's
I have
first.
no idea.
I never asked for soda. And
all right, so Devil May Cry has a soundtrack.
Okay.
And the soundtrack, one of the artists on the soundtrack is a band called Evanescence. I don't know if you've heard of them, dear listener.
Perhaps you have.
Perhaps you have.
Okay, so we are about to do that one.
Yeah, we got it from Netflix. So if
Netflix,
if the thing dies on us or whatever, It's because we got blocked. Here we go. Devil May Cry Afterlife is the name of the song. Let's do it. No.
Before the floodgates open, can we just lie here till it's all over? I hear the violence calling, turn and run. Inside, you build your walls but can't forget the hate. You hide down to finally meet you in the afterlife. Save me from this pain and fill the hole inside. You wonder why I'm out of tears to cry. Today I'm not afraid to die. Breathe. I think you're finally broken. If we don't die here, we'll always be haunted. I feel the panic and everyone watching like to me. We've all been used and
Is the bassist back?
for sick fantasy. I'm holding on to unbelief. I see you in the afterlife. Save me from this pain and fill the hole inside. You wonder why I'm out of tears to cry. Today I'm not afraid to die. No one hears me pray for my revenge. Nothing's gonna wash away these sins. I bathe in the fire. No more wounds to mend. We all die in the end. But I know who I am. So judge me in the afterlife. Save me from this pain and fill the hole inside. You wonder why I'm out of tears to cry. Today I'm not afraid to die.
Only find out, Amy Lee. Woohoo!
Today I'm not afraid to die.
That was hard. That was
Yeah.
hard. Hopefully you guys
Yeah.
are still here. Are they still here? Type 22 if you're still here,
Still
dear
with
listener.
us, we say. Yeah, looks like we're still good.
Okay. So after, what did you think? You.
Man, I love
saw,
her
I saw you
voice.
I saw you pulled up them lyrics up there.
Yeah. Evanescence-Afterlife. I gotta put the timestamp here, so. Yeah, I love her voice. I always have. Like, before we even started doing the channel, when I was banned from all and every bit of secular music, I did hear a bit of Evanescence stuff here and there on the radio. And
Weren't you banned from some Christian music too?
We were, but like eventually, like when I was a teenager, you'd put on the radio a little bit and,
Yeah.
Live the hard life.
Live
rebellion!
The life of rebellion!
Put on my Evanescence very hard!
I'm not a Claus, she's not a Bonnie. More like Krishna and Radharani.
So yeah, I love the way that she sings, and she has her edge, even like
still edgy.
Yeah, she still has
still edgy.
So I'm gonna pull up the lyrics. So is this in like this is in the Netflix? Oh well, you know what?
Yeah, Devil May Cry.
She absolutely has a voice that could be on any of that stuff.
She's a goat, man.
Mm-hmm.
She's the goat. Mm-hmm. I always talk about like the few bands that survived the nu metal era. She was one of them.
Yeah.
It's basically her, Linkin
have.
Park, and Korn.
Mm-hmm.
and Slipknot, obviously, but they're gonna say that they're not nu metal. You guys started out as nu metal.
So it says hide before the floodgates open. So does this probably has to do with
now the floodgates will open.
This probably has to do with the show that is the Netflix series.
I doubt very highly it has to do with the show.
You think that this was created and the show used it, not that she created it for the show?
Yeah, I mean it's Devil May Cry, so maybe like one of the characters is like a ghost or a resurrected or some sort of vampire or something. I don't know.
Hide before the floodgates open. Can we just lie here till it's all over? I hear the violence coming. Turn and run inside. You build your walls, but can't forget the hate you hide. Damned to finally meet you in the afterlife. Save me from this pain and fill the hole inside. You wonder why I'm all out of tears to cry. Today I'm not afraid to die. Breathe. I think you've finally broken. If we die here, we'll always be haunted. I feel the panic in everyone watching.
Oh, actually... Amy says it's a story of one of the characters. Yes, the lady. So there's a apparent good catch, babe. Good catch. Soraya with the W. Very intelligent. Very intelligent.
Okay, so yeah, but it does kind of sound like no one hears me pray for my revenge. Woo! Nothing's gonna wash away these sins. I'll bathe in the fire. No more wounds to mend. We all die in the end, but I know who I am. Okay, so...
She's going to get her... She's going to have her vengeance!
Yeah.
Even if it sends her to hell. Ain't that some shit?
So whatever happened to this character, like, revenge seems to be, like, what she's trying to... There's a hole that's inside of her from the pain of whatever happened, and it seems like she's trying to fill it with revenge, which you hear, like... People talk about that, like that when something happens to somebody, like they want to get revenge on the situation, and it's sort of one of those things where you'll, you see it depicted sometimes in movies and shows where a character, like, they're bent on revenge, and then when they finally get their revenge, it's the same thing as everything else. It doesn't feel like you thought it was going to. Like, I think it's a temporary high, but then you still have to deal with the loss of whatever it was that was lost or who was lost.
I mean, yeah, it's really, really interesting. So it maybe one of the characters does something they know is going to send them to hell, but they're going to sell their soul or whatever in order to exact the revenge that they want or the justice that they feel they should have. That's a very, very human story, man. That's a very human story. And it's like, you always be like, well, that's not necessarily autobiographical because she's just writing a song for a video game or whatever. Mm-hmm. But it's like, yeah, but why accept the project? Mm-hmm. You see what I'm saying? Did she write? She probably wrote these lyrics, knowing her. Breathe, I think you're finally broken. If we don't die here, we'll always be haunted. I feel the panic in everyone watching. Lie to me. We've all been used.
Writers, Amy Lee and Mako.
We've all been used and sold out truth for sick fantasy. I'm holding on to one belief. I'll see you in the afterlife. So, it may be that maybe she wants to go to hell so that she could confront the person.
Ooh.
Right?
So judge me in the afterlife, save me from this pain and fill a hole inside. Wonder why. That's it. That'd be interesting.
Right? So nothing's gonna wash away these sins. I'll bathe in the fire. So like it's like I will risk eternal hell in order to exact this revenge on the person.
Yeah, but it does kind of, if we don't die here, we'll always be haunted. So that also could be like, okay, this is like the moment where you have to do something, and if you don't do it, like, you're always going to be haunted by the fact that you just let that thing go. Or let that moment go.
Yeah, I don't know anything about the video game. And it's
it's a video game? I thought it was a show.
Devil May Cry is a video game that I'm pretty sure they converted into a show.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know anything about it.
Right, Franco. Maybe she's a gamer. Maybe Amy Lee's a gamer.
Why do you think the afterlife is in hell? Because she says she's going to bathe in the fire. So I just assumed that
And she says nothing's going to wash away these sins. I'll bathe in the fire, no more wounds to mend. We all die in the end, but I know who I am.
Then she says, so judge me in the afterlife. But again, probably if we knew the premise of the video game, we'd have a different interpretation. But that's the interpretation
I do have to say, I love that line, no one hears me pray for my revenge. Because I was talking to somebody who is, at least momentarily consumed by their revenge. And that to me is a revenge. There are certain things that are not meant for us because we're made of flesh and blood. But there are things that are so supernatural that we shouldn't put our hands on it. And I think revenge is one of those things. And I think that revenge destroys the human. So it's like we can't hold fire and not get burned. And so revenge is one of those things. And then that's like the Bible specifically says, vengeance is mine, says the Lord, I will repay. And so there is, people hold on to like karma.
It's called karma.
People hold on to karma as a way to like help them. I like that she said, no one hears me pray for my revenge. And that could be because she's not praying for it. She's going to take it. But it could also be that she's praying for revenge. And I think that there are certain, like I said, there's just certain things that like you shouldn't put your hands to, and you should leave that in the hands of God and say, this is yours, because if I put my hands to this, it's going to embitter my own soul. And you can't have a bitter soul or a ruined soul without it destroying your happiness and so like when you take vengeance on somebody else, the revenge comes back on yourself. And so, yeah, anyway, so I like that no one hears me pray for my revenge, because it sort of makes that darkness of the soul sort of personal, and it makes it a very spiritual thing. And it's like that's the best place to bring like that.
People don't realize there's an entire genre in the Bible called imprecatory psalms, where sometimes you'll hear in debates with these atheists where they're like, oh yeah, there's a loving God, but then it says, happy is he who dashes your children against the stones. And it's like, well, no, God is not commanding people to do that in the text.
Right.
It is the people who are in exile who are saying this in the text. Oh, Babylon, happy is he who dashes your children against the stones. So that's not something God is commanding, but it still made the Bible, because that's one of the things I appreciate about the Bible is how real it is. It's like, if you got sent into exile, that's what you'd be saying, because you just saw the Babylonians do that to your children. So what do real people in the real world do when something like that happens and you're powerless to avenge your child? You're going to say, oh, Babylon, happy is he who dashes your children against the stones and you're firstborn among the rocks. So it's like, people are upset about that. It's like, what are you talking about? Like, that's life. That's the real world. So is revenge ever really worth it? I mean,
I don't.
I always think like the drive for revenge is almost like a mania or a psychosis. because I don't think I've ever seen. I mean, obviously, I've taken revenge. I think everybody's taken revenge, but I don't think I've ever really truly seen it work out or bring any sort of peace. Like, but it was interesting watching the kids yesterday because Orion's building this bridge out of Legos or whatever. And it was typical big brother, little brother. She was, and like a lot of times, like we'll just watch them, and like you've learned to just watch them.
Yeah.
And like we're watching this
situation because it's a moment for us too.
Yeah, like
we're just watching
watching the situation develop itself. And Orion's very firstborn, orderly. He's like, I'm 6 now, so I'm
more responsible.
I've got to be more responsible.
He lined up those, not tiny Legos, but like the bigger toddler ones, basically. He lined up a row of those across the entire sidewalk. The sidewalk is not by the street. Don't get worried. It's by grassy areas.
It's really a walkway. It's really a walkway, not a sidewalk.
Right, yeah. So he made a whole line across the walkway. And go ahead.
So he makes this line across the walkway in a very orderly fashion, very impressive. And his brother decides he's going to ride his bike right through it. And, he tried to make up this BS story about, well, Orion broke my Lego gun. I don't believe it. He just made that up. But I think, like, the prospect of being able to do that to his brother was just too tempting for him, and he couldn't overcome it. And so he just ran his bike right through that bitch. Whoop!
And he was so happy when he was doing it.
And Orion's like, don't do that again, man. And then he does it again. And Orion goes, don't do it again, man. You went inside. He did it a third time. So Orion walks up to him and shoves him off the bike. Just shoves him off the bike. And I'm like, I should probably intervene here. It's getting physical. But I'm like, you know what? Nah. I'm like, that's the real world. A lot of my parenting decisions are, is this going to happen in the real world? And so it's like, he shoves him off the bike. Reza gets off the bike, and it's almost like they're playing freeze tag. I didn't know what was going on. Like Reza's dodging him. Well, Reza breaks through, takes the blocks, and just chucks him. And at this point, Orion chases him. Reza like breaks.
This is like, when I come out.
Yeah, so he's like, ah! So he's running, and like Orion hawks him down, and like grabs him, and like takes him down, and then gets on him and starts with the ground and pound. I let that go on for about 4 or 5 seconds. I let it go on for a little bit. Then I said, all right, Orion, that's enough. That's enough. But like, it was interesting because 10 minutes later, they were playing together. And, like, I don't know if that was an incident of vengeance as much as it was, I need you to stop this, man.
I think it was that.
You see what I'm saying? I don't think I've ever seen revenge really, really work out in the sense of, like, that bitter, caustic battery acid type.
Yeah.
I remember when 9/11 happened. They killed 3,000 of our folks. I remember saying, like, I had blood in my mouth because I literally had blood in my mouth because my jaw was so clenched. I was so angry. And like, the real issue for me was like the powerlessness of the situation. At the time, my girl was in New York City. I was in Maine. I was 500 miles away. You didn't know when the thing was going to stop. You know what I'm saying? You're hearing, the Pentagon this, Flight 93 that, and it was just like, then you're here. The thing that really, really fucked me up, and the thing that really that Fox News used with perfect precision was people jumping off the buildings, and that was it for me. I was just like, folks gotta die. Folks gotta die in bunches. I don't care. Their kid, their dog, their grandma, everybody. Everybody's got to go. And by the end of the GWOT, we killed like 1 million people. It's like, they killed 3,000 of yours. Now they killed 1 million people. And so, like, I understand that about myself. And I've been like really, really like, okay, you got to take mental health really, really seriously. And there are forces in our country and outside of our country who want to influence the foreign policy of our country that understand the gift that social media is as far as manipulation. And so like people ask me like, how come you're not doing Middle America? I'm not doing Middle America because it's not good for my mental health. I'm going to end up on an airplane. Like seeing things that are just genuinely obviously unjust, and then seeing people who've never been in any sort of conflict, combat situation and whatever, laughing and things like that, like that feeling of like everybody has to die, like that's a terrible feeling, man. Especially if you've seen people die, like it's not a good feeling, man. And that seems very like pedestrian, but it's not a very good feeling. And you know, I was really forced, you know, I was forced to take my mental health really seriously recently. So I'm like, that's why I have a 1-minute ban on Twitter. I'm not shooting any Middle America episodes, and I'm blocking a bunch of news or whatever. Or anytime like I see an outlet or a person just post shit that's happening just to inflame people's emotions and passions and things like that, I'm like, I'm out because you're doing something. You're calling on my desire for revenge, and there's a lot of that shit going on right now, like a lot of it. And a lot of it has to do with powerlessness, because it's like, well, there's injustice everywhere. So even if you solved one problem or you made something right, that was a term we used to, we're going to make that right. That's the other thing about vengeance too. It's like the real I mean, I lost people in 9/11. Like my aunt died in 9/11. And so we used to talk about making it right, but then it's like, wait a second, wait. Why did they do that if they did that, if it was them? Why did they do that? Well, they did it because we've been unilaterally supporting a group of people that have been destroying other people, and we went through the world with impunity as if nobody could touch us. So that's why they did it. So when they were watching us do that, they said, we got to make that right. You see what I'm saying? And so like, we're not qualified as judges to exact vengeance, because we're way too hypocritical, and all of us are too egomaniacal. All of us are too egomaniacal to distribute justice to the degree that it needs to be distributed.
Yeah.
Like, so that's why I think, and I don't think like, it's very interesting because there's not a lot of threats about God avenging the Avenger. Like God doesn't say like, okay, like if you take vengeance, you're going to go to hell. There are examples of this, like there's one or two, but it's not a giant theme. Like, and I think the reason for that is that it really is your own hell. You are in hell.
Yeah.
If you're stuck on vengeance and revenge, you are in hell.
Yeah, and it almost seems like, I don't know how else to really describe it. I'll do the best that I can, but it seems like if like this, like revenge, like it comes up where you really want, if you're thinking about like a tree, it sort of comes up where if you don't take revenge, and if revenge is not an option for you, then that feeling has to go somewhere. And so like when you look at certain groups of people, like if you look at you know, and maybe I'm speaking out of turn here, maybe you know something I don't know about this topic, but like when you look at the time of slavery and how horrible that was, and how people were held against their will, and those people had to, they either, well, they could take vengeance and then die, or they could live within that, and a lot of them deepened themselves spiritually, so that way they could survive that environment, but it deepened them as people and in their spirituality, rather than just like the flare up of vengeance. And I think that's part of the reason too, like when you talk about early Christianity, like it was popular among slaves and soldiers, and there's a certain, like when vengeance is not an option, you don't want to stay like that. So where's it going to go? What are you going to do with it? And that's where your spirit can really like go somewhere. But if you explode it out in revenge, you never get the depth of what you could have. So
yeah, and I think if you I always say negative emotions are the nerve center of the soul. So guilt is good in the sense that if you can't feel guilt in anything, you're a sociopath. And I always say, like, we need nerves because we multitask, and you're out here talking on the phone while you're cooking your eggs, and your hand is on the stove, and your nerves say, hey, you better get your hand off the stove, otherwise you're going to lose your hand. And so you take your hand off the stove. And when you don't do that, that's when the intended purpose of that pain then becomes something else.
Yeah.
So, like, guilt is there to say, you did something wrong. And what you're supposed to do, the way you take your hand off the stove with guilt is go to the person and apologize and make it right with God and then go. Well, what if the other person doesn't forgive you? Doesn't matter. The purpose of that pain, of your internal pain, was to get you to go to that person, apologize, and move on. If the person doesn't forgive you, that's between them and Allah. If you keep your hand on that stove for guilt, that's when it becomes neurotic. That's when you start, with the whole self-flagellation thing, and you become an intolerable person to be around. We have a sense of justice. So when justice is being contradicted, that's when the flare-up happens. And justice is there to make sure that boundaries are kept in order. But when you don't take your hand off the stove relative to justice, it then becomes revenge. And then the entire house gets set on fire and you are in hell. And you put other people through hell that don't deserve to be in hell. So that's kind of the issue, is that we do that line between justice and revenge is a line that I think a lot of people have a problem with, but that's really the only line that we can have, because if you don't stop at justice and you let you keep your hand on your stove for revenge, you're going to end up in hell. And there's a parable, and I'm not going to get into the particulars of the parable, but at the end of it, the guy says, put him in prisoners with the torturers until he pays off every last dime. And then Jesus says, so shall it be with my Father in heaven to anybody who doesn't forgive his brother from his heart. And it's like, you can say, okay, if you're an unforgiving person at the end of the world, God's going to send you in hell and then weeping gnashing of teeth with a bunch of people that are torturing you until you pay off the last debt. Or you can say, people who particularly their besetting sin is vengeance, put themselves in a situation where they're constantly in hell, they're constantly in prison, and they're constantly torn to shreds by the torturers. And the torturers are not little demons who poke you with fire sticks. The torturers are the voices in your head that continue to tell you that you need to take vengeance and more vengeance and more vengeance. So you are quite literally locked up with the torturers in outer darkness where there's weeping and gnashing of teeth.
There's a verse that says, above all else, guard your heart, for from it flow the issues of life. Or from it determines the course of your life. And like that's vengeance to me is like that person that remember that guy that was trying to collect so much money, and then he was like, well, how much is enough? And then they said, well, $1 more.
One more
It's
dollar.
like this. It's never enough. It's like there's other things. Lust is another one where it's never satisfied. It always wants more, more, more. What were the three things that it says? The pride of life, lust of the eyes, lust of the flesh, and the pride of life. So, but yeah, there are certain things that like they're almost only, God is eternal, but there are certain things that have like that depth of stayability, and vengeance is one of those things. And when you hold it, it's like that verse, can a man hold coals in his lap and not get burned? Like, that's
actually a good point. Like, I mean, I guess you could be a dirty old man, but I think for the most part, dudes come to a point where they're just really disinterested in sex, for the most part. But a vengeful person, it doesn't dissipate. It increases.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things about like the Great Divorce is a C.S. Lewis classic, really. And it was a very, very fascinating one in the Great Divorce because these people basically meet each other in the afterlife. And there are these people that are in hell, but they don't know that they're in hell. And they're basically going up to get a second chance. And so I think one of the things that's so brilliant about that book is that it's working out the question, if a person ended up in hell, would they want to go to heaven if they had the chance? And so this woman comes up and she meets this guy in heaven. And she goes, wait a second, weren't you that murderer? Didn't you kill that guy? And the murderer goes, yeah, I did. Me and him are like best friends now. And he's all happy and she's like, don't you feel horrible about what you did? And he goes, well, nobody feels horrible up here, but yeah, I mean, what I did before, down there, yeah, I felt terrible. But I mean, nobody feels horrible up here. You coming? Because I think it was his job to get her over there. And she's like, man, Nick, I'm not going nowhere with you. And he's like, this is madness. Like, come to heaven with us. And she's like, I'm not going anywhere with you. And it was like, there was that. And then there was another lady who was like, it was terrifying to me. There's very few things that like scare me. That was a terrifying thing to read. Because I'm like, she lived a normal pedestrian life. She was, just an anonymous whatever, but she carried that seed of like, I'm better than you, and that bitterness and that desire for revenge for the other person, and she wasn't even involved in the situation, and the other person had forgiven him. Yeah. But she was so angry at him for having the audacity for being in heaven that she wouldn't go. And it's like, yeah, man, like that's what the term die in your sin means. It means that you get to the point where you cross the event horizon where you cannot go back. You get confirmed in that emotional state, and you lock yourself in a loop of hatred and bitterness and things like that to the point where you could be in hell and then get on a bus and have the opportunity to be in eternal bliss, and you will turn it down because you have so much vengeance in your heart. And so when God says, yeah, man, you're going to be in outer darkness with weeping and gnashing of teeth, it's really interesting because it's like somebody was asking about, this is horrible, God sends people to hell forever, what's wrong with you? And I'm not really sure how to answer that question. But one of the things that somebody said, he's a hardcore Calvinist, but one of the things he said was like, the people in hell are still sinning. And it was like, wait a second, yeah. And it's like, these people want revenge against God for judging them. They want vengeance against God. So, like, if you get in a situation where you want revenge against the Almighty, the end of the book of Revelation, the gateway to heaven is open. It remains open. And then Jesus says, outside are the dogs, the sexually immoral, murderer, those who practice magic arts, and all liars will have their part in the lake that burns with fire and sulfur forever and ever. And it's like, why is that juxtaposed? Like, why is that stacked on top of each other? On the one hand, the gates are open. On the other hand, the dogs are outside. And it's like, oh, like, and Lewis brilliantly extrapolated it. You would rather be outside, man. Like, the reason that hell is eternal is because ultimately the people there want revenge against God. They don't want to be judged, and they judge God as being worthy of their vengeance, which is absolute madness. But yeah.
There's this verse too. It says, and this is the condemnation, that light is come into the world, and men love darkness rather than light because their deeds were evil. And so there's the outer darkness that you're talking about, and there are people that, because their deeds are evil, and all of our deeds are evil, but we have Jesus that we recognize as, okay, he died for my evil deeds to bring me into the light. And so when you recognize that, it says that we walk boldly before the throne. Like, we go before God boldly because we know what Jesus did. But other people, they're not going to be able to do that because their deeds are evil, and they don't have that boldness that they can get because they're staying in that evil, and that keeps them in the outer darkness. And so, like you said, the gates are open. But without that intercessor, without that cross, then there is no forgiveness of sins, and they cannot come into the light because their deeds are evil. So they're essentially trapped by their own mindset.
Yeah, but Lewis is saying, even if God sent an evangelist down there to preach the cross to them,
they wouldn't go.
They would not go. Mm-hmm. Because they're locked into whatever that besetting thing is, whether it's greed or whatever it is. And sin is never rational. Mm-hmm. And so it's like, it's a fascinating concept that, you know, there's a whole, I'd rather reign in hell than serve in heaven.
Yeah.
Which is pride. Mm-hmm. And in this song, it's kind of like, yeah, I'd rather go to hell and get my vengeance. You know, like, wow, okay. Mm-hmm. Interesting song. 9.5.
A match you. 9.6. Sorry, 9.6 for me. I wanted to match you because I love you, but I have to do a 9.6 because it's worthy of it.
There you are, dear listener. Okay.
All right.
You can go. I mean, it's a half an hour. We've got a live stream at 10 o'clock, dear listener. I'm going to stick around and do an Ask Me Anything until 10 p.m. Or if somebody wants to take advantage of a special offer, you send your 75 down now, and let's see, I'll put a clock at 9:30, right? Because then that'll be one more. So I'll put a 10-minute clock up there. And if you want a song, then
respond. I'm gonna go see if my soda is now cold. See.
Okay. None of my juice is ready, eh?
No.
Is there any juice left?
That will be tomorrow.
All right.
When I place the grocery order.
All right. So for now, I'll do an Ask Me Anything for you beautiful people.
It's nice having the camera up there so we can walk right by.
Yeah. If you want a song, you got 9 minutes and 30 seconds to make your request. Other than that, I will be doing an Ask Me Anything for you beautiful people. That was an interesting stream. Good job, Mikey. Good job with an honorable mention to Amy Lee Forever. Really, really good job, everybody. I thoroughly enjoyed it. So yeah, ask me any question you want. I'll answer it. Maybe we're going to ask about vengeance or whatever. I will do my best to answer your question. I think Sarai is coming back soon. I am not sure. Oh, there he goes. Restream. I got no songs. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get back down. Shout out to all the people on X that hung out with us. That was really, really cool, you people. Really, really appreciate it. And you stayed for a very, very long time. Thank you very, very much. Oh, my goodness gracious. And yeah, you know what? My arrogant ass, maybe nobody wants to ask me any questions. So if this timer ends at 8 o'clock, I will just put this beautiful thing in hibernation mode for half an hour and jump back on. Wow, you got the Pepsi?
Yeah.
Very good. Very good. Very good. Very good.
What's the plan? What are we doing?
I'm doing an Ask Me Anything. And do me a favor and get me the names of these bands that we're going to be doing for the Alliance stream.
It's all in the description right of that live stream.
Which description?
The description of that live stream that you're currently in on the Vid and Story Live.
Oh, okay.
It's got the songs and their things listed right there. So all I have to do is poke in the timestamps. You want some of this? It's cold.
Okay. I appreciate you guys making the time for my picks. Me and Amy are the only openers for the real stream, the Alliance stream. Your stream is a real stream too, dog. You should totally do a Eurovision stream. It's so popular among reactors. I don't know what a Eurovision stream is. What is a Eurovision? Eurovision. I don't know what that is. Let me see this thing right here. See, Sora usually does this part of the maintenance. That's why there's got to be 2 of us in this bitch. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. That's brilliant. Well done. Well done. I saw what you did there. I saw what you did there, beautiful.
Oh, you're talking to me.
I am.
What did I do with the description?
Yeah. Cause I'm gonna change the what do you call it? The title of the stream, obviously. See what I'm saying?
Why don't you just stop that one and restart it so Franco still has his... No. We'll break up his songs. I'll be over soon, inshallah.
Who'll be over soon?
I will be.
I mean, you can if you want.
I'm stretching out right now.
No sweat. I believe Europe bands, songs, etc. picks. Oh, okay. That's I might. We might do that.
We might do what?
Eurovision. I'm gonna set this thing up, and then I'm gonna put that thingamajig there. Bolt Thrower. I think, isn't Bolt Thrower a pretty heavy band?
I thought so. Actually, I actually thought. Yeah. I don't know. Bolt Thrower.
Listen, I need you to text me just the name of those bands, not the name and the song, because that's too long for a thingamajiggy.
Oh.
So if you could just copy and paste those bands, then we'll do good.
Okay.
Well, Ben, if we don't get somebody to request a song in 5 minutes, we're gonna go down to we're just gonna let the thing rest for half an hour and then jump back up at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But I'm pretty excited for Bolt Thrower. I don't know why, but I think they're probably gonna have the song of the night. Bolt Thrower is an old death metal band from England. Well, who knew? Who knew? Are you sending me those things?
Yeah, I'm gonna put it into. I'm gonna get you a whole description. You looking for a description and a title?
Yeah, I need a title. Yeah, title and description. That would have been great. Oh, it's like The Voice, but each European country sends one of their own artists. That's pretty smart. How does that work with copyright? A lot of are those reactors getting copyrighted, or are they're in good shape? Good question. Good question.
Here comes your title.
Plus Australia. Yeah. I figured. What happened? They don't allow. Why do they discriminate against America though? That's what I want to know.
Yeah. Rude.
Oh, that's pretty good. War Cries and Wastelands. That sounds like some shit.
Yep. And then there's the description.
Man, that AI, boy, I'll tell you what. AI is a real gift from God.
Are you gonna lose? Don't.
Their biggest televised event ever. Is that just like as a regular thing, or is there a specific commercial that, or a specific episode that was like their biggest ever? What'd you say, babe? What'd you say?
Just make sure we don't delete the timestamps.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah.
What?
We gotta tell Thingamajig. And the Bolt Thrower pick will also serve as a good teaser for my Memorial Day stream. True. Maybe. I don't know if it'll serve as a good teaser, so I don't know why I'm saying true. As I said, guys, it's an Ask Me Anything or Nothing. That's completely fine. Completely fine. Hey, what's the title on Twitter right now? On the Twitter. Let me edit this right here.
That would be. It's still Muse, the warning, Avenged Sevenfold. Give it a mile.
Okay. Good.
Oh, okay.
Jeez. One minute. I can't wait for episodes 3 and 4 of True Detective this week.
Me too.
Yep. I cannot wait. I cannot wait for True Detective. It sucked. That's one of those things where if we didn't have to like react to it, I'd just binge the entire show in a night. But we gotta stay true to form, and I cannot watch it without my big homie. So we gotta wait. We gotta wait. I need that to be less than 100 characters. How comes people don't know? This 100 character limit thing in the titles is killing. It's killing me. Babe, it's gotta be less than 100 characters. Unbelievable. Bolt thrower. All right, guys. We shall be back. We'll be back at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Be there or be square. Much love to all you beautiful people. We shall return.
avoid this. Blinding haze, spirits calling me, screaming for your name. I don't know that will prove the same. Through the haze, spirits speak to me, screaming for your name. I don't know that will prove. fight this. Blinding hate, spirits calling me, screaming for your name. I don't know that will prove the same. Through the haze, spirits speak to me, screaming for your name. I don't know that will prove
Sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sorry says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at instory@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VinandSorry. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sorry and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch, indeed, a child shall lead them.
To buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener, yes, dear listener, yes, dear listener. We are in the midst of an alliance stream. We just got done a 7-songer. You can check that out. It's up on Vin and Sorry Live. We will, you know what? I should have kept that clock right where it was. All you beautiful people on the regular Vin and Sorry channel, you need to go to Vin and Sorry Live in order to watch this live stream. It will not, I repeat, it will not be on the main channel.
Nope.
So when that clock strikes 0, Vin and Sorry proper will shut down, and we will be there.
And that's going to be a regular thing, just so you guys know. If you're going to be wanting to watch the live streams, that's where you need to be.
Yes, dear listener.
I'm replacing those timestamps, okay?
How?
Because I wrote
them.
I wrote them in 2 places.
Ha! All right, the timestamps are returning for the previous stream. Good luck. Yes, it is us two. How are you doing there, Mr. Man? Did your hockey team win? I know you went to you left us so you could watch a hockey game. How'd that hockey game go? I hope your team lost. Did they? Did they lose?
Oh no! I don't have the timestamp for the last song, but
that's okay.
I've got everything else.
That's okay.
All right, you guys.
Ahoy, indeed!
Do you have the link for that, or do you want me to send it to you? Yeah.
The link for what?
Do you have the link for the? Do you see what just happened?
No.
Okay. Do you have the link for the live, the Vin and Sorry Live? Do you want me to send that to you?
Why would you send it to me?
Because I'm not logged into the Vin and Sorry channel, and I thought maybe you could post the link for the Vin and Sorry Live if people want it.
Where am I going to post it?
Right there. Here's the link.
There's the link. We got 8 minutes. Once that timer goes down to 0, you will not be able to watch it from the regular channel.
Facts.
Factual. It's actual and factual.
Babe, do you want this, or is this okay? Or not?
Yeah, that's fine. That kind of looks like you.
I was gonna say it kind of does. Vin and Sorry Live.
Vin and Sorry Live.
Be square.
Be there or be square.
I seriously, after we got done watching the True Detective show, that's happening every Thursday, by the way, for the whole month of May, right around 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That is, we already watched episodes 1 and 2. This week it's episodes 3 and 4. But anyway, so we watched it, and the next day, look, they're about to play. Look.
What?
What was I gonna say? Oh, we're gonna be playing that on the channel. We're gonna be watching that all together. So get on our Rumble, look for Vin and Story on Rumble, or you can watch through Twitter, or X, and you'll be able to watch that show with us. So we're gonna have the next 2 episodes coming up on this Thursday at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Should be fun.
Yeah, it's absolutely
should be fun.
But after we watched the first 2 episodes, the next day I was like, oh, we could... And then I'm like, oh, never mind. Because I forgot, we have to wait for the channel.
I was telling him, I was like, that is a show I definitely would have... binge watched.
Yeah, for sure.
In a night or 2.
Yep. 100%. 100%.
In a night or 2. But unfortunately, we have to stay true to our roots.
Yep. We have to wait for you guys. Although it is really fun watching it all together. Seeing all the things that you weirdos have to say.
Yeah, that is true.
It adds a different level to the little show. All right, I'm gonna change this thumbnail here. Oh, actually, you know what? Might as well. I might as well add in my little button, the live button. Do you guys like game nights? Do you prefer game nights or do you prefer movie nights? And type that into the comment section, because we here at Vin and Sorry need to know. Go. We've got 5 songs on the lineup tonight, so that's pretty exciting. There we go.
Altar of Plagues is going to be a very interesting song to listen to.
Okay, why?
Because the title of this, it's from True Cult. And the title of the song is God Alone.
Okay.
So that sounds very interesting.
Yes. The intrigue. The intrigue.
Cards Against Humanity and a game night. Isn't Cards Against Humanity like...
I don't know. That sounds like a... That sounds like a card... That sounds like a gamble game. What is it?
I don't know.
Video game?
Ask
Cards?
AT. Ask AT.
AT, what is it? I'm making a really weird thumbnail for you guys. You guys can appreciate the weirdness. The AI person does kind of look like me. Vin looks a little bit weird, especially in the eyes there. But whatever, you know, we gotta just roll with it. Let's roll with it. Here you go. I'm gonna show you guys. Momentarily, you'll be able to see the
4
weirdness.
minutes! 4 minutes! 4 minutes, dear listener.
Don't wait. Don't wait.
Go to Vin and Sorry Live.
Go before it's too late.
To apologize.
No, it was a rhyme. Don't wait. Too late.
Yeah,
and
but
then
then
you said apologize.
Yeah, but I also said, don't wait to go to Vin and Sorry Live. And then you had your 2 rhymes. And then I said, too late to apologize. So we had an internal rhyme scheme.
I didn't realize.
Don't you ever in your life think that you can tell me about how to rhyme. What's wrong with you?
Why?
How
the
dare
color
you?
Of all skin.
How dare you think you can tell me how to rap?
Oh boy. All right, you guys. The countdown is beginning. Get on over there. Did you ignored my text
Prompt
message?
fill-in type of thing. You have to know your audience. It gets dark and dirty. Funniest card wins the round.
Funniest?
Yeah, that's Cards Against Humanity.
I like funny.
Somebody told me though it was all crazy and inappropriate and shiza.
Okay.
So I was like, oh well, if it's inappropriate, we don't want any parts of impropriety.
Yeah, so we don't. Babe, look.
What? What happened?
Just went ignored. Just on read. Read.
Didn't have the time.
It's boring. It's boring to you. I see. All right. Are you almost ready to start? Or
We got 2 minutes left. We got to give the people time.
2:22 is what I saw.
We got to give the people time to go over to the dark side.
You people need to go.
To the dark side.
Leave.
Yes, we're going to the dark side. Yes, yes, yes.
Evil apples is cards against humanity. Wait, evil apples?
Evil apples?
Is that like apples to apples? But bad version? Those don't look like you. AI be trolling. Ben, I spent forever trying to get AI to create, and I even said, like, I was like, isn't the idea of AI that it makes people look better than they look in real life? Why are you making us look so weird? And they were like, you're right. It does seem as though, but then then they make Vin white.
They did it anyway.
I tell them, I'm like, okay, make him like 5 years younger. He's looking too old. And then I said, and make him a little darker. He's Jamaican. And you know what they did? They made an old white man. Like, it looked like, who's that? Oh man, now, it would have been so cool to have the name. Hold on. Gone Fishing. Does anybody know the movie Gone Fishing? There was a character on that was showing him how to fish. Hold on.
Showing him how to fish, you say?
Yeah, but he's like an artist. Gone Fishing cast. Okay, I'm just gonna have to do this. It's so when I bring it up, you guys are gonna be like, "Wow, really? Sorry."
24 seconds. 24 seconds. If you are on YouTube, you need to get off of Vin and Story proper and go over.
Do it.
Go over to the other side, to the dark side, dear listener. 3, 2.
This guy, Willie Nelson.
They made me look like Willie Nelson.
Made him look like Willie Nelson when I said that.
Racist ass.
Yeah.
Racist ass. All right, guys. All right.
Younger.
Here we go.
All right. We ready to do this?
Yeah, do it. Start reading it. Start reading. Read.
Babe, my headphones, though.
Huh?
Wherefore art thou? Do you know where my headphones went?
You lost your headphones?
I did. Why are you wearing them?
I'm not wearing them, you loser.
Ah! I tricked you. You almost touched them.
Nice try. Nice try.
You almost touched them.
Shout out to all the Twitterati.
Yep.
That's what I'm going to call y'all, the Twitterati. I see a couple of you people on Vin and Sorry. We are turning off Vin and Sorry. If you would like to join Vin and Sorry live, we would love to have you, dear listener. We would love to have you. If you don't,
there's nothing we can do.
That's your decision. That's your
decision. True. Okay, you guys, this is it. Is it time to start, babe?
Yeah.
When it's time to start, what I need from you is I need you to give me a timestamp.
It is time to begin. 4:03:27. 4:03:45.
4:03. Oops, hold on. Unfortunately, I didn't have the right list up. So let me just get the
Amen, AT. I've been trying to tell people that since I was in high school. Nobody wants to answer my question.
Which question? Who was the best rapper?
All right.
What's the question?
There's no question. We will
the question
get there. Can we start?
Well, we can't because I gotta move this list. And so I was trying to distract the people by not making it look like we didn't know what we were doing, and instead asking you what the question was. But
why do we need to move the list?
Because I needed it. Okay, because if I don't move it, people try to rearrange it for me. And then I don't have it. I need the list. Okay.
When you say people, you talking about me?
No.
I think you're talking about me.
No, I'm definitely not talking about you.
Evil woman. Go ahead.
That's better than being an evil bitch. Okay. All right. True cult.
Talk to the people.
We're not starting now?
No. I was just fucking with you. Go ahead. You fell for it.
Do it. Do it.
Dumb what?
Okay, give me the timestamp.
Dumb what? 4:04. Just do 4:05. 4.05.
Okay. All right. This is a band that Vin is going to actually introduce.
Havukruunu.
And then this is the name of the song.
Havukruunu-Kuoleman Oma, which means Death's Own.
This is from the True Cult, one of our alliances. And yes, I sent you the lyrics.
Do we have translated lyrics?
I sent you the lyrics, translated, and everything.
Okay. Meashela.
Okay, so this is another of the victors of our black metal versus poll. It pitted black metal songs against songs from other extreme metal genres. This victory increases the score to 2-0 black metal.
Okay.
This is off the album Tavistland, the fourth album for the pagan black metal band from Finland. This album mixes folk, atmospheric black metal, and some rather fantastic technical playing. Though it's still early in 2025, this album is already being hailed as a contender for Album of the Year. Did you
just do a Sieg Hail?
Well, when I put my arm up, I did immediately think of Elon, which made me put my arm down.
Free him!
Did you say free him?
Free him! That's what they always say. Nigga shoot somebody, kill somebody. Like,
Oh,
man, free that man! Free that man!
No. Okay, this song beat out the song Arrival of the Horsemen by Swedish death thrash supergroup Demonoid?
Demonoid. I mean,
I don't know what just happened.
that one wasn't very challenging.
I know.
It's just demon and then oid.
Just pretend that you didn't see it because it's only your opinion I care about. I don't care if the people saw me say Demoid. In head-to-head battle. All right, let's check it out. I sent Vin the lyrics. I'll add that to my stretch list. Perhaps it'll help my back.
Yeah, that's I don't know. I think that's like a demonic pose or something like that. I don't know, but I thought it was fitting. All right, here we go. Havukruunu-Kuoleman Oma is the first one. You ready?
Let's do it.
You ready?
Wait, oh my gosh.
Allahu
I'm having
Akbar.
troubles. Okay, go. Yes, do it.
tremolo, baby. All I need is some tremolo.
Okay, Melantrop!
Okay, song numero uno.
Well, it's the first song of our Alliance stream, while it is the 8th song of the night.
Oh, your thing is off. That's right. Like, why is it so sloppy?
Because it is. Okay. Whoa, I love this song.
Go ahead. Why did you love it? What did you love about it?
Well, I mean, first of all, the instrumentation when it started, like, the energy that it was bringing, it had, like, this sort of earthy vibe to it. And then,
it was folky.
Yeah.
Folky.
Right, yeah. It just, I friggin' loved it. And then it also had, even lyrically, well, okay, so it sounds like he's coming to the end of, well, he's made a decision. It's the end of his life. And does it start out, what's the first words? Because I'm actually going to go to the one that doesn't have anything
so
but
fast
English.
does our time on Earth end.
So fast.
So fast does our time on Earth end, is what he says at the initial. It looks like to me.
And I don't know why that's, okay, whatever.
Okay, so the folky, that's the pagan aspect of their sound, he says. That's what Neil said. And you're the resident. You're the resident pagan.
Yeah, I really love that sound, man. It's so funny because I was literally ChatGPT.
How can something sound earthy? How can a sound be earthy?
Because, so when I think pagan, I think of oak leaves. I think of like tying them together to get a wrap around your head. So when I say earthy, it's like, that's what I mean. Like pagan has a lot of meanings depending on where you come from. Like in my early childhood, pagan meant like the devil's land. Like pagan is like really bad. Maybe even participate in child sacrifice around Halloween. You know what I mean? Like it was like, that's like how far it went. And then, pagan became more like, okay, they might, like the Asherah poles or something in the Old Testament, like that sort of thing, like the worshiping of other gods that are connected to nature. Now pagan, when I hear pagan, it makes me think of a lot of our friends on the channel, their belief systems, and also like, I think the different belief systems, there's important things in lots of them, and I think that it's important to recognize nature and see the beauty in it, and find the worship in it. But for me, it's like, yeah, we can have all of this high, like, feelings or ideas about nature, but for me, it is connected to the one true God and that he created it all. So all of it, all creation rises, but it is subservient to the one true God. But yeah, so he says, oh, so fast does our time on earth end, and I can't wait to die. I will strip my mourning dress, change my clothes to steel. I know it's not connected, but it made me think of Perpetua, who was a Christian, and when she was led to the, where they, in the what do they call that?
Arena.
The arena, yeah, that wasn't the word I was looking for, but that works. When she was led to the arena, she was thrown in there with wild beasts. They tossed her around and stuff. She was really beat up pretty bad. And then when it was time for her to die, she said, like, hold on. And then she pulled her hair back and she said, I won't go to my God as though I've been in mourning. And then, even when they were going to kill her, they missed. And she had to direct the sword because they hit her collarbone and stuff. But she's just a powerful woman in our religion because of what she stood for and what she endured for God. And so I'll strip my mourning dress, change my clothes to steel, reminded me of her. But also, like, I think that what they're talking about is they're not going to cry about whatever it is. Now they're moving their stuff to steel is they're going to war, right? Mm-hmm. They're putting on their armor. One last time I'll wage war in my grim heart. And then this part of the song also became like a sort of like, I was like, wow, you could really use that for like that. Like, I think that part of the things that we all experience through our lives is when you kind of come face to face with versions of yourself or stuff within your own heart that you're like, I don't like that. And if that was in somebody else, I'd really not like that. And then, maybe you accept it for a time, but then there comes a time where you wage war against it. And so when he says, one last time I'll wage war in my grim heart, to me, it was almost like the last stand on something that you're like, I'm going after this and this is going to change, with me, which in the kind of like Christian realm, it's like take up your cross and follow after Christ. But yeah, so it kind of sounds like to leave hopeless woes of the land. Maybe it was like some of those battles you knew you weren't going to survive, but it was like, we're going all in. What did you get from it?
Yeah, I'm not sure that if my time has come to leave hopeless woes of the land, still boils my blood that I may fight back. When night falls upon me and futile and hopeless work ends, my earthly words will come to an end. I'm not sure that he's going into an actual war.
It's his own death.
Versus he's thinking about doing something to himself.
Oh.
And there's a war within himself to do the deed.
Oh my gosh.
So when he says one last time I'll wage war in my grim heart. Mm-hmm. He's not talking about waging war externally. There's some war that he has to fight with internally. Mm-hmm. Some war that he has to wage. If my time has come to leave hopeless woes of the land, still boils my blood that I might fight back. See right there? He might fight back against what? So it looks to me like he's got an impulse to do some shit to himself, right? Mm-hmm. But he's like trying to gin himself up to do the deed, and then he's angry at himself that he might fight back at living.
Oh my gosh.
See what I'm saying? And when night falls upon me, futile and hopeless work ends, my earthly worries will come to an end, and when I listen to the calling of the gods.
Okay. Keep going. The last
in the cradle of the grave, in the fog of death, in the shadows of sorrows, my dreadful end. Deceased tormenting me, thirsting for my blood. May they close my eyes.
May the ghosts of the
underworld laugh. So
why would they laugh?
The deceased are tormenting him, thirsting for his blood. May they close my eyes. So like, he's got some sort of spiritual force that wants him dead. and he's agreeing with it, even though it looks like he understands that the beings in the underworld are going to laugh if he dies. Which, unfortunately, for a lot of people, is true.
You know, I used to have this idea when I was a little kid that, you know, that feeling that you get, like, when you want to do something that's wrong, but you want to do it? Like, so there's, like, this sort of, like, latent excitement about it, or draw, or temptation, or whatever. And then the feeling that you get after when you feel, like, garbage about it. I used to always picture... I don't know whether or not somebody told me this, or it was just something that I would picture. I would picture that before I did whatever it was, that there was like this temptation, like those, like these evil spirits or whatever were like, yes, like this is a good idea, you should do it, oh my gosh. And then after, as soon as it was done, then they would turn and laugh at me and be like, you fool, you did this, blah, blah, blah. And so you're like that moment, because it feels so like, especially as a child, because when you've done wrong, you don't only have to worry about the guilt in your own heart, but you also have to worry about, okay, if my parents find out, they're also going to punish me. And so there's like it's sort of heavy. And then it's like, if you're in a religious house, then it's like, okay, how angry is God with me? How, like, everything can kind of just like get bigger and bigger in the moment that it turned. So that's what it made me think of in that last line, the ghosts of the underworld laugh. But wow, that's what it...
I mean, that's what it looks like to me.
Yeah, no, I definitely see that now, too. Like, the song itself had such a powerful sound to me. Like, I'm like, Perpetua, I'm like, wage war against your soul. Like, turns out it's a suicide song, my God.
I mean, I think you're going to interpret stuff, you're Christian, you're going to interpret stuff, everything you see, you're going to see from a Christian angle. And I could be wrong. You see what I'm saying? I could be wrong.
Well, I don't know how you could. It's very hard to see it from any other lens now.
Yeah, I mean, this is what, like...
Oh, so fast as our time on Earth end. It sounds like a justification. And I can't wait to die.
Yeah, I mean... But this is the thing where people say, oh, you know, religion and all paths lead to God and blah, blah, blah. It's like, look, I was telling somebody this. I'm like, listen, Manhattan is a very interesting place. It's got a lot of lights, and there's a lot of trains that can get you to Manhattan. There's a lot of different paths you can use to get to Manhattan. But once you get to Manhattan, there are all manner of figures who have lived there for a very long time, who now you're in their domain. And unless you have somebody from Manhattan to guide you, if you've never been there, and obviously when you go to Manhattan, you want to go at night, because that's when all the lights and all the cool shit is. But you don't want to be in Manhattan, even 42nd Street, at night, without somebody to guide you. And so it's like, if we will say that no matter what place you end up on the earth, that there are people who have good designs for you and people that have bad designs for you. Why would we think in the next dimension, or in other platforms of consciousness, why would we think that everybody over there has good intentions for us? So it's like, from that perspective, hell no, all religions are not valid. If we're talking about religion as finding a way for our consciousnesses to interact with consciousnesses from the other dimension, if that's what we're calling religion, no, they're not all equal and they're not all good. This individual, the beings that were talking to him were encouraging him to end his own life, obviously. Yeah. Right? So, this was not a good conversation to have. These people were just these beings were destructive. They destroyed it. In the universe of the song, he was destructive. So for me, it's just like, I believe that this world is not the only world that there is. Obviously, we've been saying that since day one, but now the quantum physicists are starting to agree with us.
Yeah.
You got people talking about interdimensionality, non-human intelligences, and almost 100% of the time, those non-human intelligences communicate non-vocally. They communicate telepathically.
Yep.
So it's like, if the frilly guys in the lab coats say, you know, if Gary Nolan, who's a professor at Yale, says, yes, you know, there are NHI, non-human intelligence, and it appears that in all the experiences that people have, that these NHI are communicating to these people telepathically. So it's like, okay, so this guy's a professor at Yale. He has multiple patents. Like, he's patented things that have turned him into a millionaire. Go look at Dr. Gary Nolan. So when he says that there are non-human intelligences that communicate telepathically from a different dimension, when he says that, is it now all of a sudden okay to believe in that stuff? And now can we take the next step and say, okay, well, if there are non-human intelligences that communicate telepathically from a different dimension, on what basis could we say that these intelligences that have only good intentions for us?
Yeah.
Or only intentions that we would perceive as good intentions? Occam's razor would say, well, shit, if we have good and bad people here, there are probably good, bad, and people there. So, like, that's my thing. It's like, no, not all of these gods are good. Some of these gods are extremely malevolent. And, you know, Michael Heiser would say that the term gods is simply another way of saying the people that come from that dimension. So, human, angel, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
If you come from that extra dimension, you're a god. That's kind of the paradigm. So if that's the paradigm, hell no, they're not all good. And you know, a lot of this, like, I forgot what it's called. You know, like it's just black. It's metal that's just designed to get you to kill yourself. Like, that shit is inspired extra dimensionally, and it's not good for the soul. It's terrible. I've heard there was one guy, he was really a musical genius, and he got to the pinnacle of where he was at, and then he took his own life.
Yeah.
And people are like, oh, you know, we gotta respect it. No, I don't respect that. No, I don't respect that. No. Ridiculous. No. You were like super supremely talented and then you took your own life. No.
Yeah.
So yeah, anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. Like, I think that there's...
Yes, I do believe that. Do mushrooms count as an NHI? I do believe that mushrooms count as NHI. There's a lot of people that believe that. And if they don't count as NHI, what I will say is that it definitely functions as a form of a way of portalizing the veil between our dimension and their dimension. And really, you know, we were having this conversation yesterday. What is a spirit? A spirit is just separate intelligence and intention, right? So it's a disembodied separate intelligence and intention. And so if you take shrooms with the understanding that you want to see some cool shit, and specifically like what's happening now when people watch Joe Rogan, I want to end up in a place where I get to that other dimension. Then you're putting your intentions out into the universe, let's say it that way, and you then give them jurisdiction to do that, unless you have somebody over there already that can guide you along the way. And so I would say that does count as NHI, or at minimum, it counts as opening the doorway to make yourself vulnerable to NHI. So, look.
What is NHI? What is
non-human intelligence?
Yeah, I think, you know, that there are lots of spirits, but not all of them are good. You know, like Vin was saying, and one of the things is that the Bible specifically says that the devil comes as an angel of light. So that is saying specifically that there are evil spirits that have bad intentions for you, that have bad intentions for your family, and that they're going to disguise themselves. They're deceptive, and they're going to disguise themselves as something good. and that there is only one way to the Father. There's only one way to the good spirit. There's only one way to the Father of lights. There's only one way to the God is love. There's only one way to that one, and that's through Jesus Christ. But there's lots of different ways that people seek for spirituality, because we are spiritual. When you think like, okay, if when we die, we go on, our body stays here, but we go on, that means that there is something within us that is more real than this physical body. So we can tap into that, and that, so, you know, it's just really interesting, because I think that there's this unseen part of us that deeply seeks for the spiritual and wants to tap into something, because we were made for it. But because we're stuck in a physical world, sometimes we get distracted by all these things, and we don't realize that, yeah, those things are still active whether or not we see them or not. And so, like Vin said, like, if you have the understanding that there are evil spirits, and that those evil spirits will come across looking good, then, like you say, we're going to need a guide. Well, who is our guide? Okay, our guide is Jesus Christ, and he gave us the Bible to help guide us through our spiritual journeys, because there are good ways to go on a spiritual journey, and then there are ways that bring you on a spiritual journey but bring you away from that desired good end. So yeah, like this.
Like the song though.
Loved the song, man. Loved the song.
Like the song a lot.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give this one a 9.5.
9.6 for me on this one. I really like this one.
Wow, you ready? You starting to become a giant little metalhead.
It's getting in my blood a little bit.
It's been a couple years, but here we are. Here we are.
All right, you guys. We have more songs. Okay, so True Cult is up again.
The whole night is True Cult.
Oh. Okay, Vin knows. True Cult, Black Metal Versus. So this is a Misery Biz. Afsky. In this song? This is, the leader is Neil. And let's see what he has to say. He says, this is another victor of our black metal versus poll, which pitted black metal songs against our extreme metal songs to determine whether black metal truly dominates the cult. With this, Afsky winning, the score currently is 3.
Maybe it's Afsky.
Afsky is currently 3-0 black metal. He said, the comments, in my black metal versus duel, I had 2 songs that were inspired by literature. The other song was a song based on the story. Can you just help me here, babe?
Where?
Just start reading here and just go.
Denziskis.
And just keep going.
By Selahattin Demartris, and was performed by Greek doom sludge metal band Okwaho. The black metal song which won is Tyende, sung by Danish one-man band Afsky. The song is an old Danish poem by Jeppe Akjaer from 1907, turned into a black metal song. The song is from Afsky's second album, Ofte Jeg Domor Mig Dod, from 2020. Tagohan Legolas! Tagohan!
Good job, Vincent!
Dagohan! Dagohan! No lie, I did... conversation for another time.
Okay,
let's do it. Here we go. Did you timestamp it?
I am gonna.
Did you timestamp it? 4:35:35. All right, guys, here we go. This should be fun. The name of the band that I mispronounced, but I did not do it on purpose. I promise you. Let's go. Drummer's crazy. Damn.
That, I bet whoever wrote that poem to begin with would feel honored if they saw them put it to music like that, right?
It
For
was
the topic.
That was some of the most beautiful music I've heard in a very, very long time. Just musically, sonically, it was so beautiful.
Yeah.
I will say, this is one of the few times I really, really wish there would have been some melodic vocalization to go along with some of that.
I agree.
Ingenious.
I agree.
Guitar playing. But the subject matter was such that maybe it's not a singy-songy type of situation for these people, considering what they went through.
Yeah.
But it was an extremely beautiful song. Like, the subject matter was so difficult, but at the same time, it was like, it was just such a celebration of the human spirit, man, that you were able to come up with something so beautiful out of obvious pain. So it made me think of Sinners, the movie, where it's clear that a lot of the music, a lot of the blues, what we call the blues, came out of unspeakable pain and agony. And human being, it's like, okay, that we just evolved. We just, couple gases, couple amino acids, and that's all we are. Okay, all right. Yeah, it was absolutely melancholy, but it was kind of like, the aggressive vocalization was kind of like, I refuse to lose. I refuse to let the capitalists have the last say. It was beautiful. Obviously there's some history here that we're not familiar with, but I do think you can. About halfway through the song, it really kind of hit me what Dude was saying, and I was like, damn. What was going on with you?
Well, I mean, I was checking, I was peeping the lyrics, as well as the song itself was heavy, and the way, I mean, it was an interesting song, and I was surprised that I sort of liked it. Because I don't know if I usually like stuff like this or not, but I definitely, it surprised me. Because the lyrical, like you said, the way that the vocalizations were, there wasn't, usually I like some beauty in the vocals, but I didn't feel like it had that. But then I felt like that the song itself, from what I understood of the lyrics, but I think it's, we can dive into it. From what I was hearing from the lyrics, it just, like I said, if I was the one that wrote this or I experienced this, then I would be, like, honored that they put that level of, like, the instrumentation behind it.
Mm-hmm. Here comes from the depth the dark army and demands an answer from the world. Beautiful dawns glim in our dripping scythe is all of the flag we have. We dare a fight for our resigned right, and lift in the weather on disgrace's board the 1,000-year chain we bore. So, this is like, it looks to me like a workers' revolution in which folks died.
Oh, okay.
And they are the Dark Army. And they're demanding an answer from the world. Like, how could you let this happen? How could you leave us in this situation? Where it's kind of a front-loaded irony, because when people go crazy and kill people, and presumably innocent people, the world demands an answer from you. How could you do that? How could you guys do that?
Yeah.
Right? And it's kind of like what's happening, with Hamas or Hezbollah or whatever, where it's like the Western mind is, how could you do this? It demands an answer. How could you do this to these nice people on October 7th? And it's like, man, there's been a lot going on, and, I'm purposely staying away from the subject matter for the most part for my own mental health. But I like that lyric where it says demands an answer from the world. And then they talk about our dripping scythe is the only flag we have. You know, it's just talking about a people who are so like disrespected and discarded. They don't even have a flag, you know, to represent their nation. And so like when you do that to people long enough, cool. You're gonna get the scythe, man. And it's interesting too, because as you can see down here, like these people work these people's farms and all the rest of it. So the scythe is to use that.
Yeah.
Is a very, very ironic twist of faith. We dare a fight for our resigned right. I mean, I agree. You have the right to be treated with dignity and respect. I just don't know what is the worldview that's underpinning the idea that you have rights. That's one of the things that's really so fascinating to me about like modern people is they just assume that rights are a thing, and they assume that rights are just inalienable. And I understand this is not even a challenge. It's not even a challenge to anybody. I understand from my vantage point why I believe that rights are inalienable, but I don't understand from a secular perspective why they believe that rights are inalienable and can be assumed. If I was from their vantage point, I wouldn't talk about rights per se. I would just say, if we don't treat people with a certain degree of dignity, they are going to kill you in bunches. Full stop. Right? Like, so if you want to live in a situation where people, you know, you have the most peace possible and the most prosperity possible, then you're going to have to, at minimum, you know, the floor is kind of over here if you want that to happen. If you go below that, it's going to get grimy. And I would just leave it there. But this whole concept of rights and things of that nature, I wouldn't go there if I was a secularist, because there's just no way to establish it on a philosophical level.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But these people are angry because their rights are being denied, which is, I agree, you should be, because God didn't make you to be a slave of anyone. As the scriptures say, do not become slaves of men. You were bought with a price. The 1,000-year chain we bore. I really also think that's really interesting where you talk about demanding an answer from the world, because it assumes that the world should have intervened on their behalf.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of things.
I agree.
Yeah.
We should have. We should be intervening on behalf of all oppressed people if we have the strength to do that.
Yeah.
But why? I mean, am I my brother's keeper? And the answer, God never answers that question to Cain. And it's like, as a parent...
And who is my neighbor?
As a parent, like, there's a lot of things I understand about God on the other side of being a parent. Because sometimes your kids ask questions, and you know, and they know that the answer to that question. Otherwise, you wouldn't be asking me that question. So, God never answers Cain, am I my brother's keeper? Because the answer is self-evident. And sometimes, as a parent, to even answer the question is to degrade the principle. So...
Why do they do that?
Because they're
looking for... I always feel like they're looking for some kind of loophole.
Yeah, that's exactly right. They want a detail that they can use to get a loophole to jump out of the situation. And so God sometimes just leaves people in the courtroom with their own conscience. And that's what he was doing with Cain. He's like, I'm not going to play this game with you. Because then if I say, yes, you're your brother's keeper, he can ask the next question. Why? Well, you're supposed to love each other. Why? And then the argument becomes like infinite. And so, like, as a parent, sometimes you just be quiet. You don't answer the question.
Yeah.
And that's why God says, what have you done? The blood of your brother's crying out from the ground, yada, 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 yada. Like, I'm not going to get in a debate with you, bro, when you already know the answer to the question. We own the earth, just under rag or shred. Only this is our crusted hand. For the human conditions, we received a miserable counsel. We harrowed your field, we cut your sheaves, we groomed your horse. We listened behind the stable to the rats play when you were decorated to the festival.
Oh my gosh.
You dreamed on bolsters, we slumbered on straw.
Wow.
Where the animal is a neighbor and the air is nauseous and tuberculosis comes as a guest.
Oh my gosh.
Well are we cowed and a working heap or servants in prosperity's yard. Society's ash is a depressed job that scrapes his abscess with a scissor. Soon turns for the pain, however discord's lighting. Look up, pals, it dawns in the cloud. Liberation's or bell strikes. Okay, some of this is just lost in translation, but it's basically look up, comrades. Workers of the world unite, and this is talking about liberation. You know, Jordan Peterson, God bless him, but he had a hyper simplistic understanding of communism, Marxism, where he says, I was actually surprised for a person with his intellectual capacity, but he basically made it say it's just rooted in jealousy. It's just a bunch of poor jealous people that got so bitter and angry that they went, that they went and killed a bunch of people and took all their shit. It's like, no. That's a complete oversimplification of what happened. Now listen, the whole workers owning the means of production, yada yada yada. I don't understand completely enough to comment on Marxism as a system as far as the details go. But what I can comment on is the macro level observations that Marx and his followers have, in my view, rightly pointed out. That you have almost an exclusive minority of people who harbor the majority of the resources and then redistribute those resources essentially at gunpoint, because if you don't work for them, you can't survive. Right? And so the argument is, how in the world can you talk about any sort of agency in that kind of a situation? How can you talk? You are complete. The entire system is exploitative. And so it's like, if you go back to, from my, because we're Christians, if you go back to our worldview, there's a couple things. One, we should never treat human beings like cattle because they're in the image and likeness of God.
Yes.
But two, we will almost certainly treat human beings like cattle because we have original sin.
Yes.
And so, like, when people talk about blind privilege, that second piece is what people don't understand, because people think like because things always go a certain way, that's the way they're supposed to go. Like Americans, like we know, like all these products in China, there's workshops everywhere. I mean, sweatshops everywhere. I mean, I remember when I first, it was like in the 90s when I first heard the term sweatshop. And all of us, like, for 2 seconds are horrified. We'll give, like, a 2-second horror, and then we'll just keep going on with our day. Because we're so inundated with that it's just the normal pattern of life. And Americans, we're just so insulated, and we think that American supremacy is just a brute fact of life and existence. So we don't understand. And that's why our government can manipulate us and say 9/11 happened, if that's what happened. Because they hate our freedom. They're jealous. Has nothing to do with unjust weights and measures. Has nothing to do with exploiting people's lands and destroying them. Has nothing to do with any of that. It's just they're jealous. Like even the migrant crisis, whatever people want to say. It's like, why aren't we asking the question, like, how come these people keep wanting to come over here? Oh, well, America's a land of opportunity. Well, why is it hellish over there? Why is it so hellish over there? And do we have any influence in the hellish nature of the lives that people are living over there? Now Trump is talking about offering $1,000 to each illegal to go back home. 1,000 USD to go back home. So it's like, we're not asking the second or third question.
Yeah.
Because we don't care. And so it's like, that's okay, because people will make you care eventually. You see what I'm saying? Like, people are going to make you care eventually. And that's what it says. The law is for the lawless. So if you worship your money and your resources and your status, then the law is for you. There's certain things that we should be doing as people of the world, that should not require international law. Like, you should know that if there's an ambulance full of people that are going to help other people who are dying, you should know that you should not stop that ambulance and murder everybody in that ambulance and then bury them underground and act like nothing happened. There shouldn't have to be any international law about that. But what does the scripture say? The law is for the lawless. Yeah. We cry inside through hatch and threshold when rumbling flails go. Come from your stinking stable chamber home. Look out from the tilling quarters for the front of the revel now it rings its sound. Let despondence sink. Come hum on our song. Your dawn stands on our pains. Yea, drop what pushed on shoulder and mine, and turn against light your hate. You still have youth's blush on your cheek, and remnants of reckless treasure. When we plow jollily our waving hand, for first we have freed our coward stand from 1,000 years of servitude's night, or whatever. So the song is basically saying you're still young, you still have the blush of youth. Let's go to jihad, man. This song is deep, man.
Yeah.
It's a deep song. It's a very, very challenging song as American to listen to. Like, sometimes you look at all this, and like I said, this is one of the reasons why, like, I bowed out of middle America, man, because it's like it's the same thing over and over and over again, and we don't care. And sometimes, like, the apathy that we have to other human beings is just too much. You know, it's just too much sometimes, man.
Yeah, I don't use the internet like the same way most people do. But on the rare occasion that I do, like if I see something that I'm like, oh, this is a terrible story. And then recently this week I did this, and then I looked in the comment section, and I thought, I know that you've said that people are horrible in comment sections, but I was amazed at how horrible it was. And like, it's like there's no sympathy, there's no understanding, there's a lot of judgment, and people say like really horrible things to other people going through something really terrible. And I did not like seeing humanity from that lens.
Yeah, and I can't.
It's like just regular people, you know what I mean? Like,
I can't watch the justifications either.
Yeah.
Like when you look at somebody and you know, and they know that you know that what they're defending is complete bullshit and wrong and just wrong, and you see them using the brilliant mind that God gave them to try to work around their own conscience. Like I can't see that either, man.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
And then honestly, it's sort of that principle of projection where you're like, yeah, man, but are you doing as much as you could do? No.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I think part of it is also like, hey, your solutions aren't better. Like, your solution to the people who did that to the people in the ambulance is to kill them. That's my solution. If I was there, I'd kill those people. And it's like, well, how is that a better solution? Like, the entire reason the ambulance is on the way in the first place is because people said, man, the only solution to people is to kill them. Kill the occupier. Okay, that's great. I got 15,000 dead kids now. I don't know what the solution is, bruh. I just know it's not mine. It ain't my solution. And it ain't the apathetic American solution either. And that's why I'm like, man, I just got to get out of the game. And I don't know when I'm ever coming back, if I'm ever coming back. Because I don't know what's wrong with me. A lot of people can watch this shit, and I'm like, yeah. Anyway, it's a good song. It's a very, very good song. It's challenging, and I don't know, man. You can have whatever. See, I do not believe that Marxism is the solution. Marx encouraged violence. He looked at violence as a logical sort of necessity. And, you know, you'll hear Marxists say, when have powerful people ever released power voluntarily without any bloodshed? And, of course, Americans can't say it. You know, Americans now, because we're at the top of the pile, we're like, no, that's not the way to fix the problem of inequality.
Of course,
but, like, our nation was birthed in that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And so it's like, I know that capitalism as a system is evil, but I also think Marxism, with its penchant for violence, and I do also think there's a lecherous sort of Animal Farm-ish sort of logical end to Marxism, because Marxism doesn't account for human sinfulness. It only accounts for the sinfulness of rich people. So the proletariat is almost always innocent, and the only crime the proletariat can commit is the crime of participating with capitalists. See what I'm saying? And so it has a skewed understanding of human sinfulness. And so I know that's wrong. I don't believe that we've figured out the system yet, because I don't think human beings have figured out yet that the Sermon on the Mount is just not something for nice people to follow. It is something where in a nuclear age, if you do not follow it, all of us are going to die.
Yeah. Yep.
And until we figure that out, we're going to come up with nothing but exploitative economic systems. And you could derive a humane, realistic, prosperity-inducing, dignity-promoting economic system from the Sermon on the Mount if you really wanted to. We got human beings have had the most accumulation of technology ever. We now have AI. If we put our minds to it, we could create a system that's equitable. You might not have a bunch of billionaires and trillionaires, but we could create a system where everybody isn't, we don't have poor people either, and we don't have such a disparity in the middle class and all the rest of it. We could if we truly wanted to.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's this is my shirt.
It's cute though, right?
Little Pally kids. Shout out to the Palestinians, inshallah. There's a guy that just got sentenced to 53 years in prison for stabbing a little Palestinian boy to death. He died in his mother's arms. Jeez. He told his mother, "Don't worry, Mom, I'm okay." This is America. He did this to this boy. And you should have seen the comments down there. So I don't watch the news, and I don't do MA, and that's why. Yes, the capitalist system is arguably also violent. No, it's not arguably. It's violent. It's violent. It's not arguably violent. It's violent, and it promotes violence. Literally promotes violence, but that's a different discussion.
All right.
I'm just saying that I don't believe that the Marxist system is the solution that we're all going to need, because it does not account for the full range of human. It doesn't diagnose the sickness properly, is what I'm saying. 9.7 from me. Really good song. Really good song.
8.3 for me.
There you are. The tremolo picking was the best tremolo picking I've heard since Magua in a very, very long time. So shout out to those boys.
Bolt Thrower up next for victory.
Bolt Thrower for victory.
If I can get that timestamp, Vincent.
I hope stepping away from that stuff has helped you mentally. It has. It really, really has. It really, really has. 5 hours. Do 5:08:20. 5:08:20. It has, and if you're a girlish, sensitive person like me, you should do it too. No disrespect to the girlish and the sensitive.
It's so crazy because for everybody's own mental health, I don't want them to feel everything like Vin feels it, but if I was in a bad situation, I would hope the whole world felt the way you do for other people. So I think that you have it right in the start, but it's really destructive the way that it affects you. But you've got a big heart for people.
All right, guys, here we go. Bolt Thrower. What's the name?
Also, it's funny because you pointed at the shirt and said that it's a Palestinian kid, but every time I see it, I always think it's you fighting for the Palestinians. Put your little thing on and to get the flag. And...
It's a little kid though.
Yeah, but it looked like a
it's me.
And then
it's
he
a little brown fella.
LeBron fella. Okay.
LeBron James. You can call me LeBron James.
LeBron James. Okay, we have Bolt Thrower up next. For Victory is the name of the song. Times tape again. 509.
509.45.
Yep, I got it. Okay, so Bolt Thrower is one of the victors in the True Cult's Black Metal Versus poll. This poll pitted black metal songs against other extreme metal genres to see whether black metal is the apex genre for the True Cults. Bolt Thrower are a UK-based death metal band who defeated Mugwaz further down the next eye, which updates our current score at 3-1 black metal. This track is from 1994. This track was submitted by Ranger.
Who?
Ranger.
Never heard of this individual.
Yeah, you have.
Who?
Well, I just know that he's called Ranger.
All right.
Because anytime you say it, you usually talk about the Rangers. I thought.
No, that's
like
275. That's 275, Ranger. Okay, guys, here we go. Bolt Thrower for Victory. Let's go.
Mm-hmm.
Get your headset on.
Oh no.
Mm-hmm. See, here you go. Now we're just stuck in purgatory.
Oh my god!
Until
I didn't know
Soraya gets her headset on.
I like to sit with my legs crossed up, and so the cord was all twisted into my legs a million times. Okay, I'm ready.
Look at that. Now it's stuck. Now it's stuck. Look at you.
Daylight returns, the fires of hope still burn. Along the dark nights, sitting by the mournful side, tears fall from eyes. Not sure what has been done. Sorrow creeps out my soul. All is lost, none have won. Woo!
For victory. This is Bolt Thrower. We are Vin and Sori. Holy schmagoli. I'm very, very glad that this song came up after the previous song. But I heard some horrible rumor that this song beat Magua. Did it say that it beat Magua? Was I not paying attention to the intro?
I thought that.
Oh my God!
Right
Farther
there.
down the
Farther down the next eye.
Who is this?
Ranger picked it.
This was 275 that did this?
Well,
this
I don't
song
know.
is a 1. Song is a 1 for me.
No, wrong. You can't rate the song based on what the Alliance did.
I literally can do anything I want.
No, you can't do that. I'll add a 0. I'll rate it a 0. Then it'll make it a 10.
So we gave what's his face a 666. We're like, I am not giving this band anything more than a 6. Okay.
I think you were like, I'll give it a 6, and I give it a 6 with the average of 6.
This is one of those human spirit songs, like
lyrically
indefatigable. Yeah.
Oh, I wasn't even paying attention to
because
that.
you're dying for honor, valor, and pride.
Oh gosh.
What?
It's such a man song. Okay, let me hear you.
It's definitely a man song for sure.
For all. All right, let's hear it. Okay.
What do you mean? Let's hear it.
Let's hear the lyrics.
Well, the lyrics are right there on the screen,
Yeah,
ma'am.
I know, but should I do this so I can see them?
We can turn the thing this way.
As
It's not
daylight
that
returns, the fires of hope still burn. Crawl through darkened lights, sickened by the mournful sight. Tears fall from eyes. Not sure what has been done. Sorrow creeps throughout my soul. All is lost. None have won. The battle smoke remains. Wow. Begin to feel the pain. Alone now. Stagger on. Unsure how it begun. Through time, war prevails. Thoughts, fears cast aside. Face the consequences alone with honor, valor, pride. As fire fills the sky. We once believed in life. Now time to die. For victory, now in death's glory, man's final destiny, the final price to pay for victory. They shall not grow old. Ooh. As we that are left grow old, age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun and the morning we will remember them. Wow, jeez, okay.
Yeah, I mean, look, it is, I don't know if it is a romanticization of violence. I think within the soul of every man, like we want to be tested. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
I think culture doesn't understand that. I think that especially like our culture right now doesn't understand the desire that men have to be tested. And I want to be very, very careful how I communicate because,
Yeah.
you know, but I've the people that I've, but you know, that might just be because I've associated myself with my brother, for example. I have a you know, I have a brother who has a job that literally every day puts him in face to face with literally the worst people in our country. Not like, you know, I'm not going to get into the particulars, but he is face to face with literally the worst of the worst, and you know, those guys, they got a CQB too, and he's meat shield on a lot of those situations, like the first guy in on the breach.
CQB?
Like the close quarter stuff, because you got these guys holed up in hotel rooms with kids, all type of shit, and they gotta shoot the shooters, don't shoot the no shoots. You just go in there, look at people's hands, all type of shit. I mean, it works though. I mean, they're very, very good at, you know. Time to time, I'll get a text with a, you know, a clipping. You know, kidnapped kids found. You know, the assailant. You know, he's in hell. You know what I'm saying? So, but it's crazy because I went to school with him. He went the entire time, not one altercation. He went there 3 years, not a single altercation. I went there for 2 months, altercations. You know what I'm saying? And like, there was divine intervention in a couple of them, like literal, like if I sat and told folks, like, so he's not like a violent person, but this is what he does for work now. You know what I'm saying? And like, I'm just like, I had to get shit out of my system, so I chose to do, you know, whatever, and he had to get out of his system somehow, and now he's doing, you know, what he's doing. And our family is so extreme with shit that everybody has to do some extreme shit, you know, in our family. And I would consider what he does now pretty extreme. Neil, look at Neil. Neil says, I play sports to fill that need to some degree. Exactly.
But I don't think that that's necessarily foreign from women's experiences either. Like, depending on, I don't think, like, maybe not all women are like that, but that was part of the reason why I didn't want to use any painkillers when I was birthing the children.
True. That is a thing.
It was a form of a test for me. I don't put that on anybody else.
That is
and nor do I judge anybody that says I'll take the.
But that is a thing though with women though. Like
yeah.
if you can
if
go.
If you do it,
if you go natural.
Yeah.
Right. Like
yeah.
you got a high. It's kind of like
it's like a badge you get yourself.
Well,
you know, like,
well, that's one of the things that I was listening to a podcast, and he said, we don't have rites of passage anymore. There's no longer rites of passage. So, like, if in military, you get rites of passage. You know, people call it hazing, whatever. People don't understand. They don't get it. They don't understand. It's a rite of passage, and it has to do with the fact that I agree with Controller to a degree where he talks about dark human condition. I'm not sure that all of it is dark. But I do think that some of it is maybe at the noose level or the noosphere level. All of us understand that we're in a fallen universe. And so we want to be able to front load those tests so that we can tell ourselves, okay, I'm ready for all the exigencies that are going to come with a fallen universe.
Yeah.
And like, I think from that perspective, I don't think it's a darkened human condition as much as it's a darkened world condition that, you know, I mean, even if you look at some indigenous folks, a lot of it was nature. You're going up against nature, you know. But we no longer have rites of passage. But that's such a good point with women, like you guys. And I mean, please put me in a gunfight any day of the week. I've seen the results of those, and I've also seen the results of childbirth a bunch of times. And childbirth is, whew.
I mean, the delivery I'm the most proud of is Seneca, and he's the one that I thought I was going to die. It was so intense. But I'm proud of that delivery when I think back. I'm like, that's right. I see him running around with all his little mini Vin body.
Yeah, it was so bad that he and I didn't get along for a good solid year.
Yeah, that killed me, but
I had an issue with homie for a good solid year. Like, that's how bad that last one was. And so yeah, that's such an interesting point about women and their rites of passage. Yeah. Women, and I've said it. Like you're the most tough, rugged woman I've seen in my life.
But you know what? Some women, like for them, it's like they do the nursing thing for a year or 2 years. I couldn't do it. I did it for a short span of time, and then I was like, we out. But like some people do that for a really long time, and that's you know.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't think they look at that as a rite of passage.
Yeah, I don't
as
know.
much as the childbirth, you know, the natural childbirth thing.
Yeah. No, I agree with you.
That's really.
I think I'm throwing some glory to my sisters who, you know what I mean? Like, not every.
All you weak ass women who had to get the epidural.
I don't judge people for taking that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't. I used to. I did. I used to think, well, you know. I'm just like, you know what? I'm going to take my points for being able to do it within myself. Like, that's what I decided to do. But everybody can do what it is that they want. But I do think for myself, if I wouldn't have done it, I would have always regretted it. I just know how I am, and it would have bugged me forever that I didn't face it.
And that's the reason I did what I did too. Like if I did not, you know, I missed an opportunity earlier, and then now this opportunity presents itself. Like I will die. I'm gonna die in this fucking selection, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I was willing to do that. I'm like, I'm not gonna. I just gotta be able to say like, yo,
I did it.
Yo, like. I gave it everything I had. It is what it is. Yada, yada, yada.
And then when you make it through, you're like, it did not overcome me. I overcame it.
Yeah, and it's the same thing. When my brother called me up, he was going through selection. It was pretty difficult for him. And, you know, he had some unique situations, which people like us always do. And it was cool because I had already walked the path. You know, so it was cool to be able to tell him, like, XYZ thing. And he made it. You know, he made it with flying colors. So... yeah, everybody's got it, and that's what I think about sports when Neil talks about that, like where sports, you know, that whole theory about sports is a way for us to satiate that thirst for combat without actually engaging in combat.
Yeah.
And that's why you have, you know, a lot of these terms, especially in American sports, are warrior terms: guard, shot, touchdown. You know, shotgun, set high, you know, like, these are all, like, terms for war.
Yeah.
And that's why football is such a uniquely American football is a uniquely American sport, because, how do I say this? It appears to me that Americans, men in particular, enjoy it more than our competitors. I'm not saying that people are not capable fighters. There's capable fighters all over
Aggression and accuracy.
There's capable fighters all over the world, but it just looks to me that right now where we are in history, Americans are the most Spartan-like culture in the world. And so I always think to myself about, like, in the world right now, the beautiful sport or the beautiful game is soccer. And like that's the most popular sport in the world.
Oh, really?
Oh, by a country mile.
Really?
By a country mile, it's soccer. But in America,
that's interesting.
In America,
oh yeah, I think we talked about that before.
It's football.
Yeah.
Okay, that says everything we need to know.
Yeah.
Because soccer is also war. It's, you know, you're penetrating this thing, you're attacking.
Yeah.
I think they I don't know all the positions or whatever, but I mean, there's still, you know, that concept of breaching your enemy and getting to a certain, you know, goal and whatever. So it's still there, but it's very instructive to me that the rest of the world has this as a game that's more focused on strategy and cooperation versus another game that is predicated on your willingness to inflict and absorb violence.
Yeah.
So it's just very, very interesting. Rugby, I agree. Australians in rugby, I also agree. That's one that's very, very interesting. We actually had a rugby player on the Eagles that just won the Super Bowl, which to me sounds a lot more logical. Cricket is probably more popular than American football across the world. I agree. But in America, it's a straight up religion. 9.1. I will forgive you, Ranger, for picking this song above Magua.
You should have never put that in your write-up. Would have got a higher score. 8.8.
Controller demands that you call it carry ball, not football. Buh! Wrong word. I mean, I will say when I got to this country, I was like, what the fuck? I said, what is this now? What is this game? She said, football. I said, oh, okay, play football here. All right. She said, no, it's a different kind of football. I said, well, show me. She said, next time I'm on TV, I'm going to show you. Man, she showed me American football. I said, what?
You must have been happy.
I fell in love. I could not believe it. You're allowed to hit people. I said, La ilaha illallah. I was like, what? I said, you better bring me to that coach right now and sign me up. I was actually a way more capable receiver, believe it or not, than I was on a defensive side. But I'm like, nope.
Oh.
Nope. I was like, what position do you play where you get to knock the fuck out of people? Where is that?
Babe, that's so freaking cute.
Oh, yeah. For sure.
Man.
This is an important point. Shout out to Bolt Thor, because the ending of the lyrics of the song actually came from the poem For the Fallen, stanza 4 by Lawrence Binion. Shout out to you. I couldn't remember where that came from. So, shout out to you. What did you score it?
8.8.
8.8. All right. Never you fear, we have more. And by the way, because of the greatness and the grace of me, you would find that I'm kind. This is not the final song. It's not the final song. Consult with Neil and Archero. There are ways, dear listener, where maybe some of you Alliance songs can have 8 song streams on your regular basis. Think about it. Angels sit in the house. Angels sit in the house. Americans are young people. Because we were raised on the frontiers, we are naturally violent, spirited, pragmatic, full of vitality. Thus, we also disregard contemplation and reflection. Very well said, Angel Sin. I agree.
Ooh.
I agree. I was thinking about you, Angel Sin, a couple days ago. I was like, where is my boy? Glad to see you.
All right. Let's go with 532. And then we are going to read the title, Altar of Plagues.
We have been at this for 5 hours, dear listener.
I know, my back hurts on this.
That's called commitment.
Yes, that's right.
It's called commitment, dear listener.
All right.
And a love of music.
Altar of... And a love of you guys. We love our channel.
We do.
And I love you. Altar of Plagues, God Alone...
I have been very, very interested in this particular song all day
since
the
you saw
minute
the title.
I heard of it. So
Altar of Plagues.
Don't let me down, Altar of Plagues.
Is SGS winning?
SGS won that one?
Mm-hmm. For the black metal versus poll. Altar of Plagues were an Irish black metal band that defeated doom band Conan. This updates a score to 4-1 black metal. This track is from Altar of Plague's Swan Song album, Teethed Glory and Injury from 2013. It marked a change in the band's sound, going from atmospheric post-black metal to a more industrialized black metal approach. Let's check it out.
All right. Oh, look at this. We get thanks for our commitment, especially the timestamp. Wonderful. I mean that. All right, here we go. This is them, right?
Altar of Plagues, God Alone. It's gonna say... Wait, I don't have the lyrics here.
You don't have the lyrics for God Alone?
I sent everything to you.
Okay. All right, here we go. God Alone. Let's do it.
To make a difference,
was, what was the band again?
Altar of Plagues.
Altar of Plagues. Only God is the
No,
name of this
God
song.
Alone. Oh my
God Alone, sorry.
Yeah.
sorry, God Alone.
Oh
I was
my
thinking
gosh.
about that John Michael Talbot song.
Oh.
Only in God, my strong, my Savior, I will not be afraid at all. Anyway, beautiful song.
This one was not.
I loved this song. The y'all didn't get that? Y'all didn't get what he was doing? That shit was hard, boy.
Yeah.
That was that was hard. I don't know what y'all talk. What did you expect the voice to be? Do you expect him to go? It's black metal. It's industrial. It's heavy. How else did you expect the voice to go?
I didn't like that voice at all.
That voice was hard, bro. He did his thing. He did his mop thing.
This was my private conversation with Vin. Okay.
Not so private.
He posted it for you.
Not
guys.
so private.
Yeah.
That shit is hard. I love that part.
I can't tell you, like, okay, the vocal style. I hated the vocal style. Even the sound, like that the track was doing. I really didn't like it to begin with, especially. It was one of those things. It got on my nerves. It truly got on my nerves. I turned it down a little bit, not off, but
yeah,
definitely turned it down.
I saw that.
Yeah.
Evil Pair! You are Soraya's new favorite person in the world.
Wait for Thursday.
She can't wait for Thursday. We're gonna be watching some True Detective.
Yeah. Looking forward to that big time.
Okay,
but no, this song, like, I can't even believe. Honestly, I'm offended that you guys even made me listen to this. I really did not like this song at all. There was a little part of it that I was like, actually. But then that vocal style, I just could not get past it.
There have been crazy vocal styles the entire fucking night. What are you talking? This is so arbitrary what you do. Wow. This
one made me feel like the conveyor belt. I felt like I was being rushed, forced. I didn't like it. It irritated me.
That was definitely the point. The da. Are you sure you were not more irritated with the overall vibe? Because it was really like, I don't really get what you say when you say conveyor belt.
There's a little bit of it that I liked.
When you say conveyor belt, I don't really get what you say. But this time, I'm like, yeah, this really felt like you were being shoved down some. I saw a horror movie one time, and it was people that were babysitting us when we first got to this country. And to be honest with you, these were horrible people.
These were babysitting you?
Yeah, they were horrible people. And it was basically these people in carts. It was almost like they were in roller coasters.
Okay.
And they were like getting dumped into fires and shit. Like, it was just like horrifying. Like, they'd be in like this big cart and they would just get dumped into a fire. And
you were watching that with you guys?
Yeah, but it was like broad daylight. It was like 3 or 4 p.m. But then there it is again, like, and I'm like, wow, like these Americans are very interesting people. But go ahead. I think this is probably about a miscarriage. I think.
Oh my gosh! Really?
Yeah.
Well, I
because
hate
it says
even more.
Because it starts, who was born here and danced with infancy? The stones let me go, but to make a difference, their names are kept, which I'm assuming is a tombstone. And then if you go right to the bottom, it says the sun, S-O-N, will rise. And then it says the sun, S-O-N, has died. Which is really interesting, because if you flip those, you have a Christian understanding of Easter, right? Where the sun died, but the sun will rise.
Yeah.
So I took the first 2 lines and the last 2 lines, and I said, okay, that's some sort of chiasmic structure. We were talking about chiasms in the Book of Mormon and all this stuff. We're like, Joseph Smith wrote the Book of Mormon in a chiastic structure. This is also a chiastic structure.
Okay.
So I don't. Yeah, I thought, I said, okay, the most I could put together is that we're talking about a miscarriage here.
Wow.
Who was born here and danced with infancy? The stones let me go, but to make a difference, their names are kept. Again, I'm assuming those are talking about Tombstone. Expecting half with nothing to find. You know, an expectant mother.
Yeah.
They're expecting. Like a lighthouse, a wild nothing moved to an empty place. Tended embers of life, fires envelop something wide and moral. It takes and leaves. Flicker, heavy, growing, leached. So what is that? God alone or only God? What's that
I
called?
thought it was God alone. Yeah, God alone.
God alone, right there. It takes and leaves.
Wow.
I had an atheist friend who refused to use pronouns for God. He'd always say it. You know, and like I understood to a degree, but actually he was doing that to troll and annoy Christians. But then it gave me an interesting understanding of stuff. But anyway.
So what does that have to do with this?
Well, because it says it takes and leaves.
Yeah.
So you could say that that could be talking about the baby, but it could also be talking about God. I was supposed to be an uncle again in October, but my younger sister's unborn had Edwards syndrome at 18.
Oh, my friend's baby had that.
Trisomy 18, so instead of the high risk miscarriage, she ended the pregnancy, etc. Yeah, trisomy 18 is a.
Wait, I thought that he said Edwards. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
I have no judgments for your sister. I have no judgments for the child either. Brutal. But it looks to me like it's it takes and leaves, which the baby does take, and then if it was a miscarriage, it left. Flicker, heavy, growing, leached. The sun will rise, the sun has died.
The ending, I think, is really significant because, it sounds like, if we're talking about a miscarriage, and then you have the sun will rise, they have an understanding that the child is not going to stay dead, but that the spirit goes on to life. But then the son has died to end it there because there's the child went on to life, but he's still dead here. Which is...
Yeah, I think that's your...
What? No, go ahead.
I mean, I don't think that that's where they were going, but it could be.
The sun will rise? What did you get out of it?
I think they flipped it on purpose to leave it with a death. I think that it's just a constant go-between the expectation of the sun rising as in coming, being born, and then the horrible disappointment of the sun dying. Because the sun will rise is a future tense verb.
Yeah.
And I think that that's what's happening when you're expectant. But then the sun has died means the song ends with pessimism. But I mean, it's art. You can take it. You can take it anywhere you want. It's art. But see, controller, here we go. You got to politicize a really serious issue. I'm not even gonna get into that shit with you, man. Fucking shame on you, honestly. Brutal subject and brutal music to go with it.
Neil, that's so interesting. Apparently there's a dancing video for this song, and I love choreograph.
Dancing?
That's what he said right there. Dancing for this song. If her opinion might change. I wonder if Sori watched the dancing for this song.
That's incredible. I'm actually gonna go check out the dancing on this song. What a fucking... What?
Yeah.
Hold on.
Okay, good.
What's it called again? Only God or God alone? I keep messing
Yeah,
this up.
God Alone.
And the name of the band is what now?
Altar of Plagues.
Altar of Plagues. Let me see this thing here.
Yeah, I too want to see it.
Oh wow, look at that.
Are you serious?
Look at that.
Why didn't you guys give us 2 versions?
Because they probably didn't want another massacre.
No, when they give us 2 links, stop it.
What are you talking about? No, I'm being serious.
Where we watch one on my computer, and are you serious? You guys didn't give us this video?
Yeah, see, Sori loves shit like this.
And it's a man and a woman. You know that's my favorite.
What an original idea.
Come on. Shoot, I would do it again.
What an original idea. That's why they had that person contorted in that way.
Yeah, I think,
I see. What do you mean you do it again?
I would do it again.
The only way we could do it again
they
is
push
if
off their last song to another night and we do this video again.
No. The only way we could do it again is if we listen to the next song and then we just kill YouTube and go to, because Twitter, there won't be a problem on Twitter. But this Pitchfork record label will almost certainly kill us. I mean, or we can go for it.
No. I don't think we should play that on our channel. I just meant we replay the song and we watch it over here. People can...
On Twitter?
No, I see what you're saying. All right.
Yeah, but Sori loves these dancing situations, but now it's a man and a woman, and they're going through all of these thingamajiggies, which also leads me to believe that it's talking about that. That's incredible. What a brilliant idea. I mean, how are they supposed to know that you were going to love the music video?
Come on. I've said a bunch of times.
No, you haven't. You have not said it a bunch of times.
That I like dance and choreograph? Stop it. I have too. I'm going to ask right now. I'm going to put up a poll.
It's such a brilliant idea. Especially if that's what the subject... Does anybody know if that's the actual subject matter? And you see how they've got the triangles going up? I heard that triangle, people call the Star of David, is really like male and female like energies like intersecting or whatever.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But we could be completely wrong. But anyway, Sori really loves she really loves shit like this, so that's pretty crazy. The image Vin had up is from the video. Yeah, and the background is from the video itself. Yeah. Really good song. I give it a 9.4. Does anybody know, Neil, who selected this song? Does anybody know if I generally don't ask what the definition of these songs are. But does anybody know if miscarriage was the subject matter of this song, or if we were close to interpretation or whatnot? Yes, we've done at least 2 other songs with interpretive dance that Sori loved. If y'all be observant of such... This is Ben saying
Thank you,
this
Ben.
Is Ben. It's Ben.
So?
It's Ben.
What does that have to do with anything?
You understand how this kid's mind works. He remembers everything. He probably remembers the day he was born. It's Ben. Like, that doesn't work. That doesn't count. It's like ridiculous. Of course he's going to remember. It's just, if y'all be observant of such things, it could have been something to note. Exactly. Who talks like that? Ben. That's it.
Here. Their poll is up. I want to hear from the people.
There are other tracks on the album that reference a dead son, Sadakta. That's, I don't know if you want to speak to that.
Go ahead. Talk. I don't... What do you mean? Talk about... miscarriage?
I'm not the one who...
Yeah, I know, but you have something in your head, and I'm good talking about it. I just,
No, I just genuinely want to hear... because it's not something we talk about a lot, but the 2 or 3 times a year you do talk about it, you look extremely affected, and it's one of those things where I'm like, because we weren't together when it happened, like I do my little, whatever I can do to try to, I did my little thingamajiggy.
The song, yeah.
But I haven't really, really like made space for you to express how that feels as a woman to have that, happen or whatever. So that's all I was saying.
I mean, I don't know if I'd say that. I feel like, as soon as I found out that information, I was just looking more stuff up on the topics of what can cause that and stuff. And as soon as I figured something out that was connected, I came and talked to you right away. like
No,
2
yeah.
days ago. I'm just saying, like, I do feel like I can talk to you about stuff. I mean, obviously, I don't talk about it as much as it comes up in my heart, but basically, what happened, I could not wait. I couldn't wait to have kids, and I got pregnant with Selah, and then after having Selah, it took a couple of years before I got pregnant again, which I thought I probably was not going to be able to have any more kids. It just from a fear standpoint, I think I didn't have any reason to believe that, but there was.
Well, you had other family members.
I was just going to say, yeah, there was a family member of mine that had lost 5 babies, and that's a lot of loss. So it's kind of always in the back of your head that maybe something like that could happen. And then I had, I was very early in my pregnancy. But, just different things like, when I would be pregnant, my cat would come on my lap and stay with me the whole pregnancy. Like, until Selah was born, that cat was like on my lap, right beside me. And when she was born, then the cat went back to its business. Well, the day or the day before that I realized that I was having the miscarriage, the cat was sitting beside me, and then the cat just either looked at me or it was weird. And then he got up and he walked off, which was weird. And I'm like, that's odd. And it just I'm kind of, a little bit pagan myself, so it felt like a bad omen or something. Like, it just didn't feel like, it felt like, what does the cat know? Like, why does the cat stick around? Like, I just assume that cats can maybe, have a different, I don't know. I don't really know. But I didn't really like it that the cat did that. And then, it wasn't very long before I was showing signs of I might be having a miscarriage. And so I went to the doctors. Well, first I had a call because it was in the middle of the night, or it was after hours. And I talked, are you saying go into all this detail, or?
I mean, whatever.
I mean, I think that it's, for the sake of the video, like what it is, I think it's an important time to talk about it, I guess. So yeah, I went in and they started looking, they do your blood work and stuff like that. And it was weird because usually whenever you go for any ultrasounds or anything, when they show you, they always call what you're seeing the baby, but they weren't calling it a baby. And I thought, oh, that's not a good sign. And then they said there's a small bleed, but that can go away and everything can be okay. But then they watch your HCG levels, and they said they should double or at least kind of stay, and they started dropping, and then you just know. But it's weird because even you feel really isolated because you're going into you go into the hospital room, which is actually the maternity spot. So it's where you would normally be going. So there's pictures everywhere of pregnant women with babies, and you're sitting in that room surrounded by all of that, knowing that your womb has become a grave, and it's a horrible feeling. And the doctor my doctor wasn't in, so they sent another doctor in, and she came in and she was probably 8 months pregnant, and
Your doctor was?
I couldn't it was Caitlin, or what's that the name of the one that ended up delivering Seneca years later.
Shit. Yeah.
So she walked in and she's 8 months pregnant, and you could tell that at the time, I don't think that she had the right bedside manners for the situation, because she I don't think that she knew how sensitive the topic was, or how inappropriate really it was for them to send in somebody 8 months pregnant to tell me that I was losing my baby. And then they send you for they when they send you for the testing and stuff, they give you the paperwork and they tell you to go down to ultrasound, which is where also other people that are having their babies are going, but their babies are okay and your baby's not okay. And the paperwork says spontaneous abortion. And I didn't like that word even being in the paperwork, because it was not something that I was choosing. I would stick with this thing until the last possible second, because I just wanted the baby. And I was losing the baby, and that was what it was. And it was the process itself it's painful, and it's long, and it has not to be, overly graphic, but it has horrible smells involved with it. And so there's just all of these signs of like death, and it's terrible. And it's crazy because like when you talk about triggers, like you have like a symbol, like something that brings back some sort of memory. So if somebody took one of these and they were always throwing it at your head, like every time you'd start seeing one of these, you'd get that feeling, right? So when I was having the miscarriage, and like you're just bleeding and there's all kinds of stuff, and like it's such a bad experience, but then you created that song, and so like the line, the waters that wash you away was your baptism, because those moments were so, and I don't really know how many details to share, but like it was I didn't really know how to deal with grief, and I'm not even sure that I still do. When there's something that bothers me, I sort of block it away or push it away and pretend it sort of doesn't exist. Like we just went through a really difficult thing, and you were surprised at some of the ways that I was reacting after, but part of it is because I pretended it didn't exist. You know what I'm talking about? Mm-hmm. And I don't almost know how to not do that. Like it's just like it's a survival thing that I do, and it just but that's what I did. I just like started blocking it away and tried to look at the positive side. And I was like, okay, well, if I get pregnant within the next 9 months, then the baby that I will have is not the baby that I would have. So I was just trying to find ways to make it like okay, even though it wasn't okay. And people would ask me, how are you? But I felt the question was sort of intrusive because it wasn't somebody that really ever cared for me to begin with, and now all of a sudden they're asking me how I'm doing on such a sensitive topic. And so I didn't like that. And the church that I was going to did something really weird where they posted it in the bulletin, which a bulletin is basically like, it's an itinerary for the church service. And they'll have like, and they literally, the way that it was structured, I didn't know that this happened. Like I just know that this person that I never spoke to before came up to me, and he looked at my face, and he looked at my stomach, then he looked at my face, and he said, "Are you sorry?" And I said, "Yeah." And then he just looked at my face, looked at my stomach again, and looked at my face, and he was like, "Okay." And then he just walked off. Like that's all that was said. And I thought, well, that was so weird. And then somebody else, another man, it's so weird because I feel like it should have been a woman coming up to say some of these things to me. So another man comes up to me, and he's like, "Hey," he's like, "I don't know if you know this, but he's like, it's in the bulletin that you had a miscarriage." I'm like, "What?" And then I checked the pamphlet, and like I started shaking because I just couldn't believe that like this flyer was being passed around the church. Everybody that came into church that day was being given a bulletin, and on the way out they're being given a bulletin, and it said, "This person is pregnant, thank God. This person is pregnant, thank God for this person's pregnancy, and pray for them. And also, sorry, had a miscarriage." And first and last name was in there, everything. And I was like, oh my gosh, like it was like stacked like that. I just couldn't even believe it. So I passed the bulletin to my husband at the time, and then went downstairs to the bathroom. I couldn't believe that like it was horrible. And I'm pretty sure that I don't know that I went to that church a whole lot after that situation happened. I think that was pretty much,
yeah, that was the beginning of the end for those people.
Yeah, I know that the pastor then showed up at my house, and I couldn't believe that he showed up like unannounced. And I was like, somebody else answered the door, and like some weird, I think, apology got made or something like that. But there was like, you can't take that back. Like there's no "I'm sorry" that's gonna, like, why would you think? And then it was more of like an excuse for why they put that in the bulletin. I thought it was so inappropriate. They tried to make it like, oh, well, we just wanted her to have some prayer. And it's like, well, why didn't you call me directly? Like, why would you do that? So that, it just kind of, there was just a lot, and you're like, it's a weird place to be because there didn't seem to be, like at the time, and again, I didn't have like online access. Maybe there was other stuff. Although I heard other women later say that they couldn't really find. I'm sure now there's a lot more stuff to read on it, but there just wasn't a lot to be said about it. And it was during a time period where there was a lot of focus on like shout your abortion and everything like that. So there wasn't like a space to be like, because you had a group of women and society that was saying you can kill a baby at any time and that's completely okay, it's your choice, and it's not even a baby. And then you're having like this child that holds so much hope and future, and you're like, it's gone, and it's gone so fast, like all of that hope, all of that excitement, and then it's like the door closes on it and it's like it's not coming back. And I thought, like when I had other babies, it doesn't matter. Like I love all of my babies. Like I would easily, I'd throw myself in a meat cleaver to save their lives. Like I love my kids. But I do think about the one that I never got to see their face and I never got to see their personality. And that was one of the things too that surprised me was, I only had one kid before, and like when you have multiple kids with the same person, Vinny and I have had 3 kids together, and they all 3 have different personalities. And so it's like, okay, there was a personality that I never got to meet. Like I never got to hold that baby, and like for years, like because it took like 7 years before like we ended up having a baby together. Like my arms would just like ache because I just like was longing to hold that baby. And it was just such an experience. And it just was like, I think a lot of times people don't know how to deal with grief, and so people pull away because they don't really know what to do, and people just sort of acted like nothing happened, like everything just went back to normal. And I didn't necessarily fault anybody for that. I just felt like I couldn't within myself really grieve either. I didn't know how to, and I didn't really like. Sometimes now I'll have times where I'll like get emotional about it, but it's usually when I'm by myself in the shower. I think probably because like the memory comes back, and that song always comforts me, always. And like it wasn't until when you were writing the song, like you started asking me questions about it, and it was painful but very therapeutic, I guess, to have somebody ask questions, because I didn't realize I wanted to even talk about it. And obviously I felt the most support from you in that whole situation. And then, like since then, multiple people would like pop up over the years and apologize for being so distant during that time. And that's always weird, because it's, for some reason, I just wish that they just wouldn't say anything at all, because it seems like it hurts more to have somebody say, I realized that you were in a bad spot but didn't do anything about it. I don't know. But then, I'm not the perfect person either when people are grieving. So, but yeah, it's just when you value human life and you like know that their value is like everything, like it's a crushing sort of feeling. But at the same time, I'm just going to extend the story a little bit now that we're already on a roll. I had saved a dog on a rescue. Like, apparently in the South, they kill black dogs all the time because there's just too many of them. I don't know. And so it was called Black Dog Rescue, and I got a puppy from there. And the puppy showed up literally like a day or two after the miscarriage. So there was a weird sort of like transfer, because the dog showed up and he was just tiny. Such an annoying dog, I'm not gonna lie. He was like, but he like, I don't know, I think that he was held in like a little special spot because like he was life that came in when there was death. And like, you're not going to take out your sadness on a little puppy. You're going to like take care of him. And it kind of kept me busy and stuff. But it wasn't that many years later, he ended up getting hit by a car. So that was hard, because it was almost like grieving again for the baby, because I lost the dog and the dog represented the baby. But yeah, like, I think that I did have another interesting experience in regards to it. I was in the grocery line, and I ended up talking to this woman. This was when I was pregnant with Orion. She was a Somalian woman, and we got talking. She needed help with something. I helped her out with something, and so that kind of opened the door for us to have a conversation. And then she blessed me. She said some sort of a blessing for the baby, and it was really special to me that she did that, because I felt like that she understood like the value of my child, even though it wasn't her child, and even though she didn't know me. Because a lot of times, I don't know if it's white culture or just sort of the culture that I mostly spent time around, but like people really value it if it has some sort of blood relation to them that's like more valuable. And so like her not being of any sort of closeness or anything, and like recognizing the value of my baby was really, really cool. Thanks, guys. Was really cool. And then I told her, I just ended up saying, I had a miscarriage, so I'm really, like this is my rainbow baby and stuff. And when I told her that, like the way that she looked at me was like, I felt like I like stuff that feels like deeply rooted in like when I think of like my foremothers, like that date back all the way, like even Sarah and all of her craziness in the Old Testament, like some of her decisions, I'm like, what? That can't be in my lineage. I would never suggest such a thing. But at the same time, like it just had that sort of grounded roots to it, like the way that she was like she in that moment felt like that she like understood the value of like a child and kind of mourned with me. But simultaneously, when we would go and we would like stand at the abortion clinics and like offer people help, there was a Somalian that came by, and I explained to them what was going on inside. They didn't believe me. They could not believe that we did such a thing. They were like, no. I was like, no, like literally, they're killing babies upstairs. No, they couldn't believe it. They literally walked away in disbelief. They thought I was making up the whole thing. Couldn't believe it was happening. So like when she was saying this to me, it was like I knew she understood the value of the baby and stuff, and it was just like I liked that. It was therapeutic in a way too.
Yeah, the culture.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And I had one other friend that had also had miscarriages, and she said, "Sorry, how are you doing with it?" And I was like, I'm doing good. And I always try to stay positive. I'm doing good, this and that, and God's going to use this, and he has. But she was like, just make sure that you leave space to grieve. But this woman was so depressed all the time. I was like, I'm not taking advice from you, because I don't want to live in the shadow of that depression like she was living in. But there was some truth to what she was saying. Like, you can't just pretend that something didn't happen, like, because the soul feels it even if you cover it, like there's something wrong. So I'm grateful.
I remember, I was dealing with the loss of my mother-in-law at the time, but I remember, so I didn't really have a lot in the tank, but I remember asking you, and you were like, yeah, God is, it was a very nice Christian slogan. And I just remember thinking to myself, like, either she's bullshitting or this Christianity stuff ain't working for me, because I was wrecked. I was destroyed losing my mother-in-law, especially considering the way that we lost her. Mm-hmm. And so I was like, okay, all right, and I think that there's a time and a place for that stuff. Mm. You know what I'm saying? Because you got to live and you got to move on with life. But I think that there's also, to your point, like a time and a place for real authentic grief and mourning. And I think that's one of the things in our culture that we don't do very well. Mm-hmm. That's one of the reasons I love the metal community, because it's like the last subculture where you're allowed to grieve publicly. Mm-hmm. In other cultures that I've seen, grieving is a community project. Mm. The women will grieve with the other women, and they're operating from a shared reality about what happened.
Yeah.
And we're so, to your point, the whole, shout your abortion, and I'm not trying to make a political point here. I'm talking about the cultural ramifications of saying, trying to make this distinction between a fetus and a baby.
Yeah.
And so if you say that a fetus is not a baby and a girl has a miscarriage, then what's the problem?
Yeah.
You're mourning a potential. You're not mourning an actual.
Yeah.
And I don't think the people that put that out into the zeitgeist are trying to do that. They're trying to assuage the guilt of...
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But they're not considering...
The other side.
Now you've got millions of women, because it happens millions of times a year.
Yeah.
Now you got millions of women that don't have the community grief aspect of it anymore. But I think there are other factors too, like just how fragmented people are in the world and how tribalized we are right now in our culture.
Yeah.
That it was crazy to me that it took somebody from that culture,
right? Yeah, because
to give you that communication, like, yo, this is bad, and I agree with you, and you lost something real. You didn't lose something actual or potential. You lost something real.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was crazy too because, like, obviously the culture that I was a part of wasn't the shout your abortion. We were the let's go to the abortion clinic and say this is wrong, or let's send money into March of Dimes, or let's, like, that was the crew. And so you'd think that from that standpoint of saying that a child from the moment of conception is a baby, that those people would have been the most supportive, right?
Yeah.
But it wasn't
that.
that.
I've become very, very disillusioned with the movement, for sure.
It wasn't like that, yeah.
There's just so many things where I'm like, of course. If we would have had our pagan friends around us...
It would have been different. Yeah, I know.
It would have been different.
Yeah.
I'm, like, looking at the thing, and people I've argued about with certain topics, everybody is, like, immediately knows what to do, and these are old dudes.
Yeah. Yeah,
like if we would have had you guys around, then it would have been better for us, which is crazy to say. I don't know. Anyway, there you go.
Wait, I would say one last thing is that it's there's a lot of things that people feel guilt over, and that is one of the things, like, as a woman, you can feel guilt over the loss of the baby because it's like, okay, is this my fault? Did I do something wrong? Did I eat the wrong thing? Did I run too fast? Did I not sleep enough? Did I, like, all the different things and all the blame and all the whatever. And, like, one of the things that does carry me is that that God is the one that opens and closes wombs, and God is the one that orders my life. And so when I think about it, I'm like, whatever means was used, if I did something that was, that was the reason for why it happened, at the end of the day, it was still the decision of God, and I trust my life to Him. And so I know that He holds my future, and that I will see that child again. I would have rather have had him here, but at the same time, like, I have seen good come from it. It hasn't been all bad. Like, the sadness that I have in my heart is all sad, but the goodness that I've seen and the relatability that I've been able to have with other people through it has also been something that I'm like, okay, I wouldn't understand this. And I've always been, like, I am sort of one of those people that, like, I have to kind of experience it before I'm like, oh, that's different. For instance, I think that's one of the reasons why I went through a divorce. I did have a lot of people for divorced people. I had a lot of judgment. But now, I see it differently. Like, well, So I appreciate the compassion that I've been given over my situation. Unfortunately, I had to go through something before I could, And I want to also be honest to say that 2 years prior to my own experience, I was working at a food bank volunteering, and this girl came through, and I was like, how are you today? And she was like, not so good. And I said, oh, why? What's up? And then she said that she had had a miscarriage. And you know what I said? I said, well, at least it happened early. Okay? So that was a horrible thing to say. And that's what I said. So, I guess have a little space for people and the things that they say, because
it's a very complex issue. It's a very complex issue. And if that's what they're talking about in this song, they hit it very well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because unless you're really, really digging into those lyrics, you're not going to find that. And like I said, I don't know, but Neil said that later on, he said, my son died or something like that in another one of the songs.
So prayers for the people that,
unpacking that.
Yeah. That they went through all of this. And this one is actually, it got saved by the lyrics. This one's a silent count for me.
It's a silent count for me as well. Yeah. Now it's
Thanks
like
for listening, guys.
now it's like you must feel like a real dick, huh? Talking about the guy's voice, talking about the man's voice like that. He was in so much pain and suffering. You look.
I see that you knew what all the lyrics were. He was like, literally, he was like, "Be real." That's what he said to me. Be real. So I just went. And then Vin's like, "It's about a miscarriage."
I love you to death, for real, for real. For real, for real.
I love you too.
All right, guys. We got one more song. One more song. Thank you guys for sticking with us through that story. Thank you for providing the space, dear listener.
Yes.
We appreciate it. For real,
We
for
do.
real.
We do. Thank you for that.
All right, we got one more
And
song.
you guys' kind words. I'm going to end up going back through this comment section later.
We got one more song.
Yes, one more song. Whew. Okay. Okay. This one is Judas Iscariot. Let me get the timestamp, please.
Timestamp is 6 hours, 18 minutes, and just do 6:19. Yeah, just do 6:19. It's
Okay.
gonna be 6:19 by the time we end.
All right, Judas Iscariot, in the valley of death, I am their king. Ooh, okay. This is going to be interesting. So let's see what they say. Judas Iscariot was Warning's Shot winner selection for the black metal versus poll. Judas Iscariot were an American black metal band which defeated death metal band Black Curse's Endless Wound in the poll. The current score is 5-1 black metal. This track is from their 2002 album To Embrace the Corpse's Bleeding, which is their last released album. Wow. Okay. Let's check this out.
All
What
right.
are these lyrics gonna be?
This should be interesting.
Not gonna lie, guys. I feel a little bit heavy after that last review.
I think everybody does. But let's do it. Let's do it, guys. Here we go. In the valley of death, I am their king. Judas Iscariot. Let's go.
Blind man felt his way. Cried peace
shout out to Warning Shot. This was his pick? Was this Warning Shot's pick?
What's this?
I love, everybody that knows me knows that I love the tremolo shit. I love the tremolo shit. That is so. Tremolo is my favorite type
Indeed
of
it is.
guitar
Indeed
work.
it
It's
is.
what converted me. It's probably the last thing I'll hear in my head as I'm going out of this.
Not the voice of your Lord and Savior.
No, because that'll be the first thing I hear when I wake up.
You don't want him speaking to you as you're dying?
Yeah, but I'm saying it's music, so like there's got to be a soundtrack when he's speaking to me as I'm dying.
It's fine,
Weirdo.
babe. I'm not judging you.
God, you're definitely judging me. Everybody knows that that's what you're doing. I think you're flipping out because we're in hour 6.5. Creatine, baby. Warning Shot. Okay, so was it Warning Shot's song? Is he the one that won?
I don't know.
But I love that. I love that tremolo. I love it.
You are such a tremolo fan, huh?
Yeah. Isn't it beautiful? It's not the most beautiful kind of you've never heard before.
I think it is.
It's so inspiring.
But
and there's something beautiful about playing tremolo too.
Doesn't it all?
Huh?
Kind of sound the
tremolo. You think all tremolo sounds the same?
The parts.
You think all tremolo sounds the same? You're insane.
Well,
you are insane.
That's the way it sounds for me.
No, you listen to Magua, and you listen to other kinds of tremolo. You'll see that they're not all the same. I mean, Got the Life is tremolo. Do you know what Got the Life sounds like? Does that sound like that to you? Did you guys see the way he
just looked at me?
Are you insane?
Disdain.
Yeah, like are you joking? You have to be joking.
You have to be nice to me after I just finished that last review.
I'm gonna be nice enough. Talking about this is me. Who you think this is me here?
There's no chill here.
Who you think you talking about? Talking about us. We out of pocket. All right. Let's see. 110 nights turning before the crusade when they target the sun. He felt that the prey mured. Rise now. Mountain and through the pass over the binding edge. Wandered up to their death. Leading with hearts of horror. Take the body. I am reaping a life vengeance spear. That's a crazy ass line. That was a crazy ass line. I am reaping a life vengeance spear. For refuge in arms, the blind man felt his way. Cried peace in us. Let no fear for thy bless. There is no one left. Don't be afraid of who I am. Endless in this. This is the valley of death and... This is the valley of death, and I am their king. Legit. You don't know what's going on here?
Mm-mm.
It looks to me. It looks to me like they went out on some sort of crusader expedition, and he's the last one alive. Is what it looks like.
Oh, the last one?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's saying, I am reaping a life vengeance spear. He's reaping it. That means somebody put a spear in him, right? How can you reap a spear? Right? What you
I was
sow,
thinking
you will
that
reap.
he was the reaper with it. Yeah.
He says, I am reaping a life
Yeah,
vengeance
no, you're right.
spear.
No, yeah. For revenge in arms.
Yeah.
The blind man felt his way, cried peace in us. So is he saying, is that somebody else that got taken down, their eyes are gone?
Well, I don't know. It could be.
I really liked that cry peace in us.
Sometimes when people, depending on where you get hit, you start actually losing when you're about to go, you start losing your vision. Mm-hmm. When people get hypovolemic, like your vision goes before you lose consciousness.
It's because there's no blood flow to your eyes anymore?
I don't know what the science is, but you hear, guys say they're blacking out, their voice gets lower. It's pretty much over for them. But they still talk and shit. And you can, the breathing, I don't really know if they're actually breathing, but that is a thing where dudes get blinded before, and sometimes it's like a while.
Are you serious?
Yeah, it's not like 30 seconds. Like,
how long are we talking? 30 minutes?
Nah. But so when I heard him say blind man, I'm like, oh, okay, well, cry peace in us because he's about to enter into his peace is how I looked at it.
And I looked at it as You remember that story that you were saying about those two guys that were fighting? This is recent. They were fighting, and then the other one, like the one that was dying, was basically like, okay,
yeah,
like it was the once
it was horrible.
Once it crosses that line.
It was Ukraine, Russia, and it was a dude that really didn't know much about what he was doing, and he was fighting up against a dude who did know what he was doing, and the dude who didn't know what he was doing really had the drop on him. He should have been completely fine, but he took his hands off his weapon. He threw a grenade into the house. The dude saw it through the window, came across, and he couldn't get on him. By the time he got back to his weapon, it was over with. And he basically, they were in hand-to-hand combat essentially, and the Russian dude had basically it was like a shard of glass because there was an explosion. There was shards of glass, and he just took the shard of glass and just scraped his neck up, and that was pretty much it. And when it was clear that the Ukrainian dude lost, he basically said, all right, leave me alone. And he said, let me enjoy the sun and think about my family or whatever. And the dude got off of him, and then like he went to help him, and the guy said, no, just leave me alone. And you know, he wanted his last moments to be peaceful. It was horrible, because I'm like, the circumstances that put those two men in that situation, dudes who, under completely different circumstances, would have split a beer at the bar,
yeah,
talked about their wives, complained about their kids,
maybe done some jujitsu,
you know, and it was heartbreaking. That was another thing that took me out as far as like political commentary, because I'm just like, it's just so fucked, man. It's like people playing chess with people's lives, and the beauty of the moment. Like those two dudes are like the most beautiful human beings in that moment.
The reason I brought it up is to say they were fight, but then once it's done, it cries peace. Like, you know what? All of those, because really, the war that you're fighting belongs to this realm. You don't even know what you're going into next. And it might have nothing to do, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, nothing to do with combat, yeah.
And the stuff that we fight over a lot of times is just resources.
And they're not even, they got no quarrel with each other, man.
Yeah.
Like, there's some wars, like Afghanistan, where both sides are like, man, fuck you, bro. Like, you know, like, but these two dudes are like forced by, you could just tell that forces that were beyond outside of their control, and it was a horrible, horrible thing to see.
Yeah.
And
it must be so
that's another thing that, like, I would much rather him fuck you and spit on him, and the guy had to, you know, kill him and shoot him, and but you know, but at the same time, like, no matter how dark and evil it gets, these two men like had that moment, and only they know what that's like. We've had similar moments maybe, but for them in that moment, like, only they know what that's like. And you know, it's horrible. That was really the thing that just took me out. Like,
yeah,
that's one of the things where it was just like, man,
it's gotta be tough too, even for God, because our daughter is she's an author, and she told me that when she writes, she basically has, you know, she has the story written out of what she's going to say in her mind, but then when she writes it out, she experiences the character and what they go through, and she will feel emotions like sadness if the character dies or whatever. Like, even though she knew she was going to write that into the story, like when she sees it happening and as she's writing it down, like, she feels it. And I was like, wow, like, that's like, you know, God as he experiences our story. And then I was like, wow, it's even crazier because Jesus went a step further to become a character in the story itself. Like, it would be like if she went into the book and died in the book. And like, to be a parent when your kids fight over blocks or whatever, like, those moments, they're for learning and stuff, but like, you don't like to see your kids fight. You like to see them loving each other, you know? When Orion came pedaling his bike super fast, because I didn't realize it, but somebody's little foot was stuck in there, and then the other one tripped, and he comes scooping over and he picks up his one brother, and then he runs over there and fixes the other one's foot, and like, I just saw like the image of God in him as he just came in to like protect and help his brothers, and like seeing that like from a God perspective, like how, like, to see people not just argue with each other, but to the point that they would raise their arms and kill each other. You know, it's like Cain and Abel all over again. And like, for God, like, from that eternal perspective, like, I understand he has a plan and he knows where all this is going, but there's got to be like that, like, man, like, to watch creation just do that and make ourselves more miserable and stuff. So I don't know, when you said that story about those guys, I was like, I don't know, man.
It's tough.
Like, I feel like after all of it's over, maybe we'll look back and be like, well, you know, we kind of had to, we were working out our problems, and that's why we did the things that we did. Or maybe we look back and we're like, wow, like, we could have, like, really enjoyed our time over there. You know what I mean? Like, it didn't have to be so full of turmoil. There didn't have to be so much death. There didn't have to be so much starvation and, you know, the prioritization of collecting material things over and against the lives, the safety, the well-being of other human beings.
Yeah, I agree.
So
it was an interesting song from an interesting band.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we've done any Judas Iscariot before this one.
I don't know.
I love the tremolo at the end. This is going to get a 9.4 for me.
8.9 for me. 8.9.
My brothers did something similar to that. They backed each other up in a bar fight where one of them ended up getting put through a window. See, those kind of confrontations I love. Everybody's going to walk away. It's going to be all right. It's going to be fun. You know, you have to mix it up a little bit, you know.
Oh, Vin.
No? Okay. We'll never learn.
What?
We'll never learn. I loved how confident Ben was. Ben's like, no, this is not the longest stream they've done. And then he went on to say something wrong. Because he wasn't here during the Rockathon.
Oh.
The Rockathon was like
Rockathon.
for a million years.
Oh,
and
my
Kellendros
gosh.
is still mad at me for that review for Gamma Ray. He's still, to this day, he's still mad at me. He's still mad at me.
Is
over
that why he said we don't talk about it?
Yeah, it's like Fight Club. Yeah, that's what he said. Still mad. See
Why? What happened?
He's petty. He's petty. You don't remember?
No, I don't remember.
Well, shit, I'm not gonna dig it up. I'm not gonna dig it up if you don't remember and he doesn't remember. Why should I incriminate myself?
I think he does remember. I'm gonna end the poll right now. Hold on, let me see this. End poll.
Oh God, we don't need to look at the results of the poll.
There's the results.
Yeah, you know,
81%.
What that poll shows us is that racism is still alive and well in America.
I am
obviously.
never going to.
Obviously, racism is alive and well in America. That's what the poll shows us. Thank you very much.
There's been for
yes.
The truth will never be told.
The truth,
you guys,
the truth has been told.
We did this. How long have we been streaming for? About
we
6.5
have been
hours?
streaming for 6 hours and 40 minutes.
Okay, almost.
I gotta say this though. I gotta say this. My man Joe Biden. Look, do you see what he said? Read it.
Happy Cinco de Mayo to all my Mexican folks. I ate taco today in support of you.
It's because like it's Joe Biden, so
my skin is too fair to even laugh at such a joke.
I just like
it won't go over as well as when you're laughing
with
at
the
it.
smile and he's looking. It's like
I know. Man.
It just looks exactly like It's just, I feel like it's something he would say. Everything that this dude says sounds like what I would imagine Joe Biden would say. Oh, gosh.
Yeah, look it up. Rockathon. It was probably...
Yeah, the Rockathon was streamed for much longer than the Midnight Mass, for sure.
Oh, there's nothing there when you look up Rockathon.
Yeah, it was... Yeah. All right, guys.
It was long.
The Rockathon was insanely long. We had people, like, going to work, coming back from work, people going to sleep.
Honestly,
They woke up, they're like, y'all still here?
I was so frustrated because the list kept getting longer of all the songs that people wanted. And I was like, we have to shut this down. People kept buying songs. And I'm like, if we don't shut this down, we're going to be streaming forever. Vin was like, no, it's all right. It's all right. Oh, the list got so long.
Yeah, it got mega long.
Oh, boy.
It got mega long. It got super duper long.
And then people were complaining that we were eating pizza on stream. I was like, are you serious? And you want us to stall?
For the most part, people were pretty supportive. Mm-hmm. People were pretty supportive. By the way, big homie.
Oh, wow, during the stream.
The big homie, DJ AT.
Painted this during the stream.
Painted this work of art, dear listener.
Yeah, it's like that interpretive. You remember how
interpretive dance at church?
No, well, yeah, they used to do interpretive art where like somebody would paint while somebody preached, and then they show the picture. This is it. This is
Yeah, this is the big homie.
That's
AT.
crazy. I was reading in Ezekiel today, and it was talking about the clouds as the stuff comes into it. Kind of reminds me of that.
Yeah, I thought it was damn near close to 24 hours.
I thought it was.
It was close to 24 hours.
I thought it.
We passed out on cam. Like we just passed out on cam. Yeah, I remember we were listening to Pain of Salvation, and like it was just over with, and people were like, "Ah, it's okay, guys. You can go. It's all right. You can go. You can go." And left and like went to bed and got like 3 hours of sleep. And we had to go to
We had to go where?
I forgot where we had to go, but we had to go somewhere. Shout out to Vanguard Fonseca. Good to see you, Vanguard Fonseca. Okay, guys. Much love to all you beautiful people.
We'll see you guys back here. It's now 1 a.m. here, so we'll see you back here today. At 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we are going to have a stream with more Alliance picks.
More Alliance songs.
So shout out to our patrons.
More Alliance songs. Much love to you beautiful people. Yeah, Jet, it was for we had somebody in the village who's about to lose their house.
Yeah, that's right. We weren't even that's so funny.
They were about to lose their house.
Yeah, that was really great. I forgot that's what we were doing.
Yeah, the village came through. The village saved their house, and then we had extra, and we had somebody else in trouble. We were able to distribute that.
That's so right.
Yeah, that was like that was one of the greatest moments that our community ever did.
I don't even know if so many people like necessarily wanted the reactions as much as it was like they wanted to help out what we were doing.
Yeah, and they didn't know who it was either because we didn't say.
Right.
We didn't say.
Oh, we didn't?
Nah.
Well, I'll tell you now. I'm just kidding.
You go ahead and do that. All right, much love to all you beautiful people. We've got an Alliance stream tomorrow. We have
Evil Pair on Thursday.
Don't
forget.
And is Wednesday an open day?
It might be. I believe it is.
Archero, Wednesday's an open day. If it's Neil or it's Archero, whoever it is, message me because we've got a secret thing happening for a long time. See what I'm saying? There's a secret thing that's going to happen for people who've been...
Well, don't say too much, Vin.
Yeah. So, text me soon about that because I think we got a gap on Wednesday. I'm going to work every day this week. All right, guys. Much love to you beautiful people. Vin out.
Sorry out.
Gone.